Welcome to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK. Chapter 96 to 136, The Sayuri. 2,996 words. A lot of surprises are coming this June, so if you enjoy my writing, look forward to it. Also, rather than the Madarame arc, we should call this the Yusuka emotional damage arc, LOL. This is the seed of Madarame's corruption, Yusuka murmured, stepping forward with a mix of curiosity and reverence. Once I touch it, I will be able to see his past, right? Makoto nodded, giving Yusuka the space to be the one to activate the will seed. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Yusuka reached out and touched the seed. Instantly, the world around them shimmered and transformed into a surreal, moving painting, revealing a scene of a young Madarame at a museum alongside an older man. Sensei, when will you pick one of my paintings to be showcased in your museum? The younger Madarame asked, his voice tinged with longing and hope. The older man chuckled softly, his hand resting patronizingly on Madarame's shoulder. I'm sorry, kid. But what do you see when you look at this painting? He asked, pointing at a vibrant canvas on display. It's a beautiful blend of colors and emotions, perfectly capturing the essence of its subject. The brushwork is meticulous, each stroke deliberate yet fluid, creating a mesmerizing depth, Madarame described earnestly. Yes, do you see now? This is what true talent looks like. I've tried so hard to mold you into a worthy pupil, but your talent simply isn't up to par with your peers. If you want my honest recommendation, you should abandon art. It's not for you, you simply aren't talented enough. This student has studied with me for half the time, yet he has accomplished twice as much, the mentor spoke with a dismissive finality. As he spoke, the painted world faded, transitioning into a clear, albeit color-drained memory. What? The memory echoed, shifting suddenly to an older Madarame, tirelessly working in a room that Yusuka recognized as his current studio. The group watched as the once patronizing teacher entered, his eyes now full of pity. Madarame. Is this really where you live? The house is falling apart. What happened to the advice I gave you? I set you up with a job at a big company, but I heard you turned it down. Now, you're living here. Madarame didn't look up from his canvas, his focus unbroken. I do not care. This place is cheap, and as long as I have rice and water, I can continue painting. The teacher's expression turned to one of disappointment. Madarame, you are being unreasonable. This place lacks even basic amenities. How will you manage in the winter without insulation? Just give up on this fantasy. Madarame's grip tightened around his brush, his resolve hardening as he stood. Art is my life. If I am not an artist, then I might as well be dead. Overhearing this, the teacher approached the painting Madarame was working on, his tone growing stern. Stop being foolish, Madarame. This obsession could kill you. Give it up. If you insist on staying in the arts, I can arrange a position for you in art restoration. You excel at replicating others' work, that's where your true talent lies. You'll never be an artist of your own. At this provocation, Madarame snapped, his voice fierce and desperate. Leave now, or I'll call the police. I will become a recognized artist, regardless of your opinions. All I need is a bit more inspiration. The memory dissolved into the ether, leaving Yusuka gripping the will seed, a tangible weight of sadness in his hands. Sensei. He whispered, the word laden with a mix of reverence and sorrow. After a pause, he turned to the group, his expression composed yet tinged with melancholy. We can continue now. His voice, though soft, carried the resolve of someone who had just come to terms with a painful truth. Yusuka placed the seed securely within his pocket, signaling his readiness to move forward. As the thieves navigated away from the area of the will seed, the optical illusion hallway that had previously confounded them now seemed trivial. With Futaba's guidance echoing in their ears, Yusuka's demeanor subtly shifted. His gaze sharpened, and his movements became fluid and precise, reminiscent of a practiced ninja, his mask emitting a faint, otherworldly glow. The rest of the group noticed the change in Yusuka, but chose to respect his focus, maintaining a respectful silence as they proceeded. They soon passed a gigantic golden vase. Thanks to Futaba's timely warning, they narrowly avoided a cleverly hidden trap. Mona's eyes briefly sparkled with greed at the sight of the vase, but with a determined shake of his head, he dismissed the distraction and moved on. Their journey led them to a grand door, imposing and beautifully crafted, adorned with a spectacular peacock painting. Surrounding the door were countless lasers and other security measures. Yusuke stared at the familiar door, knowing all too well what lay beyond it in the real world, copies of the Sayuri. With the security in front of them, Mona tried to disable it with the tools Ren had created, but none of them worked. These defenses are too strong. Madarame must really believe this place to be impenetrable, he muttered, frustration lining his voice. This door can only be unlocked from the inside. Futaba informed them. But a moment later, her tone changed as she let out a mischievous giggle. Speak of the devil. Falling through a painting, Ren's group crashed onto the museum's floor amidst a gallery of countless artworks. They picked themselves up, soaked and disoriented. Their outfits dripped with water, but Rouge's frustration quickly took center stage. Someone explained to me why in the effing hell that whale was also a shadow, he grumbled, shaking off the water in his clothes. Just as they had reached their destination within the painting, the whale, an enormous shadow, had surged from beneath the waves, striking their boat. Its massive, shadowy form had shattered their ship, making all of them jump through the painting as the boat collapsed underneath them. Ren? Perfect timing. How did it go in the painting? Futaba's voice crackled through their communicators, as she assessed the group's disheveled appearance. Could have gone better, where are the rest? Ren replied as his eyes scanned the area for any guards or traps. The others are blocked by a security system and a door. The only way to do this is by disabling security from the inside. But, lucky for us, taking the inside of the painting put you exactly where you need to be to handle it. Show us the way, Oracle. Ren asked. While Futaba worked her magic from afar, Ren summoned Skathak, who, with graceful yet potent movements, began to cast a combination of fire and wind spells. The area around them warmed, steam rising from their drenched clothing as the chill of the shadow whale's attack dissipated. The group sighed collectively, the comforting warmth chasing away the lingering cold. Thanks. Shiho expressed gratefully, her voice echoing the group's relief as they prepared to move forward. After drying their clothes, the group continued to the security room, which contained a large amount of buttons and controls. Ren and Shiho approached the panel, with Takemi and Rouge watching their backs in case any enemy approached. With Futaba's guidance, the two of them were able to cut the wires they needed to overcome the security protocol, and then gain full access to the security panel even without the right password. After a few tense minutes, they had successfully dismantled the security measure guarding the impenetrable door. Letting out a sigh of relief, as they watched the door open from the security screen. All right. The next painting you need to enter should be better. It should lead you directly to the outskirts of where Madarame's treasure is located. After this, you will have to wait for Makoto's team to open the path for you, which should lead you directly to the treasure room. You should be able to let the rest of the thieves in there with you after that. Nodding their heads with determination, the group made their way to the next painting. A busy Greek market filled with countless people shopping, with a large Greek temple in the middle, surrounded by countless statues of the gods. The security system before them buzzed and clicked off, its intricate network of lasers and sensors shutting down. With Futaba's expert guidance, the thieves cautiously moved forward, relying on her skilled communication jamming to silently dispatch any unavoidable shadows. It was an experimental ability that drained a lot of Futaba's energy. However, it created a small area in which, no matter how much noise they created, it wouldn't draw the attention of other shadows. However, due to how much it cost Futaba, they could only use it in emergencies. Eventually, the thieves discovered the chamber housing the next will seed. The seed should be right beyond that door. However, I will lose communication with you after you enter, so be prepared for anything. Futaba warned them. After a brief nod amongst themselves, they stepped through the door into a breathtaking and perplexing sight, a maze of mirrors. The labyrinth stretched endlessly, its reflective surfaces shimmering under the dim, moody lighting of Madarame's palace. The thieves' figures were immediately multiplied, creating a disorienting kaleidoscope of images. This was an art project by one of my fellow pupils, Yusuke began, his voice tinged with a mix of admiration and regret. Madarame originally rejected the idea because of the cost, but it seems he couldn't let go of it completely. Yukino named this piece the mirror to the soul. As they delved deeper into the maze, the mirrors began to play psychological tricks on them, reflecting not only their present forms, but also haunting, distorted images from their pasts. Yusuke halted in front of a mirror, captivated by the reflection of his younger self, full of doubt and uncertainty. With a determined sigh, he shook off the image, pushing forward through the maze. And caught her reflection, a version of herself looking uncertain and vulnerable with Kamoshida's shadow in the background. She paused, her heart tightening at the memory, then quickly moved on, motivated by the strength she had since found. Mona, observing the reflections, spoke to the group. "This place, it's designed to make us question our path, isn't it?" His tone was curious yet careful. Makoto nodded, ignoring the countless images being reflected while keeping their goal in mind. "Let's keep moving," she stated firmly. "Whatever Madarame intended with this maze, we can't let it hold us back. We need to reach the will seed and regroup." As they continued deeper into the labyrinth, they stumbled upon a gigantic mirror adorned with intricate patterns. At its base, a cryptic riddle caught their attention. "Look beyond the surface where lies a scene captured by Monet's serene greens." And read aloud, her voice tinged with confusion. Makoto furrowed her brows, her mind racing through her art class lessons, trying to decipher the clue. Before she could piece it together, Yusuke stepped forward, his gaze drawn deep into the reflection that showed him as a child. "Water lilies," Yusuke murmured softly. His fingers traced the subtle design of a lily pad etched into the mirror's elaborate frame. With a click, the mechanism unlocked, and the mirror swung open to reveal the next section of the maze. As they stepped through, the group found themselves separated, each facing a singular mirror that reflected scenes deeply personal. And saw herself laughing alongside Ren and Shiho, a moment of pure joy. The scene shifted to her with the thieves, a group that had embraced her wholeheartedly. Then, the mirror morphed once more to show her on a movie screen, basking in the glow of international fame. Makoto viewed a tender scene with her father and sister, a rare moment of family bliss in which her sister appeared relaxed and unburdened by her usual stresses. As the scenes progressed, she saw herself wearing a police uniform and climbing the ranks to become a detective. As she looked at her growing, she could hear countless whispers speaking to her in Ren's voice, reminding her of the talk they had on the school rooftop not so long ago. Mona, in his reflection, saw himself transformed into a human. He saw as the rest of the thieves praised him for helping out so much, calling him their most important member. He then saw a strange, blue room with its long-nosed resident calling him his greatest creation. Lastly, it showed him an image of himself in the middle of a heist, with a large smile on his face as he desperately escaped from those chasing him. Yusuke's mirror showcased his life with Madarame. The old and kind man helped him learn art and showed him everything he knew. He saw himself showing Madarame his painting, humanity, and getting nothing but praise. He then saw his art inspiring countless other artists, just as the Sayuri had inspired him. Finally, he saw himself as an older man, teaching countless students of his own. As they stared at the repeating images, the first people to act were Yusuke and Makoto. Both act almost simultaneously, with Makoto punching the mirror and Yusuke drawing his sword and striking it, revealing the room with the blue wool seed. Minutes later, Anne broke through the mirror with a kick, followed shortly by Mona, who used his slingshot to shoot at the glass. "What I saw, it was nice, but..." Morgana began, his voice full of disappointment. "But it wasn't real." Yusuke finished the cat's words. His eyes were lost in thought as he approached the second wool seed. "Sensei. Please, show me that this isn't you. Show me your true self." Yusuke hoped out loud before his fingers softly touched the seed. The world around them twisted once again, the colors turning into a dull blue as the scene began to play for them. They saw an older Madarame, one who had abandoned his dreams of recognition in the art world to embrace teaching. His demeanor was gentle and nurturing as he responded to a student's eager call. "Sensei. Come here. I want to show you my painting." With a warm smile, Madarame followed the student through the building. She was a dedicated artist who, despite her frail health and responsibilities as a mother, devoted every spare moment to her craft. Standing before her work, she held her head, drawing in deep breaths to steady herself before unveiling her creation. With a gentle flourish, she removed the blanket covering her canvas, revealing a perfect rendition of the Sayuri. Madarame's eyes widened in astonishment as he admired the painting, his voice laden with genuine admiration. This is truly a masterpiece, he marveled, his tone conveying a hint of envy. In all my years, I've never seen anything quite like this. After a few moments, joy radiated from the woman's face. Really? You really mean it? You've always criticized my work, but this is the first time you've had nothing but praise, she said, her voice a mixture of disbelief and happiness. Madarame offered a sorrowful smile and nodded. Yes, it is flawless. You've achieved more in a few short years than I have in my entire career. Your talent is undeniable. Her face lit up even brighter at his words, and she began to jump with excitement. However, her joy was short-lived as a sharp pain gripped her head, causing her to collapse in agony. Sayuri! Madarame exclaimed, rushing to her side with concern. The medicine, it's in my bag. Sayuri gasped, struggling against the pain that was intensifying, her breathing becoming labored. Madarame nodded quickly and stood up, but hesitated for a moment, a chill running up his spine as he turned back to the painting. It was a perfect creation, something he had always dreamed of himself. As he looked back at his pupil, he felt momentarily paralyzed by a conflicting torrent of emotions. Madarame! Sayuri pleaded, her voice strained as she attempted to overcome the overwhelming pain. Spurred by her words, he hurried to where her bag lay, retrieving the needed medicine. Yet, as he approached the door to return to her, he halted, frozen in place. The admonishing words of his own teacher echoed in his mind, stirring a dark thought. What if I took it? This thought resonated through the room, drawing disapproving frowns from the thieves observing quietly as Madarame slowly re-entered. Clutching the medicine behind his back, he spoke with a hint of disbelief in his own voice. I couldn't find it. Sayuri's expression contorted with a mix of pain and desperation. Using her remaining strength, she whispered her final plea. Madarame, please, if anything happens to me, take care of my son, my boy. Moments passed, and though she lay motionless, life still clung to her. All he needed to do was give her the medicine, but... Sayuri. I promised to look after Yusuke, but your painting. I'll need to take your painting in return. Okay. His voice was barely audible, as he let the medicine bottle slip from his hand to the floor. Leaving the room, Madarame found himself collapsing to the floor and staring blankly at the wall, lost in thought for what seemed like hours, before he finally mustered the presence of mind to call for an ambulance. But by that point, it was too late. Wow, what a bummer, but hey, personas are the strength of one's heart, so maybe Lobster Boy will be getting a treat. We really need some fluff after finishing this arc, eh? Bring the vibe back up. Wonder what Shiho and An are up to. As always, feedback is always welcome. Chapter 97, The Blood Oath. 2,661 words. We broke through 1 million views and 200k words with this chapter. Also, I am changing my name from Phantom_Voyage to my original author name. Bon Voyage. I have a soft spot for that name, so I am glad no one took it after I changed it in the past on my other account. The room was filled with an eerie silence. The three thieves, their eyes fixed on Yusuke's unmoving form, felt the weight of the moment as he clutched onto the seed. That was my mother, the Sayuri. Yusuke's voice broke the silence, a mix of disbelief and sorrow tinging his words. Why did Ren have to recruit me? Why expose me to this? This heartache. His voice wavered with self-doubt, resonating with the pain of betrayal, drawing empathetic looks from his companions, within stepping forward to try to comfort him. Gomen. Yusuke called out, his voice resonating with a deep yearning for guidance. You have seen the truth that had been hidden from you. Will you avert your eyes now? Or will you stare into the abyss even when it stares back at you? Goemon's voice echoed, both commanding and warm, filling the room with anticipation. I resisted the corruption in my homeland, even at the cost of my life. What path will you choose? The answer is clear, is it not? Yusuke responded, his voice steadier. The man who raised me is not who I believed him to be. I attributed virtues to him that he did not possess. The man I admired has long perished, and today, I witnessed his demise. Very well, let us renew our pact, Goemon declared, his commanding voice now being heard by the entire group. I am thou, and thou art I. Let our bond become a blood oath. Let it become the wings of rebellion that break the yoke of thy hearth. Henceforth, let us walk this path together as one. Yusuke's mask erupted into a dazzling display of bright golden flames before reforming once again. The once red highlights transformed into a striking combination of dark blue and black, and a blue eye was intricately engraved on the forehead of the mask. Yusuke's eyes shimmered a bright gold for a moment before settling back to their usual steely blue. Whoa, what? Mona exclaimed, his voice a mixture of awe and confusion. He understood personas and the metaverse instinctively, yet he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Fox, are you all right? Anne asked, her concern palpable as she reached out to him. Do not fret for me, Panther. I am precisely as I need to be, Yusuke replied, a faint, grateful smile crossing his lips. He then turned to Makoto, determination in his gaze. Queen, I am prepared to proceed. Forgot to post the pic last time, so here it is. As the group slipped into the painting, they emerged into a secluded corner overshadowed by the lively chaos of a crowded market. Crowds of seemingly ordinary people bustled through the streets, but to Ren, using his third eye ability, their true forms were clear, all were shadows. There's too many of them, Ren murmured, his gaze sharp as he scouted a path through the crowd. His eyes fixed on a cluster of merchants selling oversized cloaks, perfect for concealing their distinctive attire. Stay hidden. I'll be back, Ren muttered, his outfit and mask igniting into blue flames and transforming to blend in with the local people. If I get caught, keep hidden and make your way to the temple. I'll find you. After receiving nods from his companions, Shiho whispered to him. Be careful, okay? Always, he replied with a reassuring smile and a wink, then ventured into the crowd of the market. As Ren walked confidently toward the merchant selling disguises, the bustling crowd seemed to slow, their stares converging on him with palpable suspicion. From their hidden vantage point, the trio felt the tension mount as the sea of shadows eyed Ren with suspicion, the market's vibrant noise dimming to an eerie silence. A lone shadow blocked Ren's path, scrutinizing him with wide, probing eyes. Greetings, Ren said with a charming smile, not letting any of the tension he felt show on his face. Can I help you? The shadow stared at him momentarily before resuming its shopping, seemingly satisfied. As the shadow departed, the market grew busy once again, with the countless shadows around him accepting him as one of their own. Without letting his friendly smile fall, Ren made his way to the store, keeping an eye on the behavior of the shadows around him. Adapting his movements to better match the shadows around him, he spoke to the person selling the cloaks. Everything's for sale, my friend. Everything. If I had a sister, I'd sell her in a second. I'd even buy one of your relatives if you're looking to sell. Ha ha ha. That's a little joke. The merchant laughed heartily, his voice echoing slightly in the cluttered space of his shop. Ren offered a light chuckle, not missing the approving nod from the merchant. He then turned his attention to the cloaks displayed neatly in the corner, and, with a smile, posed his question. I have a few friends with unfortunate appearances, if you get what I mean, cursed by the gods. I was hoping to buy 3 of your best cloaks. How much for them? A face only a mother could love, huh? I get you. I have a brother myself, the merchant replied, his laughter mingling with his words. A few minutes later, Ren rejoined his companions, the 3 large cloaks under his arm, unnoticed by the shadows as he made his way back. Man, you had me sweating bullets when those shadows started eyeing you, Ruja said with a nervous laugh, slipping into his cloak. The more I learn and see in the metaverse, the more I wonder what I got myself into. Have all your missions been like this? Takemi asked, her tone a mix of awe and worry, as she draped herself in one of the cloaks. Not always, but you should have seen Ren handle Kaneshiro last time, he had him blushing. Ruja joked, his laughter easing the tension as they prepared to delve further. As they navigated the palace, the team marveled at Yusuke's transformation. His movements seemed fluid and practiced, almost as if he had done them 1,000 times over. Silently, he glided across the floor, not making a sound, his gaze sharp and more focused than ever. Leading the charge was Makoto, with Futaba orchestrating their path remotely. They entered a new area where the scenery turned bewildering. Golden walls adorned with stairs crisscrossing in every conceivable direction, resembling the painting that Penrose's staircase. Futaba's voice echoed in their minds, providing essential guidance. There's a seed nearby, guarded by a formidable shadow. You won't be able to bypass this encounter, but luckily, it's isolated. Feel free to make as much noise as necessary. Makoto acknowledged with a nod, her eyes scanning the labyrinth of stairs that twisted throughout the golden chamber. They could walk on the stairs no matter what direction they were, even if upside down. However, gravity persisted as usual, evidenced by Anne's hair cascading towards the floor. Are we at risk of falling if we dodge an attack here? Anne questioned, eyeing the myriad of stairs. Technically, no. Just stay close to your current stairway, Futaba instructed, her tone less confident than usual. Mona flashed a confident smirk. Don't worry, Panther. If you slip, I've got you. Remember, I can fly now. Let's avoid any risky maneuvers. There is not enough room here to fly with a helicopter without crashing against the stairs, Makoto interjected, her hand instinctively reaching towards the back of her neck as she surveyed the walls adorned with paintings. Futaba, are we being watched? I'm picking up enemy signals within the paintings. They shouldn't be able to interact unless you get too close, Futaba reassured, although Makoto's unease lingered. Yusuke, his demeanor somber since their last encounter, surveyed the area and nodded in confirmation. I can see the shadows, they are all trying to escape, but they are trapped. Yusuke said, his voice tired. They continued through the paradoxical chamber, until a large shadow loomed in the distance, guarding a doorway. Is everyone prepared? Makoto positioned herself behind another stair for cover, surveying her team for confirmation. After receiving affirmative nods, she glanced at them, ready to initiate their strategy. My persona's abilities are limited in this space, so I'll provide support from afar. Fox, with your prowess in melee combat, I'll back you up and keep you healed while you engage the shadow directly, she instructed Yusuke, who nodded in understanding. Mona, Panther, your combined attacks are crucial. Even if the shadow resists fire or wind, use your skills strategically to obscure its view of Fox. Only stop if it seems to absorb your attacks, Makoto directed Anne and Morgana, who prepared their respective abilities. Turning to her navigator, Makoto sought further assistance. Oracle, could you pinpoint the best locations for us to attack? On it. Utilizing the bizarre architecture to their advantage, the team maneuvered into position, with Futaba's guidance helping them find vantage points. They tensed, ready on her countdown. Ready? Go? As Futaba gave the signal, and unleashed a massive fireball from her upside-down stance above the shadow. Just as the shadow noticed the flames and moved to evade, Morgana launched a series of wind blades from the side, pinning it in place and enhancing the fireball's intensity. The interaction between wind and fire intensified the flames to a blistering blue, and as it exploded, the shadow shrieked in agony. With the shadow's attention fixed on the flames, Yusuke leaped from his perch. The pull of gravity aligned him perfectly behind the shadow, katana in hand. Gomen, Yusuke murmured, the frosty essence crystallizing along his blade as he became one with his persona. In a fluid, graceful arc, he slashed through the shadow, bisecting it with icy precision. As the shadow's form ruptured, it reassembled into a formidable figure, Futsunushi, a meditating man crafted from metal, encircled by an array of levitating swords. From the cleave Yusuke had delivered, a faint scar marked the metal. The moment Futsunushi's gaze fixed on Yusuke, a surge of blue nuclear energy from Makoto's Joanna struck its back, causing a brief stagger. In response, Futsunushi raised a hand, directing its swords toward Yusuke. Drawing a calming breath, Yusuke relaxed his stance, his tension dissolving into the air. He parried simultaneously with the shadow, their blades clashing with a resounding metallic clang. Gomen, he whispered once more, summoning his persona's power as golden flames ignited behind him. Gomen, manifested in its towering form, struck down on Futsunushi with a massive pipe, though the blow seemed to barely scratch the metallic adversary. Undeterred, Yusuke maintained his focus, ready to evade the incoming barrage of blades. As Futsunushi unleashed its swords, a sudden curtain of fire, courtesy of Enskamen, erupted, obscuring its vision. From within the fire curtain, countless wind blades cut through, carrying with them blue fire, as they struck the shadow. Utilizing the fiery distraction, Yusuke glided silently behind Futsunushi, his blade poised. He struck the same vulnerable spot with precision, eliciting a visible flinch from the shadow. As it swung its blades in retaliation, more of Joanna's nuclear blasts pounded down, further destabilizing it. Despite the onslaught, the shadow's blades continued their relentless assault. Yusuke nimbly dodged, the blades grazing but not doing any lethal damage. He won't be fooled by the same maneuver twice. We can use that, Gomen's resonant voice filled Yusuke's mind. Acknowledging with a nod, Yusuke prepared for his next move as the fiery barrier momentarily blinded their foe. Anticipating the Yusuke's next action, Futsunushi commanded its swords to shield its back. But as it turned to defend its weak point, it felt the chill of Yusuke's blade once more. This time, Yusuke held his ground, perfectly positioned to strike as soon as the curtain of fire dissipated. Bufula! Yusuke called out, his blade exuding a frosty aura, as it unleashed an explosion of ice within the wound he had previously inflicted. As he withdrew his blade, he braced to parry the next onslaught. Blocking the first blade caused his hands to throb painfully, and he swiftly leapt back to evade the next three strikes, though one grazed his leg, drawing blood. As the fiery barrier rose again, Yusuke steadied himself, Gomen materializing with a spectral presence behind him. Rising slash! In unison, they cleaved through the curtain of fire, the force of their attack slightly repelling the shadow. Before it could stabilize, Morgana conjured a gust of wind that spiraled into a tornado. Anne's fireball collided with it, transforming the vortex into a blazing azure hurricane that engulfed and scorched the shadow. The creature's shriek pierced the air, and Futaba's voice echoed urgently in their minds. Not good. It's getting stronger. As she warned them, the shadow's blades whirled violently, slicing through the fiery tornado toward Yusuke, leaving deep gashes across his body. Despite his cry of pain, Makoto was swift to respond, her persona's energy knitting his wounds back together. Another fiery barrier descended, but the shadow, fueled by rage, slashed through it, its eyes seething with fury fixed on Yusuke. From her vantage point, Makoto sensed the escalating danger. Panther, we need to draw its attention. It's too much for Fox now, jump down there with me, she commanded, plunging towards the fray. Mona, fetch a painting with Zoro, quickly, before the shadows can react, she called out as she descended. Anne, landing beside Makoto, snapped her whip towards the shadow's arm. While she couldn't halt it, her action diverted its focus. Joanna! Makoto bellowed, releasing bursts of nuclear energy upon noticing the shadow's susceptibility to them, since other than attacking the weak spot on his back, it was the only other thing that had made it flinch. Carmen, Anne cried out simultaneously, as the Crimson Dancer materialized, her hands weaving an intense, mystical blue fire, preparing to unleash her fury. Without hesitation, Yusuke seized the moment to summon Gomen, who drew a deep breath through his pipe and expelled a torrent of ice, frosting the shadow's skin. This chilling assault allowed Gomen to advance and deliver a powerful strike to the now vulnerable frozen area. While Yusuke, Makoto, and Anne kept the shadow engaged, Morgana utilized his remarkable agility, leaping from stair to stair with precision. He soon spotted a painting depicting a vast desert guarded by three sphinxes staring ominously out at him. Zoro, let's make this quick. Morgana commanded as his persona materialized, the robust figure hastily grabbing the painting. As the sphinxes charged towards them, Zoro inhaled sharply and hurled the painting with a mighty gust, sending it spinning through the air, the wind causing it to dodge, and weave around the stairs and back on the platform, landing with a series of thuds. As the painting settled near Futsunushi, shadowy arms erupted from its frame, grasping at the bewildered shadow. For the first time, fear flickered in Futsunushi's eyes as he struggled against the dark tendrils dragging him toward the painting. His swords attempted to sever the encroaching arms, but with each slice, more shadowy limbs emerged, pulling the weapons into the canvas. The trio watched in stunned silence as Futsunushi valiantly resisted, but he was drawn into the painting without being able to resist. The canvas shattered just as it swallowed its captive, sealing him inside without escape. Damn, Futaba's voice resonated through their minds, mirroring the group's awe. I didn't send Ren into a place like that. Did I? Concern tinged her words as she hastily checked to see if his team had exited the painting. Chapter 98, The Treasure Room. 2,171 words. A reader said it was a bit confusing when it changed from Ren's team to Makoto's, so I'll put the codename of whoever is leading the group. Queen. With the Guardian of the Will Seed defeated, the group advanced, hearts pounding with anticipation. Before them lay the final seed, radiating a captivating emerald glow. After receiving Makoto's approving nod, Yusuke cautiously approached and touched the seed. Instantly, the surroundings transformed dramatically, bursting into vibrant colors adorned with gold and silver highlights, as if crafted by a master painter. As they witnessed this vivid world, they saw an interview with Madarame about his newest work, the Sayuri. As the praise mounted, so did his ego. His initial guilt was gradually replaced by a growing sense of vanity and pride. I am a true artist, Madarame's thoughts resounded in the air. I sculpt pupils who will continue to eclipse my own skills. That is my true art. The scenes continued to unfold, showing Madarame's rise in popularity and wealth, enough to even purchase his own museum. With each accolade, his ego swelled. He believed since he had taught his pupils, their artworks were extensions of his own genius. Everything shifted when Madarame encountered Yusuke's latest creation, a piece rivaling the Sayuri itself. He had vowed to Sayuri to care for her son in exchange for her life and her artwork, thus he had never pressed Yusuke to surrender his paintings. Yet, after seeing him take the paintings of other students, Yusuke had offered some of his own, grateful for the guidance. However, before this masterpiece, Madarame resolved to claim it as a final tribute from the student he viewed almost as a son. But Yusuke resisted. I taught you everything. You are nothing without my teachings. I raised you. Madarame's voice boomed, his fury escalating as the confrontation dragged on. As the argument intensified, Yusuke's resolve wavered. With a heavy heart and eyes cast downward in defeat, he finally relinquished his painting. The new announcement was met with widespread acclaim. Praise poured in from all corners, hailing him as the greatest painter alive. Riding this wave of praise, Madarame decided to buy a gift for Yusuke, a gesture meant as an apology. However, as he entered the house, a chilling silence greeted him. The art room, where Yusuke had devoted countless hours, was in ruins. The paintings that Yusuke had cherished were shredded, their remnants strewn about. Paint splattered the walls in a chaotic display, and brushes lay snapped in two. As the vibrant colors of the memory began to dim, Madarame's voice broke the silence, soft yet tinged with disbelief. Yusuke, he whispered, but there was no response. Stepping further into the room, he picked up the first piece Yusuke had ever completed. A tumult of anger and loss overwhelmed him, and in a fit of mixed emotions, he flung the painting aside, the small gift he had bought falling to the floor beside it. Just as the memory threatened to reveal more, the scene abruptly halted, and the world snapped back to its original state, the golden walls enclosing the team once again. Joko. Despite Ren being embraced by the shadows as one of their own, his companions weren't afforded the same courtesy. Navigating through the bustling market, cloaked to conceal their outfits, the team noticed the shadows stop and stare, their gaze intense and unsettling. Unlike with Ren, their presence brewed immediate hostility, with the shadows readying themselves to attack. Ren, summoning his charm to its fullest extent, stepped forward to divert their attention. I apologize, but these individuals have been cursed by the gods, he announced, his voice carrying across the crowded space. Gaze upon them, and you shall turn to stone. They challenged the divine and now seek redemption at the temple by offering gifts, he explained, drawing all eyes to himself and stirring whispers among the crowd. Shiho, shrouded in her cloak, felt a surge of anxiety as she watched Ren draw all the attention to himself. The thought of him resorting to drastic measures, such as using the scalpel again, after witnessing the toll it had taken on him previously, filled her with dread. Do you need assistance? It would be a true tragedy for our lover to perish. You could learn a thing or two from him. Would you like to learn how a puppeteer maneuvers her strings? Cersei's voice, eerie yet enticing, resonated in Shiho's mind. While some shadows nodded, seemingly convinced by Ren's tale, others remained skeptical, their suspicion evident. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and it seemed only moments away from chaos as some shadows began to lose control, their monstrous true forms nearly breaking through. As the situation neared a breaking point, Shiho stepped forward to join Ren, her hand seeking his in a supportive gesture. It's true. Her voice, unexpectedly robust and resonant, caught Ren off guard. Though Shiho had grown significantly more confident since awakening her persona, this newfound assertiveness was strikingly different. I was young and foolish, my father was a god, so I thought myself equal to them. I was mistaken. And for that reason, both me and my family paid the price. Please, allow us to seek forgiveness for our mistakes. Then, surprising the crowd, Shiho knelt down to the floor and bowed deeply, a sweet, enchanting scent beginning to permeate the air as she lowered her head. Those who smelled the strange aroma began to relax, and acting as a crowd, the rest of the shadows began to murmur among each other. Noticing that they were on the brink of being convinced, Ren stepped forward, his eyes glowing with intensity. Please, have mercy on them. They have suffered too much. Their life's work has been taken from them. Their purpose was stolen. All they need is one more chance. Their combined efforts gradually stabilized the crowd, with the shadows returning to their routine activities, apparently swayed by the genuine appeals. As Shiho rose, Ren caught a subtle glow emanating from her mask. I like you, Joker, she whispered, her mask ceasing its glow as she spoke. With the crowd's suspicions appeased, the thieves continued their journey to the temple uninterrupted, where they spotted a painting near an altar. Seizing a moment of distraction, they leaped through the painting and landed back inside the palace, facing a massive door that clicked open just as they approached. Perfect timing. Queen just disabled the security on your side. How did it go on your side? It wasn't too bad, was it? Futaba cracked through, a bit of static in her voice as she tried to communicate from her location. She was worried about them after she had seen the guardian of the will seed being consumed by the painting. No, Ren replied with a reassuring smile as he turned to Shiho. We were able to get through without a fight. As the two teams advanced towards the final stretch of the palace, Futaba kept both groups informed about what the other group had seen, easing their collaboration. This coordination allowed them to unlock paths for each other from their respective locations until they regrouped just outside the treasure room. The room was grand, dominated by a massive orb of light floating amidst a network of lasers. It was here that, for the first time since their entrance into the palace, the group encountered Shadow Madarame. Clad in a golden robe, his face adorned with traditional makeup, and his hair styled in a traditional Japanese top knot. Madarame. Yusuke murmured, his voice a mix of sadness and resolve as he fixed his gaze on the shadow. Shadow Madarame was engrossed in his task, a paintbrush in hand, working with meticulous focus on his treasure. Guards strategically positioned around him made it clear that stealthily bypassing them would be challenging. My scans are a bit fuzzy due to the distance, but there's a power source nearby. If we can reach it, we could turn off the lights and security long enough to snatch the painting. Futaba's voice crackled through, tinged with static. From their concealed position, Ren spotted an access point above the paintings. I can disguise myself as a guard and walk in unnoticed. Once close enough, we can cut the power, allowing me to grab the painting and escape through the floor and window upstairs, he explained, laying out his plan. That sounds solid, Makoto affirmed, nodding. Mona can maneuver to the electrical panels and shut them down. If the map that Futaba has is correct, then you two should be able to meet on the way out of the building. Count on me. Mona chimed in, his voice laced with mischief, as he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Skull and Panther can team up, while Siren and Fox hold the fort on the other side, making sure we have a clear escape route. Let's rendezvous at the courtyard by the Peacock door. If all goes to plan, we'll make our getaway in Mona's helicopter form, Ren coordinated, mapping out everyone's roles. Then, turning to Makoto, he added. Queen, you are going to keep Oracle safe in the courtyard. We need her closer to us so that Necronomicon can better analyze the situation. I'd rather not have any surprises. After finalizing their heist strategy and practicing their routes within the palace, the team nodded in agreement, confident in their meticulously planned exit. They had unlocked all necessary doors during their infiltration, ensuring a smooth path for their escape following the dispatch of the calling card, without the need to navigate any more paintings. With their plan set, they exited the palace. As the world shifted back to reality, Yusuke suddenly gasped and collapsed, holding his head with discomfort. Shiho and Ruja soon followed, clutching their heads in evident pain. Takemi, quick to respond, examined them and diagnosed them. It seems the effects of the glowing mask and Yusuke's persona activation have taken a toll on their bodies. Curiously, these symptoms only manifested after we left the palace. Yusuke's condition is the most severe. He needs to stay at my clinic overnight for observation. Shiho and Ruji, however, should recover sufficiently at home. I'm hungry. Yusuke's voice was faint, the strain evident in his tone. And perked up immediately, her concern evident as she leaned closer. What would you like to eat? I can go get something quickly, and take it to the clinic for you to have. Sushi, Yusuke murmured, his hand clutching his head as he tried to sit up a bit more comfortably. Without hesitation, and nodded to the others, her determination clear. On it, she said, quickly exiting to find the nearest sushi spot with Shiho. As the two of them left, the rest of the team began to disperse, each heading towards their homes. Ren and Ruji, seeing Yusuke's struggle, each took an arm, carefully supporting him as they made their way to Takemi's clinic. Sometime later, Ren and Ruji gently helped Yusuke onto one of the examination tables. The clinic was quiet, save for the soft hum of medical equipment. Takemi, already prepared with her medical kit, approached with a concerned look. How are you feeling, Yusuke? Are you experiencing any dizziness or nausea? Takemi asked, her professional demeanor taking over as she checked his vitals. Just a bit lightheaded, Yusuke replied, trying to muster a smile. Thank you, both of you. Ren gave a reassuring nod. Just focus on getting better. Futaba and I will prepare for the heist, and once you recover, we can start the mission. I wasn't able to see the memories firsthand, but if you ever need to talk about it, call me, okay? Yusuke offered a grateful nod, appreciating the gesture. Thank you. I'll remember that. They waited next to Yusuke while Takemi did a couple more checkups, and after completing her second examination, Takemi looked up at Ren and Ruji. Thanks for bringing him here. I'll take it from here. Why don't you guys head home and rest? It's been a long day. Tilde. Fun fact for the day. From the beginning, I have had Yusuke call Madarame-sensei or teacher. But after seeing the memories, he no longer calls him that. Instead, he just uses his name, not even his first name, but his last name. But to be fair, his first name is a mouthful. Also, I started this a while ago, and I am sure most of you noticed, but if the word is in italics, that means that it is a persona speaking. Also, I don't know if it's obvious, but sometimes I struggle with transitioning from one thing to the other, tried my best to smooth out the part from after they complete the infiltration to them leaving. Usually I would do it by ending the chapter, but it was only 1.3k words at the time, so I continued writing. Chapter 99, The Velvet Room Assistant. 1981 words. Wrote this chap 3 times before I was happy with how it turned out. Did a little something different than usual, let me know what you think. Even though Ren was going to try to take Madarame's treasure without a direct fight, he still wanted to be prepared for the worst, which led him to the Velvet Room. As his eyes fluttered open, he saw his two assistants waiting for him. Justine held the small blue book where he had been taking notes close to her chest. Once she saw him open his eyes, she gave him a warm smile and began to walk towards him. "Welcome back, trickster." She spoke with her usual calm and inviting voice. "I hope you are not here to slack off when you are about to challenge another palace ruler." Caroline remarked sharply, though there was a hint of concern in her voice. Ren could only chuckle slightly as he ruffled both of their heads, though it was mainly to annoy Caroline. Just as he had expected, the moment he did it, Caroline took a step backward in surprise and quickly tried to fix her hair, while Justine just enjoyed the gesture. As he grabbed the notebook from Justine, Ren flipped it open in order to refresh himself with the fusions he had planned, but he was surprised to see a large amount of nicely written notes all across the pages, detailing different things he had overlooked. "Our master insisted you learn fusion on your own, and directed us to assist you only if you were truly struggling. However, both of us wanted to give you something in return for taking us to the arcade." Justine explained, her smile becoming warmer as she saw Ren looking at the notes. "Most of that is just Justine's notes," Caroline said, still trying to fix her hair. As he heard her, Ren couldn't resist the urge to mess with her as he looked at Justine. "Thank you. I really appreciate it," he said with a smile. Just then, Caroline spoke up, her voice filled with a bit of jealousy. "Well, maybe I lied a little. Justine and I both worked on it pretty hard." Laughing slightly, Ren turned to her before thanking her personally. As he saw her smile with satisfaction, Ren began to look more deeply at the countless notes. They really had gone all out with the information they had written, and as he flipped the pages, he suddenly froze and looked at a page with 3 masks. 3 masks? Ren asked. "I thought you could only do fusions with 2 masks." As he asked the question, the twins looked at each other with a complicated expression, and after a moment, Caroline spoke up. "The Velvet Room changes depending on what fool is currently contracted with it. Before, personas would be stored as cards, not masks, which made the fusion process easier." She explained with some hesitation, as if she shouldn't be revealing this information. "Due to your Velvet Room being a theater, your personas have taken the form of shadows, which changes the fusion process slightly. For this process, 1 Velvet Room attendant is needed per persona being fused." Justine explained, her eyes looking at Ren as if trying to tell him something. "Yeah, since there is only 2 of us, we can only do simple fusions." Caroline continued, looking at Ren as if she wanted to say more. After thinking for a moment, Ren smiled. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, causing the curtains to open and reveal the wall full of masks. If only there was someone else who was considered a Velvet Room attendant. Ren said with a chuckle, as he closed his eyes and extended his hand to the wall like he had seen the twins do countless times. As he took in a deep breath, he relaxed his body, feeling the connection he had with the room. It felt almost like a string, like the ones that connected him to his confidants. Focusing on that connection, he took another deep breath, before he felt a mask gently land on his hand. "It worked," Caroline whispered with some surprise. Ren looked at the mask in his hand, recognizing it immediately as the mask of the very first persona that had joined him, Pixie. After a moment, the mask floated onto his face, gently settling on it. The moment the mask made contact, he felt an almost instinctual knowledge of what he needed to do. Along with that knowledge, there was also something else about fusions. "Are there fusions that need more than 3 personas?" he asked, turning to the twins who instantly went silent. The 2 exchanged a look as if trying to decide how much they could reveal, but that was enough for Ren to figure out the answer. "Never mind, we can deal with that later. We should focus on this for now." With those words, the 2 twins nodded their heads with both excitement and determination. Reaching out their hands, a pair of masks moved from the wall to their faces. As the masks settled on them, the melodic piano music of the Velvet Room stopped, becoming replaced by a piano waltz. With a theatrical bow, Ren extended his hand, following the movements the mask had taught him. Caroline was the first one to step forward eagerly, grabbing his hand and starting their waltz. At the same time, Justine raised her arms and gave a bow of her own towards the pair before beginning to twirl and dance in a circle around the pair. Her steps were soft and graceful as she spun and danced, moving until she reached the spot she had bowed. Ren spun Caroline around, following his instinctual moves, but he was a little too late to release her. When Justine moves to take Caroline's spot, the two of them crashed against each other and then onto Ren. The three of them fell to the ground, and as they did the masks on their faces began to shake violently before they floated off from their faces and crashed, creating a new mask and a persona that manifested as an armored woman riding a horse, Valkyrie. "Ha, a fusion accident," Justine spoke with both surprise and amusement, as she watched the unstable mask make its way to the wall. "I guess now you can see just how hard our work is," Caroline added smugly as she turned to Ren. As he chuckled, Ren stood up and helped the twins stand, then after clearing his throat playfully he spoke. "That, my dear assistant, was entirely on purpose. I didn't have that persona," he joked, causing the twins to roll their eyes even as a smile appeared on their faces. The trio called for the masks again, as Ren bowed once again to give it another try. This time Justine was the first one to grab his hand, with Caroline doing a curtsy before she began to dance in a circle around the pair. Learning from his past mistake, he was able to release Justine in time, who sounded as a ballerina before swapping places with her sister, taking Caroline's starting position. The dance continued with Justine completing another full circle around the pair before Ren spun and released Caroline, who continued to spin before gracefully slowing down and stopping next to Justine. The three of them gave one final bow to each other before the masks floated off from their faces, dancing in the air before fusing into a mask resembling a teddy bear, the representation of the persona bugs. After a moment, the mask floated before settling on the wall. "That was quite enjoyable," Justine said, a soft smile on her face as she turned to her sister. "Yeah, because our trickster didn't mess it up this time," Caroline teased, giving Ren a smug smile. Ren rolled his eyes at her, before reaching his hand out for another mask which floated elegantly until it landed in his face. "Do you want to do another one?" Ren asked with a smile on his face. The feeling of fusing a persona was something unique. He really did feel as if he was synchronized with his assistants and the room itself. With a nod from the twins, they began to practice fusion after fusion. After some more accidental fusions because of Ren's mistakes, he began to get the hang of it. Each dance was different, depending on the persona being created, but they all were elegant. After time, Ren even performed a few fusions with just Caroline and just Justine, noticing the small differences on the resulting persona depending who he danced with. It was something truly amazing. As much as he was enjoying the process, the twins were enjoying it even more. They both had a smile that wouldn't leave their faces no matter what, though it was clear that Caroline was trying to hide it. The entire process was almost like a dream, and after adding a lot of new masks to his wall, they decided to move on to trying different things. Working side by side with the twins, Ren began to experiment with the cards that he had found in mementos. They each had skills that could be engraved with a persona by performing a small dance while wearing the mask and holding the card, though interestingly, the type of dance depended on the element of the card. He then moved on to experiment with the rest of the features of the Velvet Room. It was strange just how much everything made sense now. But after some playing around some more, he realized just how much time had passed. If his calculations were right, then it was probably already dark outside, which meant he had to start making his way back. "I thank you, trickster. This is a day I will forever remember," Justine said as she grabbed onto the blue book once again, placing it close to her chest. "Yeah, well, you were still messing up a lot. So you should come back here again to continue practicing on your skills. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself in front of our master if he came to watch one of our performances, would you?" Caroline asked, though it was clear she was just asking him to come back again soon. Ren couldn't help but smile as he ruffled the twins' hair again. Though Caroline didn't jump back this time. "How about next time I take both of you to LeBlanc? I'm getting pretty good at making coffee and curry, so I can cook both of you a good meal. We haven't gone out to explore in a bit, so after eating, we can go wherever you want." The twins smiled at the offer before Justine spoke up. "It would be our honor, trickster. As long as you promise not to slack off with your training, it should be fine. It is our duty as your assistant to entertain you from time to time, after all. Waving goodbye, he left the velvet room, not noticing the long-nosed man, who had sat far back in the audience seats during their performance. As he stepped back into the real world, Ren felt a small headache pass over his head as well as some exhaustion. Damn, I didn't realize how hungry I was. Ren muttered, shaking off the small headache before making his way to the closest food store, Big Bang Burger. Tilda Confidence Tilda. Caroline and Justine, the strength, rank 5. Another fun fact, every time Ren awakens in the velvet room, I usually say his eyes flutter open, cause butterflies. If you know, you know. Also, shout out to Weeby_ for suggesting how the fusion accidents should be all the way back in Chapter 16. Chapter 100, The Tower's Love. Asterisk asterisk. 3,421 words. If you are here for the persona, but not the lemon, feel free to skip anything past tilde 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 lol. Had to make it special for the 100th chap. Hopefully, it doesn't feel out of place. Shiho opened her eyes to the soft morning light filtering through her curtains, letting out a contented yawn. She stretched her arms above her head, feeling the familiar comfort of her bed. Today was a day off, and she intended to make the most of it. Rolling out of bed, she reached for her phone, the screen lighting up to reveal a picture that never failed to make her smile, a snapshot of their group at the Penguin Airsoft Club. Ren was front and center, holding Mona aloft like Simba in The Lion King, a goofy grin on his face. The memory brought a chuckle to her lips as she prepared to start her day. Life had changed dramatically for Shiho. The dark days of fear and defeat felt like a distant memory, replaced by a whirlwind of activity and newfound happiness. Her schedule was busier than ever, but she cherished the sense of purpose and fulfillment that came with her new life. After a quick breakfast, she decided to visit a place that held a special significance to her, the temple in Kichijoji. As a child, she spent countless weekends there while her mother worked nearby. The monks, especially a kind friend of her mother's, had watched over her, offering a sense of peace and safety under the shelter of the massive tree on the temple grounds. Arriving at the temple, Shiho felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. She walked to the old tree, its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. She remembered playing hide-and-seek among the roots, the monks' gentle laughter as they joined in her games, and the quiet moments of prayer that instilled a sense of calm within her. Now, as a phantom thief, the temple had taken on new significance. It was her sanctuary, a place where she could meditate and recharge. She found that the longer she meditated, the less strain she felt when using her skills. So she made it a point to stop by whenever she could so that she would always have enough energy to support the thieves. Shiho sat beneath the tree, closing her eyes and letting her mind drift. She couldn't help but smile as memories of her first kiss with Ren surfaced, bringing a warmth to her heart. Thinking of the little trickster. Cersei's voice echoed in her mind, the static that once separated them now barely noticeable. You don't get it, Cersei, Shiho muttered with a grin, causing her persona to laugh. If you say so. They talked for a while, Shiho finding comfort in the bond she shared with Cersei, even though her persona had a strange personality that surfaced occasionally. As she was ready to leave the temple, she moved to the shrine once again, holding her hands in prayer. Because of the metaverse, she didn't know what to believe anymore, but it was still an action that brought her some comfort. Opening her eyes, she saw a small, almost invisible, ethereal butterfly softly land on her hand. It felt strangely familiar, stirring something deep within her. The butterfly fluttered away before she could ponder further, leaving her with a sense of wonder. After leaving the shrine, Shiho met up with Makoto. The two had grown close since they started taking martial arts classes together. These classes had become a regular part of their routine, a way to bond and strengthen both their bodies and their friendship. Today was no different. After an intense practice session, Shiho wiped the sweat from her forehead as she and Makoto headed to the changing room. Wow, you really took Takemu's advice to heart, huh? Shiho remarked, glancing at Makoto's new outfit. Makoto's usual attire had been replaced by the edgier clothes Takemi helped her pick out, including a stylish leather jacket. Makoto chuckled as she adjusted the jacket. You should have seen my sister's face when she saw these clothes. Even though she didn't say anything, it was clear she thought it was weird. Well, either way, it looks good on you, Shiho replied with a smile, finishing getting dressed. They left the gym together, deciding to grab a bite to eat. They chose a cozy cafe nearby, and Shiho ordered her favorite dish, savoring the joy her new routine had given her. As they sat down to eat, Makoto hesitated for a moment before asking. So how's everything with Ren going? She wasn't entirely sure how to phrase the question. Despite An and Shiho explaining their unique situation, Makoto still found it a bit unusual for both of them to be with the same guy. Though there was also a tinge of jealousy she couldn't quite shake. Shiho took a moment to gather her thoughts, then smiled. It's going well. Ren's been really supportive, and we are all figuring things out together. It's different, but it works for us. Honestly, I'm kind of glad how things turned out. It's maybe a little selfish of me, but I wanted An to test the waters with him first, Shiho explained, her voice steady and thoughtful. I was really afraid at first, but seeing how well things were going with An gave me the confidence to step up and open up again, you know. Shiho took a bite of her food, savoring the flavors and the warmth of the cafe. I think so. Makoto replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Honestly, I was kind of expecting things to fall apart, Shiho admitted with a nostalgic smile. I thought it would become a huge mess, or that he would reject me, or that we'd try it out, and I'd end up feeling left out, or that he would like An but not me. Or, well, you know, that it would all go wrong. You were sabotaging yourself? Makoto asked, slightly confused but intrigued. Shiho burst into soft laughter, nodding her head. Yeah, kinda. I was pretty afraid, and, in a way, I wanted him to push me away. But look at me now, all happy and stupid in love. If I'm not the fool, then what am I? It's honestly great. I'm happy, he's happy, An's happy. She paused, a soft smile spreading across her face, as she recalled a particular moment. You should have seen him on the boat. The moment I was in danger, he sent his persona to take the hits for me even though he was in the middle of a fight. He likes to act all smart and strategic, but he's also pretty emotional when it comes down to it. Yeah, he's kind of like that, Makoto mused. After a moment of contemplation, she hesitated before asking, so, it isn't weird? Looking at Makoto's curious expression, Shiho burst out laughing once again. Wanna join and see for yourself? She asked playfully, causing Makoto to blush deeply. After a few moments, Shiho shook her head, still smiling. Well, to be honest, there have been some weird things to figure out. But we make it work because we care about each other. And because we are willing to talk things out, even when it's uncomfortable. I just happen to like the guy who likes to flirt with girls, whether he realizes it or not. You're no exception, Makoto. Shiho said with a teasing grin. Makoto's blush deepened, and she couldn't help but laugh along with Shiho. Ren's an idiot, huh? A bit? You don't know how nervous he makes me every time he decides to do something risky. And every time I tell him to be careful, he just smiles at me and says, always, Shiho agreed, shaking her head with a smile. That's not quite what I meant, Makoto said, shaking her head, but then she chuckled. But you're not wrong. As their conversation wrapped up, the two friends continued to chuckle and chat about various topics. Eventually, it was time to part ways. Stepping outside, Shiho took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air as she glanced at the sky. She pulled out her phone and looked at her wallpaper again. I wonder if he's busy. Shiho muttered to herself, a wild idea crossing her mind before she shook her head. Talking with Makoto had made her miss him, even though they had seen each other the day before. You know, there's one last first you could take this time since you let Carmen have the other ones. Cersei's playful and flirtatious voice echoed in her mind, chuckling slightly. Cersei. Shiho muttered, feeling the familiar feminine laugh reverberate within her. You thought about it first. Come on, you have been thinking about it for some time now. Remember, you cannot fool me. I am thou, and thou art I. Why don't you go over and see where things go? Shiho hesitated for a moment, contemplating Cersei's suggestion. Trusting her gut, she decided to head over to LeBlanc for totally innocent reasons. As she entered the cozy cafe, she noticed it was about to close. Hey there, Ren's upstairs. But if you're hungry, I have some extras I was going to take home. Sojiro offered with a friendly smile. Shaking her head, Shiho quickly thanked him before heading upstairs. She found Ren completely focused on creating more infiltration tools for their next heist. Hearing her steps, he turned around, his expression softening into a warm smile as he immediately set the tools aside. Shiho. How are you doing? Are you hungry? I can cook you up something if you want. Ren offered as he stood up to greet her. Shaking her head, Shiho made her way over to the couch and plopped down. I just wanted to hang out since I was bored, Shiho said, watching as Ren moved to sit beside her. The moment he did, she snuggled up to him, finding comfort in his presence. So, how was your day? Ren asked, his voice soft and inviting. Shiho smiled, feeling the warmth of his body. It was good. I met up with Makoto, and we had a great time. We practiced martial arts and had a nice meal together. Oh? Did you learn any new moves? Ren asked, his golden eyes glowing slightly as he looked at her. Yeah, I bet I could beat you up right now. Want me to throw you over my shoulder? Shiho teased, giggling slightly as she felt his hand begin to play with her hair. If you want to, but I gotta warn you, I'm quite clingy when I get hurt, so you might have to take care of me while I heal from the slam. It's a risk I am willing to take. They cuddled on the couch, their conversation flowing naturally as they talked about random things. The atmosphere was light and playful until a petal from one of the poppies in the room landed on Shiho's head, momentarily taking them out of the moment. Shiho held the petal, her mind wandering back to Cersei's words. She had heard Sojiro shout that he was leaving and locking up the store, so she knew it was just the two of them. With a surge of confidence, Shiho moved to sit on top of Ren, straddling him. Ren looked at her in surprise. Ren. I just want to check something, Shiho said, looking deeply into Ren's eyes. There's something I noticed. Whenever we kiss, whenever we are together. Why haven't we, crossed that line? Ren was still surprised by her sudden actions, but after a moment, he answered. I didn't want to pressure you. Explain. Shiho asked with narrowed eyes. You tense up sometimes. It's only for a moment, and it happens at random, but there are times when I have seen you suddenly tense up. I can somewhat guess why it happens. So I didn't want to push you to do anything if you weren't fully comfortable. Shiho felt a wave of emotions wash over her. She hadn't realized how much Ren had noticed, how much he cared about her comfort. It was a testament to his thoughtfulness and respect for her boundaries. Ren, she began softly, thank you. I'd be lying if I said I didn't realize I did that. I guess there's still a part of me that's healing. Ren's eyes softened as he gently cupped her cheek. Shiho, we'll go at your pace. I'm here for you, no matter what. She leaned into his touch, feeling a deep sense of gratitude and love. I want to move forward, Ren. With you. I just needed to know that you felt the same way. Tilda tilde 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 tilde. At the moment, Ren was struggling to hold back. He felt Shiho sitting on top of him, a slight blush on her face, and her breathing becoming heavier, as she slightly began to move her hips while sitting on him. He wasn't sure what had made her suddenly become so bold, but he could feel his heart begin to race as he answered. I do, Shiho. More than anything. The moment she heard his answer, Shiho felt her heart swell with affection. She closed the distance between them, capturing his lips in a tender kiss. The kiss deepened with each passing moment, the warmth and intimacy between them growing. As her mind buzzed with excitement, Shiho broke the kiss, her breathing slightly uneven. Can you let me do it at my pace? She asked softly, her eyes searching his for reassurance. I have felt very powerless in the past, so for my first time. I want to be the one in control. Ren nodded his head, his mind already running with the possibilities. Taking a deep breath to steady herself and boost her confidence, Shiho reached down and slowly took off her shirt. The action revealed her modest breasts, covered by a black bra, and her toned abs and muscular arms, a testament to her dedication to training with the thieves and her time on the volleyball team. Ren couldn't help but swallow at the sight, his hand moving subconsciously to touch her body. Tracing his hand across her stomach, he could feel how warm she was, her breathing becoming heavier before his thoughts were interrupted by another kiss, Shiho pressing her body against him as tight as she could before pulling back slightly and starting to unbutton his shirt. Before either of them knew it, they had moved to the bed, with Shiho pushing Ren first before jumping on top of him to continue kissing him as she slowly pulled down her pants, leaving her covered only in her underwear. Shiho felt hot as her skin pressed against his, and without being able to help it, Ren reached down to unbuckle his pants before he felt Shiho's hand stop him, only for her to finish the job. Reaching down, she pulled down his pants, leaving him in just his underwear, too. However, it was clear just how excited he was as his member was rock hard. Before Ren could do anything, he felt Shiho sit right on his member before lowering her body to kiss him once again. With only their thin fabric between them, he could feel her entrance cradling him, gently moving back and forth as they got lost in their kiss. After a few moments, Shiho finally separated to take a deep breath, her hands finding their way behind her to take her bra off, revealing her small, perfect breasts. Ren couldn't help but get lost in the sight of her body, her toned muscles and delicate curves. She then took his hands and placed them on her chest, guiding him to cup her breasts, his touch sending shivers of pleasure down her spine. Ren's fingers gently caressed her nipples, causing them to harden under his touch. Shiho closed her eyes, savoring the sensation, as she continued to move her hips, their bodies still entwined in that intimate dance. As the passion between them grew, Shiho reached down to take off her underwear, revealing her arousal to Ren. His eyes widened in desire, his heart pounding in anticipation. He knew the moment had come, the moment they had both been waiting for. As she took off his underwear, she couldn't help but let out a heavy breath, looking down at his member with anticipation as her body began to warm up even more in anticipation. Ren, on his part, felt like he was struggling not to push her down and start, but by taking a deep breath, he was able to calm down slightly. He saw as Shiho made her way back up, sitting on his member and cradling it with her own folds. He could feel her excitement as she moved, his member slowly being coated with her juices, and just as he thought he was about to go crazy, Shiho stopped. Freezing momentarily before her expression became determined as she raised her hips slightly and guided him to her entrance. Slowly, she began to lower herself, her hot insides wrapping Ren tightly as she took in a deep breath and stifled a whimper of discomfort. Leaning down again while her body became accustomed, the two of them kissed again, with Ren reaching for her breasts once again as he began to play with the sensitive nipples. As she moaned into his mouth, Shiho took a moment to separate their lips as she took a deep breath, her face bright red as she whispered, "Ren. I love you. I love you too, Shiho." Ren replied immediately, his mind buzzing with excitement as he felt her tighten at his words. Raising back up, she then slowly began to move her hips, gently rocking back and forth on top of him. Ren could feel every inch of her, skin against skin, as she firmly held herself in place. Shiho's eyes fluttered shut as she continued to move, her breaths becoming more ragged with each passing second. "Ren." She moaned as she felt his hands begin to wander through her body, caressing her breasts, then moving to her stomach, her legs, her ass, and even her little bean. As the warmth inside her grew, so too did her trust and her affection for Ren. She was no longer that powerless girl from the past. She was strong, and she was in control of this experience. With every movement, her excitement grew, her breathing becoming even more heavy as her mind began to go blank. More and more moans filled the air as her movements became faster and more frantic, her hips moving wildly on top of him. Ren could feel her tightening around him, her body quivering with desire. His hands continued to touch her, exploring every inch of her skin, memorizing the feel of her in this intimate moment. As her moans filled the room, he knew that she was close, the peak of their passion within reach. He could feel the tension building within himself, his own desires growing stronger with each movement. His heart raced, his breath shallow, his mind consumed by the pleasure of the moment. Suddenly, Shiho's eyes widened, and she cried out, her body convulsing around his. Ren felt the warm flood of her release, her muscles clenching tightly around him, as she rode out the waves of ecstasy. Shiho, Ren said as he caught his breath, feeling the buzzing in his mind as she continued to gently move. Ren. Shiho moaned as she let her body fall gently on top of him, their skin touching as she began to kiss him once again. And, after a few more minutes of the continuous kiss, with her hips gently moving all throughout, he felt her moan once again, as she pressed her body against him. Letting her mind go blank, as she felt him explode inside of her. Falling gently to the side of the bed, she took deep breaths as her eyes looked at Ren, her face flushed with a blush, as she saw him still rearing to go. It's your turn. I trust you, she said, her face still blushing as she felt Ren climb on top of her, her legs instinctively wrapping around him as he lined himself back up again. Chapter 101, The Pawns and the Puppeteers. 2,288 words. Hey there, sorry for not posting as daily as usual. Managing the second story was more work than I thought, but I am actually really enjoying diving into Tensuro again. My new upload schedule will be one chap every other day of about 2k to 3k words. That's my goal. Thanks for reading the story so far, and I hope you enjoy the chapter. Chapter 100 marked the end of the first volume, The Birth of the Phantom Thieves. Welcome to Volume 2, The Pawns and the Puppeteers. This is where the fun begins. As the morning rays broke through the window, Ren opened his eyes, feeling the comforting warmth of Shiho's body resting next to him. Memories of their shared moments from last night flooded his mind, and a gentle smile tugged at his lips as he saw how Shiho had instinctively cuddled up closer to him when she sensed him move. Seeing her sleeping face without a single worry in the world, he couldn't help but move in to give her a soft kiss on the forehead. He could see the crimson thread of fate connecting them glowing brightly, letting off a slightly golden shimmer. When Shiho stirred awake, a moment of confusion washed over her. But as the events of the previous night came rushing back, a blush of embarrassment mixed with a sense of relief painted her cheeks. It was as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders, and she couldn't help but feel a newfound lightness in her heart. After quickly getting dressed and stealing one of Ren's jackets for herself, she made her way down to see Ren cooking up some food. Once he saw her, he gave her a bright smile. Hey there. I'm making some curry, so you can sit down and wait. I should be done soon. Curry? For breakfast? Shiho asked with a small giggle before making her way down and sitting. I know it's your favorite, but you really should start making healthier food for breakfast. It's the most important meal of the day. That's a myth, and my curry was made by a scientist to be the best curry ever. So checkmate, Ren said with a chuckle, enjoying the sight of her smiling. Shiho laughed, the sound light and carefree. She watched him as he cooked, feeling a sense of enjoyment and happiness. The intimacy of the morning routine, the playful banter, it all felt so natural, so right. Just as they were about to start eating, Sojiro walked in, and after giving the pair a quick glance, he couldn't help but chuckle slightly. "Hoo boy," was all he said before he turned around and left to go back home, giving them some more time alone. Shiho blushed slightly before the two of them laughed it off, and after they finished eating, the two of them left to go to school. Thankfully, she had built up the habit of keeping a spare uniform at school to change into after practice. After school, Takemi had informed him that Yusuke had fully recovered from his newly strengthened connection to his persona, so Ren had given the go-ahead for Futaba to begin with the calling card process. In a distant room, a blue-haired detective stood in front of a crimson-haired elegant woman. The Kiriho group had been closely monitoring the mental shutdown cases. With each incident announced in the news, the shadows became more erratic. This was a worrisome sign for Mitsuru Kiriho, the crimson-haired woman, who had seen firsthand what disturbed shadows could lead to. An anomaly in the cases caught their attention. A school PE teacher, who had confessed to all of his crimes before experiencing a mental shutdown. Since any anomaly warranted investigation, the Kiriho group immediately dispatched their best detective, Naoto Shirogane, to examine the case. Naoto followed the trail to a few different students, Ren Amamiya, Shiho Suzue, Ruja Sakamoto, and Takamaki. Her initial investigations didn't yield much. They all appeared to be regular kids. However, she noticed some activities that piqued her interest. The sudden purchase of a gym membership and airsoft weapons stood out. Despite this, their day-to-day activities seemed normal. They hung out like any group of friends. Not wanting to get tunnel-visioned on one group, Naoto decided to follow a few other leads while regularly checking back with the first suspects. Then, the Kaneshiro incident occurred. The world was shaken by the announcement, and even more so by the proof that was provided. The shadows grew particularly restless with the sudden appearance of vigilantes. While some welcomed them as heroes, others saw them as something to be feared. Fear often leads to anger or surrender. And the one thing the Kiriho group wanted most, above all, was to prevent another case of apathy syndrome. From there, Naoto was almost ready to dismiss the students. There was no way they could pull off a hack of that scale. However, during an interrogation with a suspect named Taro, a criminal who worked directly under Kaneshiro, she learned of an interesting figure named Akira Kurusu. A student with dark curly hair who claimed Shujin as his territory. Akira had asked Taro not to mess with students from his school anymore and later came looking for a job, making big promises before disappearing. This description matched Ren Amamiya. After that, Naoto began to pay closer attention to the group, diving deeper into the backgrounds of each member. It was during this investigation that she noticed a new addition, Makoto Niijima. On a lucky day while observing Ren, she caught a glimpse of him entering the Sakura household, which led her to Futaba Sakura, or more accurately, Wakaba Shiki, her mother. Previously, Wakaba's death had been dismissed as a simple suicide. However, as Naoto delved deeper, she discovered the hidden secrets behind Wakaba's research in cognitive science. Although most of the documents had been deleted, Naoto found a few traces that only a trained eye could spot. Cognitive science involved researching the collective unconscious, which immediately reminded Naoto of the TV world she had once explored. With Izanami gone, she had lost access to it, and the midnight hour was completely out of reach since Nyx had been sealed away. This made her even more suspicious. Her suspicions grew strong enough that she decided to sign up for a TV interview, an interview in which students from Shujin Academy would appear. She wanted to send them a message and observe their reactions firsthand. While Ren remained mostly stoic throughout the interaction, the rest of his team failed to conceal their emotions as well as he did. This all but confirmed it for Naoto, but since Mitsuru needed definite proof before interfering with students, she began to closely monitor the group. She waited for their next slip-up while continuing her own research into the mental shutdowns. To her surprise, the Phantom Thieves were quite adept at hiding their identities. Naoto often lost track of them in crowds, unable to find them again. That was until she followed the group to Madarame's shack. For the first time, she captured proof of how they entered the collective unconscious. Mitsuru, I have confirmed that the group I followed was the Phantom Thieves. They don't seem to access the collective unconscious through either the midnight hour or the TV world. They can pretty much enter it from anywhere, which explains why I would keep losing their track. Naoto reported, placing a few pictures she had taken of the group vanishing on the table. Mitsuru examined the photos, her expression serious. This is troubling. If they have this kind of access, it means there's another entry point to the collective unconscious that we are unaware of. Naoto nodded. Exactly. It's possible they've discovered a method that bypasses the usual restrictions. This could explain the increase in shadow activity and the mental shutdowns. Should we see them as a threat? The shadows have been becoming more restless ever since they made their first appearance. You know what could happen if things keep going like this, Mitsuru spoke, her face becoming grave as she thought back to her past. I don't think they have bad intentions, Naoto said, producing a few more pictures of the group spending time together, all of them with smiles on their faces. They don't fit the same characteristics of either Ardaki or Strega. If anything, they remind me a bit of my own investigation team back in the day. Mitsuru grabbed the pictures, a slight nostalgic smile appearing on her face as she saw the group. I see. She continued, her smile fading as she remembered the face of one of her closest allies who had sacrificed himself. In that case, we need to make contact soon. You already know what it means for there to be another entrance to the collective unconscious. Mitsuru said with a determined expression. Another god is messing around, Naoto finished, earning a nod from Mitsuru. Nyx is still sealed, even if the shadows are starting to grow restless, and there is no fog. This means we are dealing with an unknown enemy. We need to be more careful than ever not to accidentally strengthen them. Mitsuru said, tapping her leg as she thought. Should I contact the investigation team? Naoto asked, earning a shake of the head from Mitsuru. Not yet. They all have their own responsibilities. We don't know how long it will take for us to figure out our next steps. We should only contact them if there is an emergency, or if we are ready to act. Naoto nodded, gathering her belongings as she prepared to leave again. Should I make contact with the Phantom Thieves? She asked. Mitsuru thought for a few moments before nodding. Yes, but approach cautiously. I want to meet the leader of the Phantom Thieves, but I need to finish a few more preparations on my side first. I will call on the lab to prepare some gear for them should they join us. Seeing Mitsuru's worried expression, Naoto gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I will take care of everything on my side. If the worst comes to happen, I have my evoker with me. Mitsuru smiled in response, raising the teacup in front of her to take a calming sip. Don't push yourself too much, Naoto. You have already done enough. As Naoto left, Mitsuru couldn't help but pick up the pictures once again, looking deeply at the smiling figures. They are just kids, just like we used to be back in the day. She whispered, her eyes turning nostalgic as she moved to look at the group picture SEES had taken. I wanted to avoid bringing more young people into this mess. But it seems fate keeps forcing them to bear the burdens of the world. Placing the picture down so she wouldn't have to look at it anymore, Mitsuru gazed outside at the dark sky. It was a new moon, so the only thing visible were the city lights in the distance. Mental shutdowns and now Phantom Thieves. I wonder what you would think of this, Makoto. Velvet, oh Velvet. Humming to herself with a smile, a silver-haired woman with golden eyes wandered across the streets of Yonganjaya. Elizabeth followed the trail of death and the collective unconscious in the air until she arrived at a clinic. Both the awakening of a death arcana persona and the countless flowers Takemi had gathered had been enough to give Elizabeth something to follow. This must be the place. It seems we have finally found our path to the new fool, Elizabeth mused to herself, as she peered through the window of the closed clinic. What do you think, Thanatos? She asked, pulling a card from her beloved Fool's Compendium. I sense her presence. There is someone who should be dead. He feels familiar. Thanatos' voice echoed in her mind. With a surprised smile, Elizabeth turned to look in the direction Thanatos indicated. She followed the path until she spotted a small cafe tucked inside an alley. Inside, a black-haired man was cleaning up. He had golden eyes that felt strangely familiar to her, but more than that, she could see the glowing card above his head, the final card she was missing to achieve the World Arcana, the Judgment. With a wide smile, Elizabeth made her way to the door and tried to open it, only to crash against the locked door. The noise was enough to draw the attention of Ren inside. His eyes widened as he saw the familiar attire of a velvet room attendant. As he moved to open the door, he saw her smile become wider as she introduced herself. Fool. I have been searching for you for a long time. I am Elizabeth, a former servant of the Velvet Room. May I come inside? I have a lot to talk to you about. Confidence. Shiho Suzue, the Tower, rank 9 Blackheart. Elizabeth, the Moon, rank 1. AN. Shout out to John Redsea, who recommended Thanatos reacting to Takima's Death Arcana Awakening. Also, if you recommend something and I forget to give you a shout out, remind me. Sometimes, I remember someone mentioned something, but then I can't find who did it because I lost track of the comment. Also, if you have any questions about this chapter, feel free to drop them down in the comments. I will answer as long as it isn't a spoiler. But I will also go more in depth explaining stuff from P3 and P4 as I go with Naoto and Mitsuru's confidant. Chapter 102, The Pawn. 2,429 words. My goal is still at least one every other day, but hey, if I am able to write an extra chap, I will LOL. Since I am 2 chaps ahead on the Rimuru story, I decided to go ahead and post today. The strange woman, Elizabeth, was looking at Ren with a bright, enigmatic smile. Her golden eyes analyzed him, as if she was searching for something. Her facial expressions seemed to be changing, as if she was having a conversation with herself, and after a few moments, she nodded to herself in approval. Ah, how rude of me. I didn't give you a chance to introduce yourself, fool. May I ask, what is your name? Ren stared at the strange woman for a few seconds before answering. Ren Amamiya. Nice to meet you, Elizabeth. I've always been curious about the sisters of the twins. Elizabeth tilted her head with some confusion as she asked. The twins? Sweet Lavenza and Geneva weren't twins. Though they do look similar, could it be that I accidentally skipped a fool? She mused to herself before asking, what do your attendants look like? Caroline and Justine. Caroline is a bit of a tsundere, while Justine is more soft-spoken but nice. They kind of look like kids, to be honest, and they have eye patches covering one of their eyes, Ren explained. Elizabeth's eyes widened slightly. No, those certainly aren't either of the sisters I know. Though they do sound sweet, I truly wish I were allowed to meet them. However, it seems Igor is no longer permitting me to return. Perhaps I will ask Margaret if she has any luck, as long as she isn't too busy with her fool to visit her sisters. Elizabeth giggled, as if she had just told a joke only she understood. Realizing this might be a long conversation, Ren offered her some food, which she accepted with a smile. As they sat down, Elizabeth continued, still smiling. I apologize for the sudden question, but could you explain to me everything that has happened since you gained access to the Velvet Room? I have been locked out for some time, so I haven't been able to gather as much information as I used to. Since she was the sister of the twins and a former Velvet Room assistant, Ren figured that she was trustworthy enough. As he looked at her, he couldn't quite read what was on her mind, but he didn't feel that she was trying to hurt him. So he began to explain everything since he first got to Shujin. He talked about Kamoshida, Kaneshiro, Futaba, Madarame, all of his confidants, and even about himself, though he skipped the major personal details. There was something about the way she just smiled and nodded her head that made him feel at ease about opening up. After taking a sip of her drink, Elizabeth went silent for a moment, contemplating his words. Could I see the scalpel that my master gave you? I am truly intrigued. Her smile widened, filled with a curious intensity. Calling forth the scalpel, Ren placed it on the table. Elizabeth instantly picked it up, focusing intently on the small blade. An item that is meant to turn the user into a Velvet Room attendant. I have never heard of such a thing before. She seemed completely absorbed by the scalpel, her finger tracing around the golden wing-like handle. She went quiet for a few minutes, deep in thought as she stared at the blade. Finally, she returned it to Ren. First of all, I would like to apologize. I hope you will accept it, Elizabeth said with her usual smile. Ren raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. What is it? He asked, earning a shake of her head. I guess it is to be expected. In that case, I will apologize again. Elizabeth shook her head slightly. After a moment, she cleared her throat, her expression becoming more serious. I am really hungry. Could I get some more of your curry? Ren looked at her skeptically, but no matter how much he tried to analyze her, she remained an enigma. From the way she talked to the way she moved, she was truly strange. Even the twins weren't as peculiar, despite their quirks. After staring at Elizabeth's smiling face for a few seconds, Ren nodded and went to get more food. By the time he returned, she was back to her usual self, eagerly grabbing her chopsticks and digging in. After a few bites, she let out a satisfied smile and spoke up. So far, you have done great with your mission. I can tell by the videos you played that you are trying to change the collective unconscious. You should continue to do as you have. The more hearts you change and the more you appear on the billboards, the better. Ren couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in suspicion. She was acting too weird, from suddenly asking for food to congratulating him. He wanted to be polite, given her connection to the Velvet Room, but there was only so much he could take. Tell me. What do you want? He asked seriously. Elizabeth froze for a moment, thinking to herself before nodding and answering. I want to become your new Velvet Room attendant. Now, to be clear, I do not wish to replace my two sisters. I just want to offer you some help out here in the real world. You have a battle ahead of you, and it is going to be the hardest battle you will ever fight. Elizabeth spoke, her face showing not a hint of dishonesty. So, you are here to help me? Ren asked, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Exactly. I understand what is happening now more than ever. Now that I have laid my eyes on you, fool, I can see that you are exactly the one I have been looking for. I want you to become strong enough to rival a god, so I will teach you personally. A god? Ren repeated, surprise flickering across his face. He had gotten a hint about it from Igor before, but hearing it from a Velvet Room attendant made it more real. Elizabeth leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with hope and excitement. What do you say, fool? Will you accept my guidance? I promise you that with my help, you will be able to reach heights other fools have only dreamed of. She said, laughing to herself as if she had just told another joke to herself, though even with her laughter, she seemed genuine. Ren glanced at the floating moon arcana card above her head. There was something about her passion that made him believe in her words. He had decided long ago to let himself be guided by his confidants, following on the fool's journey. The moon was a card of uncertainty, confusion, secrets, illusion, and intuition. It was a card that represented not letting your imagination get the better of yourself and lead you to the wrong conclusion. In fact, he could clearly see just how Elizabeth represented the moon by just how hard she was to read. It wasn't necessarily a bad card, it was more to act as a warning towards letting your imagination run wild and tricking yourself into acting, only to realize that you had been wrong all along. After a few moments of hesitation, he focused on the small transparent string connecting the two of them before nodding his head. I agree. Elizabeth's expression brightened instantly. She stood up, preparing to leave. Good. I must go prepare, Ren. However, a word of wisdom before I go. If you are going to continue using that scalpel, you better deepen your bonds with your social links. You'll need them. Ren frowned, stopping her with a question. Wait, what does that mean? Every time he had used the scalpel, he felt something was off, almost as if he was losing a part of himself. And now, a Velvet Room attendant was warning him about it. Do not misunderstand me, Ren. There are certainly benefits to using his gift. In fact, I would almost recommend it. The strength it will give you is undeniable. It is not turning you into a Velvet Room assistant, but something stronger, more like him. However, as your attendant, I must warn you that all power has its price. Do not let freedom become the price you pay. Next time you go to the Velvet Room, send him my regards. With that, Elizabeth gave a final enigmatic smile and vanished, leaving Ren alone with his thoughts and the cryptic warning. As she left, Ren couldn't get the strange feeling off from his chest, so he closed his eyes and focused as he called forth the twins. As he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar blue door resting in the middle of his room, and after a moment to take a deep breath he stepped in. Trickster. The words were immediate. Even before he could take in the familiar piano melody, Ren heard Igor's deep, resonant voice. Opening his eyes, he saw Igor seated in the audience, legs crossed, with a broad smile on his face. What caught his eye was the small ethereal butterfly sitting on the chair next to him, fluttering its wings slowly. Igor, Ren acknowledged, looking at the master of the Velvet Room. I'm sure you know why I'm here. Igor chuckled deeply, his smile widening. Of course I do. I am always watching the show, Trickster. I must say, a truly surprising addition to the cast. I was expecting the boy Mishima to be your moon, but it seems fate has a funny way of playing tricks on all of us. It makes me ever curious about who your devil and sun might be. Wren's gaze didn't waver. Elizabeth said to send you her regards. Hearing him, Igor burst out laughing, his deep voice echoing in the velvet room unlike ever before. It seemed like all of this was a massive joke to him, as if he was the only one who could see how ironic everything was. Trickster, my goal is to guide you on the right path. The path towards the salvation of humanity. That is the absolute truth. I never told you that the power I offered came without a price. I explicitly told you that it would turn you into a being like us, did I not? Wren frowned, remembering the conversation with Igor. He couldn't deny that it was the truth. Trickster, you yourself do not yet grasp the full extent of a fool's power. The power they obtain once they achieve the world. As the one who has guided you since your awakening in this world, I must warn you, do not place your trust in others so easily. The moon is an arcana that embodies secrets and illusions, do not let yourself be misled. Igor advised, his smile ever present as he stared at Wren. Wren felt a chill run down his spine as he heard the words. Instinctively, he activated his third eye skill, focusing on Igor. Yet, despite his efforts, all he could see was the smiling man before him. He remembered the first time he tried this, it had given him a splitting headache. He could see a small blur on the man's face. Now, he saw nothing out of the ordinary. He wasn't sure what to believe. He wanted to trust Igor, but he had already held some doubts in his heart. At the same time, Elizabeth had been practically unreadable during their entire interaction, making her equally suspicious. Igor watched his struggle with amusement, his chuckle filling the air once again. As a sign of trust, I will not ask you to believe in me blindly, trickster. Go on then, and deepen your bond with the moon. Once you do, you will see the truth as I do. You are nothing but a pawn. A pawn the moon wants to use. Then, after closing his eyes and thinking for a moment, he burst out laughing once again. I see. The justice, the hanged man, the death, the temperance, the devil, the star, the moon, the judgment, the counselor. With each arcana he listed, his laughter grew louder, a chilling echo that filled the velvet room. It seems the majority of your confidants see you as a pawn, trickster, Igor said, his chuckle still resonating across the theater. The bonds you placed your trust in are nothing more than puppeteers, whether they know it or not. The air in the velvet room grew heavier, and Wren felt as if he was being crushed simply by standing in front of Igor. He struggled to maintain his composure, the weight of Igor's words pressing down on him. And in the blink of an eye, it all vanished. The pressure, the music, the velvet room. It was just him and Igor. Trickster, I am the only one you can trust. Remember that. From the first day until now, I am the only one who has been on your side, the only one who knows the real you. Before he could continue, a small ethereal butterfly flew in between them. As it did, the velvet room returned to normal. Igor's frustrated look flashed for a moment before his usual smile reappeared. Go on then, trickster. It seems our time together is up. I won't be able to guide you for some time, but remember my words. As he finished speaking, Igor snapped his fingers, and the next thing Wren knew, he was staring at the ceiling of his room, with a curious Morgana watching him. Are you okay? You were standing in a daze, and then you suddenly fell down, Morgana asked, jumping down to meet Wren. I don't know. Wren replied, still in a daze. This morning he had been the happiest he had ever been, and now. Now he didn't know what to think. Wanna talk about it? Morgana asked, his tail moving gently from side to side. I don't know. Wren said, still trying to gather his thoughts. Tilda confidence Tilda. Igor, the fool, rank 7. I'm curious to see if anyone caught the little detail I slipped into Elizabeth and Wren's conversation. Also, let me know what you thought of the chapter. I'm not going to lie, I went unhinged there at the end. Fun stuff. Chapter 103, The Imposter's Game begins. 1946 words. I forgot to repost Takemi's thief pic after deleting the announcement chap, so here it is again, lol. Wren lay on the floor of his room for a moment, taking in everything that had just happened. Mona sat next to him, tail waving back and forth curiously, waiting for him to speak. He had just finished delivering the calling card to Madaraim, and had come back expecting to deliver the good news, but then he had found Ren like this. "Are you sure you don't want to talk about it?" Mona asked again, seeing the expression on Ren's face change, as he looked deep in thought. "You know, Mona, it's weird," Ren began, glancing at the countless flowers all around his room. "I feel like I should be freaking out, or devastated, or sad, or whatever. But I'm not. Mona tilted his head, watching as Ren sat up with a slightly confused expression. "I was scared," Ren started, recounting everything that had happened in the past few hours, from his meeting with Elizabeth and Igor. He felt entirely out of control when talking to Igor, almost as if he could be crushed at any moment. It felt like he was facing a god. Igor's words had weighed on him, meant to crush him down, but now that he was back in his room, he could think back to their interaction. The arcana Igor listed, as if they saw him as nothing more than a pawn: Goro Akechi, Munahisa Ui, Taitakemi, Sadaya Kawakami, the devil, Naoto Shirogane, Elizabeth, Sae Najima, and Takuto Maruki. It was strange, but he couldn't help but laugh now. "Yeah, duh," he chuckled as he said thought about it. Goro and he were playing their game. Whoever slipped first would lose. He hardly knew Ui, their relationship was purely business at the moment. He had literally promised Tai she could use him as she wanted. Kawakami was using him for his money, and he was fine with it. He didn't know who the devil was supposed to be, but so what? And as for Naoto, she had been spying on him, of course she was suspicious. Elizabeth didn't even need to be mentioned, it was clear she wanted to use him, but she would teach him in exchange. Even though he couldn't read her, he didn't feel any malice from her. He knew Sae was trying to use the thieves to get ahead in her career. That was literally the whole point of why they had contacted her, because she would try to use them. Which only left Maruki. The doctor he hadn't visited in some time, yet he could still remember the words Maruki had told him during their first meeting, to live for himself. As he explained everything to Morgana, he couldn't help but notice the frown on his face. "Igor," Mona began, his face complicated as he thought. "It hurts to remember, but it doesn't feel right." Petting Mona's head, Ren chuckled as he stood up. "Wanna go on a walk? It'd be good to clear our heads before the heist tomorrow." With a quick nod, Mona jumped onto Ren's bag, and as they stepped into the dark sky, Ren felt Mona's head poke out. It was quite calming, and as the two of them made their way through the busy city streets, Ren couldn't help but take in the sights. His mind felt clearer than ever, almost as if he was finally awake. Igor had told him to his face exactly what he was, a pawn. It was a fact he knew, he was playing an unfair game, a game rigged from the start. A game meant to entertain Igor and whoever else was watching. Now it all made sense to him. He had tried to run away from it before. After his talk with Maruki, he had thrown himself into his confidants, wanting to complete his fool's journey. That had been his mission, his purpose. Deep down, though, he still felt indebted to Igor. He had wanted to set a nice play for those watching him. "Ren, you know you're not just a pawn," Mona said, breaking the silence. "You've got something special. The way you connect with people, how you inspire them. That's not something Igor can control." Ren chuckled, shaking his head as his smile became wider, his golden eyes shining brighter than ever. "No, I am a pawn. That's the fun part," Ren said, giving Mona a wink and leaving the cat confused. Before Mona could ask, Ren brought a finger to his lips in a shushing motion. "Don't you think?" His conversation with Igor had been like a slap to the face, the slap he needed to fully realize what mattered to him. His confidants were his life, they were the ones he cared about. To try to place a bridge between him and them had been the wake-up call he needed. Mona went silent for a few moments, thinking about the words. It was clear Ren was hinting at something, and after a few moments, a mischievous smile appeared on Mona's face. "Oh?" Mona said, holding back his laughter as he gave a wink back. He had spent enough time watching Ren to understand what that mischievous look meant, and though he wasn't sure what Ren had planned, he had already sworn to follow him no matter what. As the two of them walked, the persona hiding in Ren's shadow, Tartuffe, couldn't help but smile as he heard the conversation. Good. It's time for us to play the role of our lifetimes. We are the impostors and the hypocrites. I am thou, and thou art I, trickster. I have been asleep until now, dreaming of this day. As the pair walked, Ren felt Tartuffe's genderless voice echo in his soul. The delighted laughter sounded both practiced and rehearsed yet strangely genuine, bringing a smile to Ren's face as he heard it. There hadn't been any static. Madaraim. As Madaraim walked back into his old shack, he couldn't help but accidentally shout the familiar words he used to. Habit was getting the better of him. Yusuka, I'm home, he finished, the words trailing off near the end. As he had expected, there was no answer. He had heard that Yusuka had requested a room at his school, and they had asked him for permission. It seemed the boy had finally made his escape. Madaraim sighed deeply, a mixture of anger and sorrow clouding his mind. As he moved to look at the destroyed room, he couldn't help but feel the anger rise in him again. He had only ever given to Yusuka, and the day he took something in return, the boy had snapped at him. He destroyed the room and all of the paintings he had created. Yet, as he stepped into the room, Madaraim couldn't help but sigh. He knelt down to pick up one of the paintings, the very first painting Yusuka had been proud of, which had now been torn to pieces. Holding the destroyed painting for some time, Madaraim shook his head. He'll realize his mistake soon enough, and then he'll be back. That's what he kept telling himself, but the slight unease in his stomach wouldn't leave no matter what. Moving to his studio, he revealed the painting he had been working on, his first original in a decade. At its center, it was a large, deformed tree. The tree's dark, twisted trunk was violently split down the middle, with exposed, tangled roots spreading across the ground. Surrounding the tree were shattered mirrors, each reflecting fragmented images of a contorted face. Scattered among the mirrors were broken art supplies, including paintbrushes, palettes, and canvases. The background was dominated by a stormy sky filled with swirling dark clouds and flashes of lightning. On one side of the painting, a shadowy figure with its back turned faded into the storm. The entire scene was painted in moody, dark tones, with dramatic lighting from the lightning bolts casting intense shadows and creating a stark contrast with the bright shards of the mirrors. After spending hours working on this painting, he eventually cleaned his brush before turning to the painting on his right, a recreation of one of Yusuka's destroyed paintings. The boy had acted too rashly, so he would fix his mistakes before he came back. Once he was ready to return home, he stepped out only to see a small crimson card hanging on the door to his shack. There was a moment of confusion as he opened the card, looking at it before his expression twisted in anger. Sir Ichirusai Madaraim, a great sinner of vanity, whose talent has been exhausted. The artist who uses his power over his students to shamelessly steal their ideas. You take the soul from the paintings you lay your hands on. A failure as an artist. An artist who would go as far as to desecrate their legacy by selling fake copies of the Sayuri. A scammer who lives only for the glory and praise of the masses. We have decided to make you confess with your own mouth for your crimes. We will take your distorted desires. Yours truly, the Phantom Thieves of Hearts. As he held the card in his hand, he couldn't help but crumple it up in anger before beginning to pace around in his room. He had heard about the rumors from Kaneshiro. He had turned himself in and confessed. He had lost everything. If he was being honest with himself, he was afraid. But as he looked at the note, he couldn't help but frown. Why the hell would they target me? Especially after they just went after Kaneshiro. I am below their pay grade. If anything, they should go after Okumura or even one of the Yakuza. With those thoughts in his mind, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Must just be one of my old students playing a prank on me. Madaraim shook his head, trying to dismiss the lingering unease. He crumpled the card in his hand and tossed it aside, determined not to let it bother him. But as he returned to his studio, the words from the note echoed in his mind. He sat down at his easel, staring at the canvas in front of him. The deformed tree and shattered mirrors seemed to mock him, reflecting his own twisted ambitions and the broken trust of his students. He tried to focus on his work, but his thoughts kept drifting back to the phantom thieves and their warning. Confess with my own mouth, he muttered, the words tasting bitter. They think they can scare me into submission. Once I find which student wrote that garbage, I'll make sure they never get accepted into any art class or museum. His brush moved mechanically, painting over Yusuka's destroyed work. The act felt hollow, a futile attempt to reclaim control. Confidence. Igor, the fool, rank 7, reversed. Ren Amamiya. The jester, rank 6. Morgana, the magician, rank 7. This is a slightly shorter chap, at 1.8k, but since palace chaps always go pretty long, I decided to cut it off short in this one. Also, any feedback is always welcome. If you have any questions about the story or are confused, just drop the question, and as long as it isn't a spoiler, I will try to answer it as best as I can. But also, just in general drop comments cause I love to read them, and they really motivate me. CYA. Chapter 104, The Teacher and the Student. 3,287 words. Wait. Futaba's voice echoed just as they were about to start their heist. There is something wrong with that painting. Futaba's warning came just in time, causing them all to freeze in their places. Tension filled the air as they awaited her analysis. Moments later, Futaba's curse cut through the silence. Damn it, the painting there is a fake. Let me try to find the real one. Ren's eyes narrowed as he saw Madarame standing before a covered painting. The man's vigilant gaze darted from place to place, a slight smirk playing on his lips. It made sense that someone who lived by copying and stealing art would use a decoy to protect his treasure. Fortunately, Futaba detected the trick in time. The real painting is in a dangerous place, Futaba continued. That room is packed with countless paintings and shadows. If you go there, you could be swarmed. The warning shifted the mood for the thieves. They would have to choose between one trap and the other. As Ren weighed their options, inspiration struck. A smile crept across his face as he addressed the group. We are going to take the bait. The thieves let out a few confused murmurs, but it all settled down once Ren continued. The shadows in those paintings hate Madarame as much as they hate us, he explained. This trap isn't just for us, it's for him too. If we use that to our advantage, we can stick to our plan, though we'll need to tweak it slightly. His mind raced with possibilities, each leading to a similar risky path. But they were prepared for this. With a collective nod, the group agreed to the revised plan. Yusuka, Mona, and himself would infiltrate the room with the real painting, steal it, and prepare for their escape. Meanwhile, Shiho, Ruji, and An would ensure the escape route was clear, while Makoto would create a distraction to divert attention. Futaba, on the other hand, would keep an eye on everything and inform them if anything went wrong. The odds of avoiding a confrontation were slim, but the more advantageous their position before the fight, the better their chances of success. With determined nods, the group split up and headed on their respective paths. Ren's team soon arrived at a peculiar room. It appeared to be an ordinary wall adorned with a painted door, but as Ren reached out, the door became real, revealing a hidden entrance. The room inside was a magnificent space that seemed to stretch infinitely, its walls and ceilings covered with countless paintings. However, as Ren activated his third eye, he realized the room's size was an illusion. The space was cleverly painted to look massive, but in reality, it was no larger than a warehouse. Without Ren's ability, they might have wandered aimlessly, but his skill guided them through the deceptive space until they found a small, unassuming wooden door. It looked out of place amidst the museum's grandeur, yet it held their objective. They opened the door cautiously, and were taken aback by what they saw. It was a recreation of Yusuka's old room, the one he had destroyed before leaving. At the center of the room sat a singular painting, the Sayuri. Watch out! Madarame is making his move. He just jumped into the painting. And all of the guards are following him. Futaba's urgent voice called out. Just as she spoke, countless shadows began to emerge from the golden room behind them. Madarame, Yusuka muttered, his expression hardening as he saw his former mentor. Yusuka. Is that you? Ha! I knew it. I knew you'd come back. You wouldn't betray me after all I've done for you. Madarame's expression twisted into a vicious grin as he chuckled. All this trouble for a stupid painting. Do you even know how much it's going to cost to fix up that room? Tension thickened in the air as Yusuke stepped forward, his mask bursting into golden flames as Gomen materialized behind him. Sensei, I have admired you all my life. It hurts me to say this, but today you stop. There will be no more stolen art, no more fake Sayuris. I will stop you with my own hands. Yusuke's voice was filled with emotion, but Madarame cut him off with a mocking laugh. What is this? Some sort of drama? Yusuke, my boy, why don't you just shut up and come to me? I have a gift for you back at home. Yusuke hesitated, his expression pained. He turned to Ren, his eyes filled with a mix of sorrow and determination. Joker, I know this goes against the plan, but could I ask for permission to fight my master? Even now, I still hold affection for him. So I want to defeat him, artist to artist, teacher to student. His voice trembled with the weight of his words, practically begging him for permission. Please. Yusuke begged one last time, as he saw Ren's hesitation. Ren paused, his mind racing with possibilities. Seeing the determination and pain in Yusuke's eyes, he nodded, tossing the golden star to him. I've got your back if that's what you want, Ren said, stepping beside Yusuke. He then turned to Mona. Mona, I'll leave the treasure to you. Are you up for the mission? Mona grinned mischievously and nodded. I'm quite hard to catch, so don't worry about me. He picked up the painting and strapped it to his back. Joker. I don't know about this, Futaba warned with concern. Guide Mona through the escape route. The moments things look bad, we will follow. Ren ordered. Are you sure? Futaba asked with some hesitation. More than anything, Ren answered, and that was enough for Futaba to understand that he wasn't messing around. As she nodded to herself, she instantly began to guide Morgana. Jump through the painting with the island. There will be shadows, so be ready. You should be able to escape by jumping into the painting near the middle. Mona shouted before dashing out of the room and leaping into the painting. Wait! Madarame shouted before commanding the guards around him to chase after him. The guards immediately moved, chasing Mona down, leaving Ren, Yusuke, and Madarame alone. As Mona landed on the island, shadows surrounded him. His eyes steeled with determination, and he summoned Zoro, who unleashed a powerful gust of wind. The gust propelled Mona into the air, allowing him to maneuver swiftly through the shadows. The idea had come to him during their last battle with the Woolseed Guard. Landing in the forest, Mona continued flinging himself through the air, evading the transforming shadows. His goal was clear, and his resolve unwavering. He reached the painting near the middle of the island and jumped through, landing beside Shiho, Ruji, and Anne, Danger. Shadows incoming. Mona shouted as he jumped back, alerting his teammates. Shadows began pouring out, but the group acted swiftly. Shiho used her abilities to confuse the enemies while Anne and Mona worked together, burning the shadows to ashes. Ruji charged through those resistant to fire, smashing them with brute force. The once quiet museum erupted into chaos, as countless shadows swarmed them. Thanks to their teamwork and the fact that the shadows were all emerging from a single painting, they managed to gradually reduce their numbers. Escape was impossible, with shadows attacking from behind and the narrow, cluttered halls making maneuvering Monobus practically impossible. The team's relentless defense was their only hope. Their ability to fight without fear of drawing more shadows was due to Makoto, who had drawn most of the palace's attention. Riding Joanna, her persona, she roared through the palace, creating a cacophony that echoed through the halls. She dodged and weaved through displays, maintaining a speed that kept her just out of reach, but not so fast that the shadows would lose interest. She was driving unlike she ever had, sliding and drifting through the halls, barely dodging the attacks behind her. At any moment, she could escape if it became too much, but that would mean leaving the rest of the team to be surrounded. All of this was orchestrated by Futaba, who tracked the shadows' positions and guided Makoto through safe paths, ensuring she wouldn't get trapped. Her voice was a constant presence in Makoto's ear, providing critical updates and directions. Left here, Queen. Another group incoming from the right. Makoto swerved left, narrowly avoiding a barrage of attacks. She pushed Joanna to its limits, the engine's roar a constant reminder of the danger she was in. Despite the risk, Makoto's focus never wavered. Meanwhile, back with Yusuke and Ren, Madarame stood with an air of arrogant confidence. Taking a few steps back, he opened his arms wide, gesturing to the paintings surrounding them. Surrender now, and I won't have to let you die. We can return to how things used to be, teacher and student. Yusuke shook his head, letting out a sigh as he raised his sword. No, Madarame. This ends now. Madarame's smile vanished, replaced by a twisted expression of anger. Very well. It seems I will have to find myself another student. In an instant, Madarame's body transformed. His appearance morphed into something out of a painting, his skin like canvas, his golden robe replaced with a patchwork of drawn figures. He wielded a gigantic brush dripping with black ink. With a swift stroke, he slashed the air in front of him. The room shimmered, the walls, floor, and ceiling melting into vibrant hues, transforming the space into a living painting. Witness the true power of my art. Madarame's voice echoed, reverberating off the animated canvases. The once solid ground beneath Yusuke and Ren's feet became an undulating wave of colors and patterns, making it difficult to maintain their balance. Yusuke reached for the star, but Ren quickly reminded him. We only have one try. We need to be sure it will work. Sneering, Madarame dipped his brush into an ethereal palette floating in mid-air. With a flourish, he painted a monstrous figure in the air. The creature, a grotesque blend of various mythological beasts, roared to life and leapt from the canvas, landing with a thud before the two phantom thieves. Let's see how you handle my creations, Madarame taunted, his voice dripping with malice. King Frost. Ren called out, summoning the gigantic snowman persona. With a wave of his wand, King Frost unleashed a blast of ice, striking the painted monster, and causing parts of it to freeze. Hee-ho! King Frost shouted as countless Jack Frosts appeared around him, bombarding the creature with more ice, and coating it in a thick layer of frost. Seeing his opening, Yusuke called forth Goemon, who struck the frozen beast with his massive pipe, shattering it into pieces. The room was flooded with a wave of vibrant paint. Madarame hadn't remained idle during the battle. With each swing of his brush, he summoned countless vines that tried to ensnare them. Yusuke and Ren reacted swiftly, dodging the attacks. Yusuke slashed at the vines with his sword, cutting down those that came too close. We need to take out Madarame directly. Ren shouted, summoning power to slash at the vines approaching with his spear. He leaped out of the way, as another vine tried to ensnare him. I agree. Once we get close, we strike. Yusuke shouted back, only to feel a shadowy arm grab him from the floor. The paint from the exploded monster had brought countless paintings to life, and now shadowy arms burst from the floor and walls, reaching for anything or anyone. Madarame, seeing the chaos, laughed maniacally. With another flourish of his brush, the entire room rippled and transformed into a snowstorm. The freezing cold bit at their skin, and just as Yusuke prepared to attack, a painted version of himself appeared, lunging at him. Yusuke quickly parried the initial attack from his clone, their blades clashing with a metallic ring. The clone's movements were eerily precise, mimicking Yusuke's own fighting style perfectly. An imitation. You think this can stop me? Yusuke taunted, though he knew better than to underestimate Madarame's creations. To his surprise, a clone of Goemon appeared, swinging its pipe down to crush him. The real Goemon materialized and parried the strike, creating a window for Yusuke to counterattack. He struck the clone, splattering the painting as he continued his charge toward Madarame. Meanwhile, Ren faced his own clone. The doppelganger fought viciously, swinging its dagger without care for its own life. This recklessness gave Ren an opening. He summoned power again, and struck the clone with Hamaeon. Golden papers surrounded the clone, bursting with light before the painting turned to ash. Both Ren and Yusuke pressed forward through the blizzard, their determination unwavering. Madarame. This is it. Yusuke shouted in anger. Countless painted wolves charged at them, but they had closed the distance. Yusuke pulled out the golden star, his desire clear in his mind. Showtime, Yusuke declared, his voice filled with anger and determination. The moment he spoke, the entire snowfield was consumed by darkness. Shadows trapped inside the paintings used their own bodies to fuel the power of the star. As the shadows escaped their canvases, they were drawn into the star, feeding the growing darkness. The darkness enveloped Madarame, rendering him helpless, as Ren and Yusuke transformed the battlefield. The painted wolves, once fierce and imposing, dissolved into the black void, their forms unraveling like threads pulled from a tapestry. Madarame, trapped in the consuming darkness, looked on in horror. No. This can't be happening, he screamed, his voice echoing in the void. Ren's mask burst, transforming into a glowing theater mask. His golden eyes, visible through the slits, burned with intensity. Vanishing into the darkness, Ren reappeared above Madarame. With a flick of his wrist, countless strings emerged from his fingers, attaching themselves to Madarame. The strings tightened with the movement of Ren's fingers, immobilizing the palace ruler. Yusuke, his brush blazing with golden flames, began to create strokes of brilliant light in the air. Each stroke carved through the darkness, leaving trails of radiant energy that combined into intricate patterns and symbols. The sheer artistry of his movements was mesmerizing, a stark contrast to the sinister control Ren exerted over Madarame. Do you see now, sensei? Yusuke's voice was calm yet filled with deep resolve. True art is born from the heart, not from the manipulation and exploitation of others. Madarame's eyes widened in fear and realization. No. This can't be how it ends, he cried out, desperately trying to raise his brush. But the strings yanked it from his grasp, leaving him defenseless. Ren's expression remained unreadable behind his mask, but his voice boomed across the void. Your time of deception and theft is over, Madarame. This is your punishment. As Yusuke's golden brush continued its ethereal dance, the patterns he painted began to take form. They materialized into a grand, majestic painting, depicting a powerful scene of retribution and justice. The painting glowed with an inner light, illuminating the darkness. From the radiant strokes of light, a colossal figure began to emerge, a serene and imposing Buddha. Its tranquil expression contrasted sharply with the impending justice it was about to deliver. The Buddha's presence filled the space with a sense of awe and inevitability. The figure's eyes opened slowly, gazing down at Madarame with a mix of compassion and stern judgment. The Buddha's enormous hand, formed from the same golden light, began to move with deliberate grace. Its sheer size and power made it clear that escape was impossible. For my mother, for all the students you've wronged, for all the art you've stolen, Yusuke declared, his voice steady and resolute. This is the last time you hurt others for your art. Madarame struggled to move, but Ren's strings held him in place. He could only watch as the Buddha's hand descended upon him. The hand crashed down, bursting into golden flames that illuminated the void. The intense light shattered the darkness, revealing Madarame lying prone on the floor, surrounded by spilled paint. It was beautiful, Madarame murmured, having reverted to his usual shadow self. Lying in shock, he felt his whole body fill with pain. The sensation jolted him back to reality, as he saw Yusuke grab him by the golden robe. Yusuke! Madarame exclaimed, his voice desperate. You don't get it. You have talent, you have creativity. You don't know what it's like seeing everyone but you succeed. Yusuke's grip tightened, his eyes a mix of anger and sorrow. You used to inspire me, sensei. I admired you. But you turned art into a weapon, a means to exploit and control. That's not what true art is about. Madarame's eyes widened with desperation, searching for any hint of mercy in his former student's gaze. But Yusuke, I had no choice. The world is harsh. Without those methods, I would have been nothing. And because of that, you thought it was right to crush others' dreams, to steal their work and claim it as your own. I saw you let my mother die. I heard your thoughts. There is no excuse for what you have done. Yusuke released Madarame, letting him slump back onto the paint-stained floor. You could have chosen differently. You could have nurtured your students, helped them grow. Instead, you chose to destroy them. Madarame's expression turned to one of fear as he clung to Yusuke. Please, Yusuke, he pleaded, his voice trembling. Give me another chance. I can change, I swear. Yusuke looked down at him, his expression hardening. You will have to face the consequences of your actions. Maybe then, you will truly understand the weight of what you've done. I want you to confess to the world. Tell them about all the damage you have caused. Let everyone hear from your own mouth that you are nothing but a liar. Madarame looked dejected, but he nodded nonetheless. Yusuke. He began, but Yusuke turned away, unwilling to hear his final words. Ren gave one final glance at the fallen Madarame before running after Yusuke. The palace was starting to collapse, signaling their need to escape. Thankfully, Futaba had planned for this. The path she had mapped for Makoto not only drew attention away from Mona's group, but also cleared the way for Ren and Yusuke to escape. Running through the disintegrating halls, they finally arrived at the courtyard, where Mona was already waiting in helicopter form, ready to take off at any moment. The sound of Makoto's roaring engine echoed as she sped toward them, Joanna's tires screeching against the ground. Get in! Mona shouted, his voice barely audible over the noise of the collapsing palace. The group leaped into the helicopter, their hearts pounding. As they lifted off, the palace began to fall apart beneath them, debris crashing to the ground in a chaotic scene. Makoto, the last aboard, jumped perfectly, landing inside just as the helicopter began to lift, leaving the hundreds of shadows chasing her behind. The palace's final remnants crumbled into nothingness, disappearing from sight as they soared higher. Hopefully, y'all enjoy the fight and the chapter. Not gonna lie, I am happy to be out of the Madarame arc. This whole palace took up a bunch of my creative juices, so I am happy to get a little break before the next one. Gonna focus on the confidants for a bit now. Feedback is always welcome, and also drop a comment since I love to read them and they always motivate me. CYA. Chapter 105, The Maid and the Thief. 3091 words. Hello y'all. Missed me? Sorry for the delay. I'll yap more at the end. For now, enjoy. Thanks to Mona, the thieves were able to escape the crumbling museum. Yusuke wasn't speaking much, but he looked back at the museum with a look of acceptance. As they stepped outside the palace, Yusuke held up the Sayura painting. In the dim light of the night, the image of the woman tenderly holding a baby, his mother and himself, was still clear. Each brush stroke was a testament to his mother's love and skill. Yusuke felt the reassuring weight of a few hands on his shoulder, and as he looked around at the thieves, a small, genuine smile escaped him. Their silent understanding and support warmed his heart. Let's go, we no longer need to be in this place. Yusuke said, starting to walk away, not turning back to look at his house. The thieves all looked at him, but they saw that he needed some time to process everything now that had happened to him. Now that they had stolen Madarame's treasure, it meant that his heart would change. After one final round of goodbyes, they all walked to their respective homes, feeling the day's exhaustion take over. Each of them had been extremely tense since one wrong move could have resulted in the whole plan collapsing. Futaba, who was holding onto Morgana, couldn't help but chuckle as she ruffled his head. Who would have thought that all those days playing helicopter simulator would end up with me flying an actual helicopter? A monocopter. She let out a giggle as she lifted up Mona. All hail Mona, the king of the skies and the road. Tai, who was looking at Futaba with a smile, raised an eyebrow. Really? That's how you learn to fly a helicopter? I am not going to lie. I was surprised to see you in the pilot's seat. I bet you don't even have a driver's license, do you? Futaba simply shrugged, holding on to Mona, who was enjoying the praise. Nah, I never planned on driving a car, so why bother? The helicopter simulator just looked interesting. In theory, I should be able to fly a plane too, but who knows if my skills translate to the real world. Ren chuckled slightly as he listened to the two of them. Makes you wonder how much of our potential we've actually tapped into. Ren said, his mind wandering back to the fight. A lot had changed during their infiltration into the palace. They were becoming closer to their personas, and Yusuka, who had only just awakened, could already keep up with Ren and the rest. Takemi had gotten a bit of a head start on him, but she didn't have quite as good control as Yusuka did. Personas were the manifestations of one's heart, and the ordeal in Madarame's palace had shaken Yusuka to his core. Even Ren wasn't sure what he would have done in Yusuka's place. Rather than let the world crumble around him, Yusuka stood up and faced the challenge head-on. He took it upon himself to bring his teacher to justice and finally make him confess his crimes. Perhaps that was to be expected of the Emperor, an arcana whose main theme was taking responsibility. As he turned to look at Futaba talking with Takemi, stars in her eyes, he couldn't help but smile. Things are only going to get harder from here, aren't they? He asked himself internally. There was no reason to bring down the mood, but deep down, he knew they were just at the beginning. He could almost feel the knots forming in his back when Mona jumped from Futaba's arms onto Ren's shoulder, balancing himself carefully and snapping Ren out of his thoughts. What did I tell YA? He was overthinking again, Mona said, chuckling as he felt Ren's hand scratch his head. I don't know what you're talking about, Ren mused with a smile, putting his thoughts to the back of his mind and continuing the walk back to Yongenjaya. As he arrived in LeBlanc, Ren massaged the back of his neck, the tension from the past day's events still lingering. His mind had been working overtime, as usual, a tendency Mona frequently reminded him about. He found himself missing the quiet moments spent gardening with Haru. Her presence always seemed to ease his worries. If he was being honest, he wanted to take a vacation from everything for some time to finally let his mind rest and finish processing everything. He had a new goal in his mind, but he would have to carefully plan his next steps so as to not risk either his life or the lives of his friends. I should probably go back and speak to Doc soon. Ren muttered with a yawn. He was mentally preparing for the things to come now that he had changed his goal, and it would probably be good to talk to someone like him. After a few moments of thinking, Ren picked up his phone and called his favorite maid. He had been under a lot of stress lately, and the last time she massaged him, it helped him relax a good amount. It didn't take her long, but Kawakami showed up wearing her usual maid costume, and with a wide smile on her face. Hello, Master. Tilda Blackheart, she greeted him, making a heart gesture with her hands, quickly dropping the act. How's that? Did I totally capture your heart? My boss is trying to fire me because I haven't taken as many jobs lately, but I can still be pretty cute when I want to. Ren couldn't help but chuckle slightly as he saw her, nodding his head. Oh no, miss, now I have fallen for you. What am I to do? He joked, causing her to roll her eyes, as she dropped a few bags she was holding on the restaurant's bar table. Now, I know you are a pretty good cook, but I thought I could bring some specialty dishes. I feel bad for slacking off so much, she said, pulling out a few cups of instant ramen. Now, I know it doesn't look like much, but they are the best ramen you'll ever taste, and it's only 200 yen per cup. Ren chuckled again, watching as she moved to the microwave. Master Tilda, I am only using the microwave because it gives it that special flavor, she said, trying to act professional while finishing the ramen. A few minutes later, they carried the cups upstairs to the desk Ren had brought in for the thieves' meetings. As they ate, their conversation meandered from school gossip to upcoming exams, with Kawakami slipping in and out of her Becky character, making her stories more entertaining. However, he could see traces of guilt on her face as she spoke, looking around the room and tapping her finger, as if something was on her mind. How's your sister doing? Ren asked casually. He was fine with not knowing the full truth, but he could tell it was starting to take a toll on her. Kawakami froze, choking slightly on her food. My sister. She's, Her eyes showed a hint of panic before she sighed. Not real. She looked at Ren with guilty eyes. However, seeing him not even look surprised, she let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Though I guess you knew that. She looked lost in thought for a moment, the usual brightness she put on when pretending to be Becky vanishing. If you knew I was lying, then why did you help me? Ren met her gaze, his eyes softening. Because you needed it. He replied simply, causing her eyes to widen. It's hard to explain, but I just wanted to help. Honestly, I don't care that much about the money. I already have what I need. Kawakami's mouth opened in surprise before it closed, letting out a soft chuckle, as her expression became softer. It's funny, that's actually not the first time I have heard something like that. Even though you two are quite different. She began, thinking for a few moments before letting out a sigh and deciding to open up. The real reason I need the money is because it is an apology. She began clenching her hand slightly. A few years back, there was this kid who never really showed up to school, but I could tell that he was determined to learn as much as he could, so I decided to mentor him. He actually worked multiple jobs, since his family didn't have too much money. Her eyes looked down at the floor with guilt as she continued. Since he never showed up to school, he got a reputation as a criminal, which made me get called to the principal's office, where I was told I couldn't tutor him anymore. For the sake of the reputation of the school and all that. And though he was sad, he simply said that he would just focus on working more. Ren looked at her, holding her fists tightly as she remembered everything. One time, he fell asleep while driving and got into a car crash, the exhaustion catching up to him. If only I had continued to tutor him then. He would have died even sooner. Ren finished her thoughts, causing her to look surprised and frown slightly. If he worked as hard as you say he did, then I don't doubt he would have made time to continue studying with you. Even if he was exhausted from work. No. Kawakami began before she saw Ren raise his hands. Wait, why do you have to pay apology payments to his parents again? I'm sorry, but you did more than enough for your part, Ren asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Kawakami shifted uncomfortably before responding. Well, it's not his parents, it's his guardians. His parents had passed away. But they say that if I had kept my promise to him, he wouldn't have overworked himself so much, and I think it's true. Kawakami, have you thought that maybe you're being used? Ren asked in a firm yet concerned tone. As she heard the question, she couldn't help but feel her discomfort increase, her eyes darting around the room, trying to avoid making eye contact. I've met a lot of people like them before, and just from what you've told me. His words were cut off by the sudden ring of a phone. The sound pierced the tense silence, momentarily distracting both of them. Kawakami fumbled for her phone, her hands trembling slightly as she checked the caller ID. She looked panicked as she turned to see Ren, who was looking her in the eyes. After hesitating for a few moments about whether to answer, the call went to voicemail. That was... She began, trying to look for an excuse before sighing for what felt like the 100th time. Them? There was a moment of awkward silence, as Kawakami looked down at the floor in guilt before she saw Ren stand up. All right, wait here, he said before going downstairs, returning a few minutes later holding a teapot and some cups. He wasn't quite sure when he was assigned the role of therapist to his confidants, but it seemed that now he was stuck in it. What a fool he turned out to be. Though, to be fair, he didn't hate it. He had even considered taking a job like Maruki's and becoming a counselor in the future if, for some reason, he lost access to the metaverse. Tell me everything from the start, Ren asked her, serving her a cup of the tea that Haru had given him. He wasn't quite sure what it was, but it was delicious and relaxing. It was at that moment that Kawakami let everything out. She was both physically and mentally exhausted. She wasn't sure how she managed it, but they would randomly raise the amount of money they wanted her to give them. There was no one she could turn to, and even though she found becoming a maid humiliating, it was the only job that she could manage to get with her schedule that would get her enough money to pay them. She was starting to get desperate back when she had first been called by Ren, and the help he had given her felt like a breath of fresh air. But at the same time, she felt guilty. It was starting to become overwhelming, but she pushed it all behind her Becky mask. It's just... I feel so trapped. They keep reminding me of what happened and how I owe them, she said, carefully playing with the cup in her hands to keep focused. Ren nodded, leaning forward slightly. They are killing you, just like they killed him, Ren spoke as he took a drink of his tea. From what I'm hearing, I'm guessing they are the reason he worked so much. So now they are using you to keep feeding them money. Kawakami looked down, her fists tightly clenched as she held back tears. I just don't know what to do. I thought paying them would make things right, but it never ends. They always want more. And now that I have become a maid to pay them off, I will lose everything if they report me to the school. I love being a teacher, but if this gets out, I will be banned from ever teaching. As Ren listened to her, he asked her a question she hadn't even considered. Have you thought about leaving a request for the Phantom Thieves? I hear that a lot of hearts have been changed, so there's a good chance they might change the hearts of his guardians. Kawakami looked up, her eyes widening slightly. I never thought of that. But what if it doesn't work? What if they don't take the request? Ren gave her a reassuring smile. All they need is a name. Don't you think it's worth a try? What are their names? Toshio and Hiroma Takase, Kawakami answered. Nodding, Ren filed the names away in his mind, thinking about the next time they would go to mementos. Kawakami couldn't help but smile as she saw him get lost in thought. She slapped her cheeks lightly to snap herself back to focus. Ren, thank you, she said softly. I've been so overwhelmed, and I couldn't speak about it to anyone. Even if the Phantom Thieves don't actually help me, I still appreciate you trying. Don't worry about it. Ren answered her with a smile. Kawakami's smile grew warmer, but then she noticed Ren reaching for his neck again, just like the last time. She frowned slightly, determination settling in her eyes. Go lay on the bed, she ordered with a serious expression. Here she was, pushing all her burdens on him, so she had to do something to repay him. Huh? Ren asked, raising an eyebrow. I've noticed you keep reaching for your neck, just like last time. I'll give you a massage and get rid of all those knots, okay? She said, standing up and stretching her fingers in preparation. Isn't that a bit out of nowhere? You really don't have to worry about, Ren began. He had originally called her for that, but by now, it felt too late to ask for it. Nope, I've made up my mind, Kawakami interrupted. I'm supposed to be the maid here, and all I've been doing is dumping all of my problems onto you. I need to do something to repay you. Otherwise, I won't be able to go home feeling right. Ren chuckled slightly before following her orders, laying down on his bed with his chest down. In a few moments, he felt Kawakami climb on the bed beside him. All right, I'm still not too great at this, but I saw a couple of videos online after last time, so I should be even better, she said, placing her hands on his back and starting the massage. She couldn't help but widen her eyes as she felt how tense he was, and she could feel all the knots. You must have been working hard. You gotta remember it's important to take breaks. Or else, it'll take a toll on your health, she said, not missing the chuckle from Ren below her. Did you hear that? He asked in a joking tone, causing her to freeze as she realized what he meant. Ignoring his question, she began to focus on the massage, slowly but surely feeling his body relax, as she worked out all the tension and knots from his back. Without realizing it, she had stopped hovering above him, instead using his back as a chair. She wasn't quite sure how much time had passed, but when she asked him her next question, she got no response. As she tilted her head over, she saw that he was deep in a dream, though his face was scrunched up, as if he was in the middle of a nightmare. Kawakami sighed softly, feeling a pang of guilt for adding to his burdens. She gently moved off of him, careful not to wake him. Seeing him like this, so vulnerable, made her heart ache. She quietly tied it up, washing the teapot and cups they had used. As she glanced back at Ren, she made a silent promise to herself to do whatever she could to help him, just as he had helped her. Before leaving, she scribbled a quick note and left it on the nightstand. Thank you for everything. Take care of yourself, too. Kawakami. Confidence. Sadayo Kawakami, the Temperance, rank 4. Poor Ren, he be working hard. Also, Thanks to everyone for being so patient. I made sure to take down the feedback you guys left on the last feedback chapter, and I will try to introduce them. For example, I plan on a Phantom Diaries chap, similar to the Slime Diaries chap I did in my Tensura story. Also, I have more Mementos chaps planned. I always enjoy hearing back from all of you, so drop some comments. If you have any feedback questions or things you would like to see, feel free to drop a comment. CYA, the next chap should be out in 2 days. Chapter 106, The Phantom Meeting. 2,122 words. Ren woke up, rubbing his eyes to clear the sleep from them. He wasn't sure what he had dreamt, but he remembered it being somewhat unpleasant. Ever since his last meeting with Igor, his nights had been filled with these strange, unsettling dreams that vanished the moment he woke up, leaving only a headache when he tried to remember them. At the very least, as he stretched out, he couldn't help but feel as if all his tension had disappeared. When he saw the small note that Kawakami had left behind, he couldn't help but smile. Moving across his room, he spent a few minutes carefully watering the flowers around him, seeing as their vibrant colors lit up the room. Once he was sure they were taken care of, he left to go to Anne's house, their new meeting spot. On the way there, he couldn't help but smile as he saw a familiar pair of ponytails trying to sneak behind him, but he still pretended not to notice her. Boo! Anne jumped out from behind a nearby wall, her face lighting up with a mischievous grin. Her expression shifted to a playful pout when he didn't react immediately. Ah! Ren jumped back a few seconds later, pretending to be scared and causing her to giggle. How can someone this pretty exist? It's unnatural. Anne blushed slightly, playfully hitting him on the shoulder as she began to walk with him. It's embarrassing if you say stuff like that in public, she said, trying to hide her smile, but failing miserably as she began to walk next to him. She had been getting a few snacks for them to have in while they met up, so she was carrying heavy bags that Ren took over. As they arrived, they saw Shiho, Ruji, and Makoto talking to each other. Ah, I let myself in with the spare key. Hope you didn't mind, Shiho said as she waved hello to both of them. The next ones to walk in were Takemi with Futaba and Mona. The trio had begun to look into the flowers from Mementos, and from the looks of it, they were having fun together. All right, everyone's here, Ren said as Yusuka joined the group. Let's begin. Clearing her throat, Futaba was the first one to speak. I've managed to get into the police database with my virus. Futaba began, pushing up her glasses. But it's mostly useless. Everything important is probably in paper files. Freaking Japan and their freaking obsession with their stupid fax machines. Takemi couldn't help but sigh as she nodded. It's already hard enough dealing with medical paper trails. I can't imagine what it's like in a government office. So what? The only real way to continue would be with Okumura, right? It's not like we have a way to sneak in. I'm sure even Mona would get caught if he tried to sneak in, Ruji added while scratching his hair. Yeah, I went to the office one day, and there is no way I can get in without drawing too much attention. There are people there at all hours of the day. There might be a couple of windows for me to sneak in, but I doubt I could get much. Mona reported, going over everything he knew. Well, and began, looking at Makoto, who nodded. We have my sister. We haven't reached out to her ever since Kaneshiro, and that was mainly to act as a warning. Now that we have changed Madarame's heart, we can reach out to her again. For real? You think your sister would spy for us? Ruji asked with some surprise. She definitely will, Ren answered, catching the attention of the group. We can dangle the biggest bait of all in front of her. We know the SIU director is corrupt. You're planning on offering the position to her. Makoto muttered, a slight look of discomfort crossing her face, as she hesitated before clenching her fists and nodding. You're right. That would definitely work on her. Isn't it a bit too risky? I don't know much about SAE, but she's trying to catch us, isn't she? Takemi asked. She had been filled in on all the information, but she still wasn't too familiar with everything. There is no real way to track it back to us. Futaba interjected. I made sure of it. She would be sent in an endless loop even if she hired a team of hackers. So as long as we don't reveal ourselves in another way, we should be safe. Still, are you sure about this? We could just continue with Okumura's palace. I'm sure we would be able to find more information through him. Anne suggested. No, we need more information on the antisocial force. Ren said, his voice steady. We have been following the trail, but if we take too long, we are only putting ourselves at more risk. Remember, we are not only fighting them, but also the will of the people. The will of the people? Yusuke asked. Yes, the people behind the antisocial force must have a lot of influence and must be researching the metaverse. We have already proven that the collective unconscious can be manipulated. If they use that to their advantage, we might end up fighting an impossible fight. The room became a bit tense as they heard him. They were all lost in thought, and after a few moments, Makoto spoke up. I trust in my sister. I believe she would be able to gather information without gathering suspicion on her. She is smart, even smarter than I am. She is the type of woman who can get anything she sets her mind to. All the thieves began to think once again, with Ruji asking. Is there nothing you can hack? You already got your fingers in their data, no. Futaba became frustrated as she heard him. I can't hack paper. They discussed their plans for a few more minutes, considering every possibility. But Ren's warning still played in their mind. What would happen if their enemy found a way to take full control of the collective unconscious? They would be shit out of luck. Right now, they at least knew that they stood a chance, so after going through every scenario, the group held a vote in which they all agreed in unison to send the message to SAE. Which opens up the next issue, which palace we are going to target next. Ren continued, grabbing the attention of the group. We need to begin preparing for Okumura's palace, and we can't do that unless we go and see what we are dealing with personally. So we need to our first trip soon. At this, Makoto seemed to perk up. However, the exams are coming in soon. I think we should wait until after the fireworks festival to dive into his palace. I am well aware that time is of the essence, but if we rush and push ourselves into the next palace immediately, we might make mistakes we could have avoided otherwise. Exams? Man. I thought that after we became thieves, we could forget all about that crap. No, Makoto has a point. We don't know what our future looks like. So we can't afford to throw away our futures right now by dropping out of school. Ren spoke, which caused a few reluctant nods from some in the group. Shiho, who had kept mostly quiet until now, spoke up. We also need to keep doing Memento's requests. If what Ren said is true, then we need to make sure we don't get forgotten in the collective unconscious. As far as we know, we might be fighting a war to see who has the most influence. Shiho's words brought another wave of discussion to the group. There were too many things to focus on, and even Takemi was beginning to look overwhelmed. I need to continue my research too. If I delay too long, then Miwa might pass away. I am so close, but I don't want to give her an untested drug. I am getting progress reports from the hospital, so I know I don't have to rush too much, but still. There is also my work. And began. And our studies. Makoto continued. Just as it looked like the room was going to lose control, Ren clapped his hands. This is exactly why we have so many members, right? I know we all have our own responsibilities, but we can divide and conquer now. We proved as much during our last palace. Makoto, noticing the signal from Ren, cleared her throat as she continued. We all have our strengths, and we are a team. We can help rely on each other. I am hesitant to recruit more members when we only recently added 2, but if we need to, we can search for more people to recruit. She continued, chuckling slightly to herself as she did. I guess the Phantom Thieves are starting to become a true organization now. Her words, however, seemed to remind her of something. What about the Kuriho group? Have they reached out again? Have you noticed Naoto again? The group turned to Ren, who could only shake his head. Not yet. I am not quite sure what they are planning, but don't worry about them for now. If I discover more about them, I will instantly inform all of you. With those words, their meeting began to wind up. They still had a few more concerns, but Ren and Makoto were able to quickly team up as leaders and make plans that would fit with everyone's schedules. As they left, they couldn't help but feel more prepared than ever. It had been an exhausting meeting, but they had been able to take a lot of their worries from their mind. They even knew what the short-term future looked like for them. They would all be busy, but they would at least be able to split the responsibilities with each other. Heading back home, Ren chuckled as he saw Mona jump onto Kimi's bag. He had been spending more time with her than in LeBlanc lately. I am going to continue researching the flowers with Tai for a few more days. She's been analyzing my blood and comparing it to the samples she got, and I feel that we are close to something new. Don't do too much without me. Futaba complained as she heard the two of them begin to plan their research. I need to get the email done, but after I send it I should be able to run over to the clinic and help out. Now I am starting to get jealous. Ren joked as he exchanged a glance with Takemi, who was smiling as she began to look forward to their plans. My doctor is being stolen from me. Takemi chuckled as she heard him, rolling her eyes. Don't worry, you'll always be my guinea pig. I am going to need your help with the next facet of my research, so soon enough, I will call you up. For now, don't worry your pretty face. Futaba, who had been chuckling along, decided to grab onto Ren's arm. Dibs. I need his help with something, too. Takemi mused before chuckling. Sure, but I'm only letting you borrow my guinea pig because of how helpful you are. The usually quiet train rides and walks home were starting to become more lively, as even Futaba, who was usually reserved, was able to open up and discuss with Takemi. While their personalities were quite different, they were both an intellectual match, letting them connect with each other. After separating from the trio, Ren made his way to LeBlanc. There, he saw the lights still on, which raised his alarms. However, as he looked in through the glass door, he saw a blue-haired detective waiting for him. Sorry for the slightly shorter chapter delay. I wasn't happy with how the original version turned out, so I went back and reworked the entire chap. It's actually entirely different from the first draft. Also, I am planning on doing the first Phantom Diaries chap in about 2 or 3 chaps. So feel free to leave suggestions. I really like the ones I saw in the last chapter. For those unfamiliar, they are small little segments, usually around 500 words, which focus on a different character or something happening around the world. So, it could be a segment focused on Haru, SAE, or the twins. I will probably make the diaries chap extra long, so drop as many suggestions as you like. Chapter 107, The Star's Offer. 3,152 words. As Ren entered the cafe, his eyes met Naoto's, and a mysterious smile appeared on her lips. Ren Amamiya. I have been waiting for you. Did you break in? Sojiro usually locks the door by this time. Ren said, catching her slightly off guard. She, however, managed to hide her surprise well as she cleared her throat. No, I told him I wanted to talk with you. So he allowed me to wait inside. She answered, standing up to look him directly in the eyes. Ren smiled. He had a feeling this would happen sooner or later, so he walked past her and directly behind the booth, grabbing one of the aprons and looking at her with a smile. May I interest you in some tea? I have a feeling that this is going to be a long conversation. Miss Detective Prince. From the simple fact that she had been spying on them, it was clear that she knew about them being the Phantom Thieves. The way she had spoken to him during the interview was enough to raise his alarms. But the stalking afterward was enough to seal the deal. However, he wouldn't serve the name Phantom Thief properly if he just came out in the open and said it, so he wanted to play another game of cat and mouse. He felt like he was winning against Akechi, so now he wanted to see how much he could get from Naoto. He carefully poured 2 cups of tea, before guiding Naoto to one of the booths and sitting down with her. Her eyes hadn't left him the entire time, but she hadn't said much as she watched him. You don't seem surprised to see me here. Naoto began, raising the cup of tea to smell the fragrance before taking her first sip. Well, you said you would come visit the cafe sometime, so I assume that's why you are here. Though I will say, your timing is a bit strange. He said with a chuckle, taking a sip of his own. Naoto looked at him seriously before reaching into her bag and placing a few pictures down. They showcased the thieves near Madarame's house, vanishing into nothingness, as they entered the metaverse. I'm not here to play games, Amamiya. You know why I am here, so let's get to the point. I know that you are the Phantom Thieves. And I am also aware of the other members of your team. I have looked into all of you, and from what I have gathered, you must be the leader. She said as she placed down even more pictures and files. Ren's eyes widened slightly, as he looked at all the information she had brought. If he was being honest, he felt slightly disappointed that their cat-and-mouse game had finished before it even began. He had underestimated just how thorough Naoto had been in her investigation, because she had everything since his first transfer to Shujin from all the files she had brought. As I spoke before in the interview, I am not here to arrest you. I am here to understand you better. I can see that the Phantom Thieves have good intentions. I need to know how you operate and why you are doing what you are doing. There was a moment of silence in the cafe, as Ren's mind processed the information. Naoto, however, waited patiently for his response. I am trying to remember what you said during that interview. But if I am not wrong, you said something like, I see a younger version of myself in them. What did you mean by that? Ren answered her with a question of his own. He needed to test the waters more before deciding how much to reveal. Are you familiar with how I gained my fame as the detective prince? Naoto asked. Though it started before I moved to Inaba, the thing that really made me famous was solving the serial murders that happened in Inaba. I believe you used something similar to change the hearts of Kamoshida and Kaneshiro. Ren smiled as he heard her. However, he shook his head. You didn't answer my question, Miss Shurigane. I'm a bit more wary of tricks like that now. Naoto smiled as she heard him, nodding her head as she continued. In order to solve the murder cases, I believe we used a similar method as you do now. Just like how I was trying to solve a murder, your team is trying to solve the corruption in Japan. Or at least, I believe that is how you put it during your announcement. Ren's eyes widened slightly as he heard her, and after thinking for a few moments, he asked. Was the fog in Inaba related to the murder cases? He looked into Naoto, after noticing she had been spying on them. It was a long shot, but one of the things that was out of the ordinary was the persistent fog that covered the entire city for most of the year. Naoto chuckled slightly as she nodded her head. Yes, the fog was indeed related to the murder cases. But now that I have answered some of your questions, how about you answer some of mine? What is the purpose of the Phantom Thieves? Though Naoto appeared to be relaxed, she also gave off a strong and dangerous feeling. As if she wouldn't accept any lies he tried to say. After thinking briefly, he decided to go with the truth. From the small information he had been able to gather on her, it would probably be the best course of action. I'm sure you have heard about the mental shutdowns and the psychotic breakdowns. Our goal as Phantom Thieves is to stop the people behind them. Naoto didn't seem surprised by his words. She simply nodded as if he had confirmed her suspicions. I see, and how do you access the other world? Is my method different from yours? Ren asked, though Naoto once again was straightforward. Yes, the method my team used is no longer available. We also could not enter from the middle of the street. Leaning forward slightly, Ren focused on her as he asked one of the most important questions. What would you do if I tell you how we enter? A slight chuckle escaped Naoto as she reached into her coat, retrieving a sleek card which she placed on the desk between them. We want to help. The mental shutdowns, the psychotic breakdowns, the changes of hearts, these are things we've been monitoring closely. I'm sure there's a lot you don't understand, but like the Phantom Thieves, we aim to prevent these tragedies. Her fingers lingered on the card for a moment before sliding it toward Ren. I've investigated every member of the Phantom Thieves. None of you are in a position to defend yourselves if things go south. The Kiriho Group wants to offer its support. Persona users are rare and valuable allies. Ren looked at the card. It was simple yet elegant. It only showcased Naoto's name and phone number, but it was also exactly what Ren had been searching for. If the SIU director wasn't the leader of the antisocial force, then they would be taking down someone with influence. Enough to send all of them to jail, or worse, kill them. His mind began to race as he held the card in his hands, but then his eyes settled on the arcana Naoto represented, the star. To put it simply, the star signified hope. The arcana is the means by which all is revealed. Ren muttered with a smile, causing Naoto's eyes to widen in shock, though she hid the expression just as Ren looked up from the card. I want to accept the deal. However, this is not something I can accept on my own. Could you give me some time to discuss it with my group? Nodding, Naoto stood up. I understand. I will be awaiting your phone call. Oh, and one last thing before you go. Ren said, catching her attention. We already changed the heart of Madarame, so when the news and everything happens, that doesn't mean we are acting without calling you back. It's just something that has already been set in motion. With a final nod, she left LeBlanc, a small, satisfied smile playing on her lips as if she had found the answers she sought. Outside, the quiet streets greeted her as she pulled out her phone and made a call. This is Shirogane, call them off. I think we can trust them. We'll arrange a meeting soon to finalize everything, she said, walking toward a waiting black car. Yes, I believe they will join us. She paused before entering the car, her tone shifting. There's also something I want to talk to you about. With that, she slipped into the vehicle. Unbeknownst to her, Morgana watched from a nearby alley. He quickly darted back to LeBlanc, his tiny paws padding silently on the pavement. Once inside, he jumped up onto the counter, shaking his head. I couldn't get much, but she said to call them off. I assume if the conversation had gone wrong, something bad would have happened, Morgana said, a hint of frustration in his voice. I could have tried to sneak into their car, but I didn't know where they would take me. Ren nodded, his expression serious. No, don't worry about that. It would have been too risky. Even though we just had one, I think it's time to call another meeting. He pulled out his phone and quickly typed a message to everyone. Ren happy smiley urgent meeting at LeBlanc. Tonight. Need everyone here. The entire group rushed into LeBlanc, the late hour doing nothing to suppress their anxious energy. They paced around the cafe, absorbing Ren's retelling of the meeting. Ain't that good? The Kiriho group has a ton of effing power. Ruja said, his voice breaking the tension. No, you dumbass, what if it's a trap? And shot back, her nervousness evident. But we can't deny that if they wanted to hurt us, they probably could have done so already, Makoto added, her tone thoughtful. Takemi, who had been leaning against the counter, spoke up. I've noticed a few strange people around my clinic. Originally, I thought it was because of my past as the plague, but it might have been the Kiriho group. Her words added a new layer of tension to the room. This could be a good thing. I agree with Ruji. We've been taking too many risks. If we are going to step up and fight stronger enemies, it would help to have someone watching our backs, Shiho added. The usually quiet LeBlanc was buzzing with conversation until Futaba spoke up, her voice cutting through the noise in a surprising show of bravery from her. If Ren thinks they can be trusted, then it should be fine, right? I trust him. I couldn't find much on them when I researched, but that might be because they are also working in the metaverse and being careful. The group fell silent, turning to Ren, waiting for his opinion. I think we can trust them. Ren began, his voice calm but firm. We shouldn't reveal everything and should keep an eye on our backs, but this might be exactly what we've been looking for. The person behind all of this is likely either a president or a high-level politician. He paused, ensuring he had everyone's attention. We've got Okumura and the SIU director, both highly influential and rich. The boss behind all of this must be even more powerful. Someone who can create a criminal empire without being caught must have roots all across Japan's infrastructure. We've been fighting in the metaverse, but now we might be able to fight a two-sided battle. F it, if Ren's in, I'm in, Ruja declared, giving a thumbs up. You were already in, weren't you? Morgana asked, shaking his head. I'm in, too. But let's keep my talking a secret. It might help me gather more information from them. I have no strong opinions either way. I'm still new to the group, so I'll pass on my vote, Yusuke said, stepping back. He looked deep in thought, but pushed it aside for now. Sure, I'll trust all of you. If things go wrong, we'll figure a way out, and said, hesitating at first but then finding her confidence. One by one, they all agreed. In just a few minutes, the team knew their next steps. It's kinda funny. Just after we discussed our plans, this happens. Though I guess it doesn't change much, Morgana muttered. Want me to send the message today? Futaba asked. I have everything ready. Yes. The sooner, the better. With a nod, the group quickly wrapped up their meeting before heading their separate ways. Sae Najima walked through her office in the dark of night, the silence only broken by the hum of the city outside. She was one of the last people in the building, driven by a relentless need to work. Now, not only did she want to advance to prove her worth, but to make things easier for Makoto. She knew that Makoto wanted to become a detective, so if Sae was able to promote, she would be able to pull some strings to make sure Makoto would be protected, even if she still continued with her idiotic dream of becoming a police officer like their father. You really should take a break, Miss Najima. Otherwise, you're going to work yourself to death, Akechi joked, handing her a coffee as he sat down beside her. You're one to talk, Goro. You juggle school and work here, solving more cases part-time than some of our full-time detectives. Sae replied, taking a sip of the coffee. The warmth and caffeine revived her slightly. Maybe you should find yourself a hobby. I know I did, and it has actually made things far more interesting. Akechi muttered, a small smile appearing on his face as he took a sip of his coffee. Oh, really? What kind of hobby? Sae asked, raising an eyebrow, letting the conversation distract her from her work for a few minutes. She was starting to get a headache from looking at all of the files. They all led nowhere. I guess you could call it people watching. Akechi answered with a chuckle. Lately, though, I have also been playing games with someone. I am losing, though, so I should probably do something to tip the scales back in my favor. Losing so much isn't too fun. Sae smiled softly. This was one of the few times Akechi didn't look quite as tired or overworked as usual. Oh, who are you playing your game with? Is it someone I know? She asked, lifting up her cup to take another sip. Yeah, I believe he is dating your sister. His name is Ren Amamiya. Akechi chuckled, savoring the moment. He's got quite the harem going. Honestly, I'm surprised you're letting it happen. Sae froze, her cup halfway to her lips. I'm sorry. She asked, somewhat dumbfounded, not quite believing what he had said. Covering his mouth as if he had just misspoken, Akechi pretended to be embarrassed. Oops, seems I've said too much. I thought you knew. Makoto should be the third, maybe fourth. He keeps so many girls around him it's hard to keep track. Akechi said with a chuckle before covering his mouth again. Whoops, sorry. I bet he's going to get mad at me now. I should probably stop talking so much. I guess it just shows how tired I am. Perhaps I should call it a day and go home. He chuckled again, enjoying her shock. Gathering his things, Akechi stood and made his way to the door, leaving before Sae could unleash her fury. Sae couldn't shake the memory of Makoto's sudden change in clothing, her once conservative sister now dressed like a punk. Initially dismissing it as a phase, she now saw it as something more troubling. She pulled out a CD from her desk, the one she had confiscated from them the first time she had met Ren. She had forgotten to return it, and since they never asked about it, she just left it on the side to gather dust. As Makoto's guardian and older sister, she was responsible for ensuring her well-being, so she knew she had to protect her from anyone who could hurt her. She had approved of Ren since he had taken care of Makoto when she collapsed, but now she was regretting not stepping in more. She didn't know if she should believe Akechi, but he would have no reason to lie. She wanted to see what kind of trick Ren had used to get Makoto to take him to their house. Yet, just as she was about to play it, she saw an email appear on her computer. Hello, Sae Najima. As we told you before, we aim to dismantle the network behind the mental shutdowns. After seeing your work with the evidence we provided, we come with new information. Ichiryu Madarame, the vain artist, is collaborating with those who work in the shadows. He is selling fake copies of the Sayuri to fund them. We are aware that you are a prosecutor, not a detective. However, after seeing your work with the Kaneshiro investigation, we have decided to continue supporting you. We want you to follow the money and see where it leads. Trust no one, especially not Shiryu Daiko, the SIU director. They are compromised. You should not trust anyone closely related to them. Remember, if Shiryu Daiko is compromised, he will lose his position once the conspiracy has been revealed, leaving an opening for you, as the one who exposed him, to take the role of the new SIU director. If you are able to gather any information, contact us at 1031-05-2019. Sincerely, the Phantom Thieves of Hearts. Sae stared at the email, her grip on the CD tightening before she let out a frustrated sigh. Placing the CD back in her drawer, she stood up, the weight of the new mission pressing on her shoulders. Follow the money, she muttered, promising herself to look after Makoto when she got back home. Confidence. Naoto Shirogane, the star, rank 2. Sae Najima, the judgment, rank 4. Sorry for not being as consistent as I used to be. I'ma focus more in the P5 story this week since I got a good stockpile of the Tensura story. But oh boy, is there not enough time in the day. I would do a longer author note, but I gotta set up for bed. Chapter 108, The Phantom Diaries, Part 1, Intermission 2,758 words. Hey there, like I said, I wanted to do a Phantom Diaries, so here it is. A bit of an intermission chap, to let the creativity flow, and explore writing for different characters. Some of you suggested a journal segment focused on the blue butterfly, but I thought it would be best to leave it till later, so instead, I did a POV for the twins like someone else suggested. I also saw one with Mona and the Mona Lisa, but I will leave that one for after Yusuka has less emotional damage lol. If you have any more suggestions, make sure to drop them in the comments. I think the next chap will also be Phantom Diaries, but it should be coming out tomorrow or the day after. After that, we should go back to regular chaps. Hope you all enjoy it. CYA. The Reaper. As the Reaper wandered through the dark halls of Mementos, it couldn't help but look at the change of scenery. The once empty walls were filled with flowers. It was a strange sight, yet it felt oddly comforting. He had no real will or consciousness of his own, just one simple goal. To protect the collective unconscious. He wasn't sure who had given him this role, but it was a mission he had carried out for as long as he could remember. As he looked at the walls of flowers, he felt one of the walls open and a small kid riding a car drive through, stopping right in front of him. "Ah, Mr. Reaper. How are you doing?" Jose asked, looking at the unblinking and unresponsive eye of the Reaper. "Do you like the flowers? My friend gave me the seeds. It's honestly impressive how fast they took to it." Jose continued, jumping out of the car before using his powers to conjure up 2 smoothies, one for himself and one for the Reaper. The Reaper simply held the glass, unsure as to how to react. "Here, you drink it like this," Jose muttered as he drank the glass, letting out a satisfied sigh as he made the glass vanish. Jose looked at the unresponsive Reaper, before making a complicated expression. Don't feel like drinking it. That's fine. You don't have to. But I have a request, could you not hurt my friends? They were the ones who you chased out that one day, the pirate kid and the one like us. They are nice, so I would prefer it if you didn't hurt them, or their friends. The Reaper only looked on without any answer, causing Jose to sigh before jumping on his car again. I guess don't worry about it, thanks for looking after our house. I'll see YA later. Jose said before driving away and leaving the Reaper holding onto the glass, who looked at it curiously before trying to imitate Jose. The counselor. Maruki settled into his chair, offering a supportive smile as he leaned forward slightly. Dr. Maruki. I don't understand why, but I keep getting worse. I can't handle it, and I need to keep a smile, otherwise, my parents will worry. Kasumi's arms wrapped around herself, as if seeking comfort from her own embrace. I don't know. I feel like, no matter how hard I try, I fail everyone. Like, I can't live up to myself. Maruki nodded thoughtfully, allowing a few moments of silence to pass before responding. Sumi. It pains me to see you struggling like this. Helping you is my top priority, so please remember to be as honest as you can with me. Do you remember our previous conversations? Kasumi's gaze dropped to the floor, her fists clenching tightly. I know, it's not my fault, but if she was still here then. The dam broke, and Kasumi's words flowed out unchecked. Though months had passed since the accident, the weight of survivor's guilt pressed heavily on her shoulders. The memories, once blurred by time, had sharpened, cutting through her thoughts with relentless clarity. Maruki's expression softened with genuine empathy, though a flicker of confusion darted across his eyes. I've been having these nightmares, reliving the moment over and over. I can't escape it. I wish I could just forget. I just want to be free again. Maruki looked at her, feeling his stomach drop and discomfort. If there was one thing that hurt him more than being hurt himself, it was seeing other people in pain. He wished he could take everyone's pain onto himself, but the best he could do was to make it go away for some time. Have you been able to make friends, Sumi? The fireworks festival is coming up, and it might be a good opportunity to relax. You work hard, but breaks are essential for healing. Kasumi hesitated, then nodded. I made a friend, his name is Ren Amamiya. We are quite similar, actually. Maruki's eyebrows lifted slightly. Ren Amamiya. I've spoken with him too. He seems like a good kid. Kasumi nodded, letting her mind wander. We were doing gymnastics together, but if I am being honest, I am a bit jealous. He seems to have so much natural talent, or he is just that much stronger than me. But he was able to copy the things I taught him so easily. I, actually, have been avoiding him. Kasumi admitted. Why is that? Maruki asked gently. Kasumi's eyes searched for the right words. As I said, we are similar, from our conversations. I can tell we both have our issues. She struggled to articulate her feelings. Maruki nodded, his expression one of gentle encouragement. But at the same time, he seems to be thriving in school. I see him hanging out with friends, laughing, and looking so happy that I feel jealous. I feel like I am not good enough. If we are so similar, then why can he be happy and have friends, but I can't even manage to get a single other friend? A soft chuckle escaped her lips, tinged with bitterness. I like cooking. It's one of the few things I thought I was good at, but when I brought it up with him, guess what? He's great at cooking too. He lives at a cafe and makes the best curry, according to him. Kasumi's voice trembled as she forced out the final words. I know it's wrong of me, but I wish we both were struggling. That way, I could feel like I wasn't even more of a failure than I already am. Maruki observed her quietly, the weight of her confession settling between them. He chose his words carefully. He wanted to say more, but it would have been a breach of Ren's trust to say what he wanted to. Kasumi, thank you for opening up to me. I know it isn't easy. I hope you won't take this the wrong way, but I think spending more time with Ren could be beneficial for you. Maruki paused, searching for the right way to convey his thoughts. It's okay to feel jealous, but you shouldn't let those feelings stop you from healing. Ren is one of your friends, and trust me, it's easier to heal when you have a shoulder to rely on. As the session continued, Maruki's expression grew more serious, as the end of their session drew closer. The first patient. Doctor, look. I made you a gift at school. Yuki, the young girl Takemi had healed with the experimental medicine, dashed up to her, thrusting a drawing into her hands. The picture showed Takemi in a superhero outfit, complete with a flowing cape. Ever since Takemi cured her, Yuki had been visiting regularly. Her once pale complexion now glowed with vitality, and her boundless energy filled the clinic with life. For the first time, she experienced the vibrant colors of the world, and she did so with a level of physical strength she'd never known. Takemi's lips curved into a warm smile, as she ruffled Yuki's hair. Thank you, Yuki. I'll need to make an art war with all the gifts you keep giving me. She turned to a cabinet, retrieving a lollipop for the girl. Yuki giggled, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Doc? When I grow up, I want to be a doctor too. You better watch out because I'm going to be the best doctor ever. She flashed a bright smile before dashing out of the clinic, leaving Takemi chuckling behind her. At home, Yuki paused in front of the mirror, her laughter bubbling up again. She smoothed her hair, focusing on her eyes, or to be more specific, their subtle golden tint. My superpowers, he. She giggled before looking out of the window. Focusing her eyes as she felt the world come into focus. It was some sort of enhanced perception, but she could use it to notice things she had never seen before. When I grow up, I'm gonna be a doctor and a superhero. I'm not going to be scared of the scary monsters. She whispered to her reflection, determination lighting up her face, until her father's call broke the moment. The maid. Kawakami awoke with a groan, rubbing her eyes. Is it my bed that's crappy? She muttered, rolling onto her back. Ever since she had dozed off in Ren's room, her own bed felt insufficient. Ren's bed hadn't been particularly more comfortable, but the atmosphere in his room had wrapped her in the sense of calm she couldn't replicate at home, even when she bought a few more flowers as decoration. It can't be that I feel safer around him or something, she wondered aloud, shaking her head. Geez, what the hell am I thinking? She got up quickly, rushing to prepare for school. Her steps felt lighter as she moved through her morning routine, a result of taking fewer maid shifts. Now, she could pour her energy into teaching. During class, Kawakami's eyes landed on Ren, who appeared to be doodling absent-mindedly. She couldn't help but smile. His usual boredom was almost endearing, and she often found herself wanting to make things easier for him. All right, class, for those who turned in your assignment already, you have the next 15 minutes for free reading. Everyone else, use this time to finish your homework, she announced, watching as Ren immediately pulled out a book on psychology. Kawakami chuckled softly. It was always the same with him. Settling at her desk, she retrieved her own book, a romance where a maid falls for a prince, a guilty pleasure. She was a bit of a hopeless romantic, so she always loved to read romance books in her free time. Master, it's not appropriate. I'm just a maid, and you are. The maid said, looking down in embarrassment. The prince lifted her head, looking directly into her eyes before whispering. I don't care. Even if society disapproves of our relationship, I want you. My maid, no, Misaki, the reason I have looked after you, the reason I have not yet married the princess of the kingdom of Falmouth. It's because I need you. The maid blushed slightly before leaning in for a kiss. Master. She muttered, the blush in her face increasing as she felt something hardening. Would you like me to massage your dash? Kawakami snapped the book shut, coughing awkwardly. Why is this book in the school library? She thought, face flushing. She glanced up, catching Ren's curious gaze and feeling her cheeks burn even hotter, as she subconsciously pictured him as the prince in the situation. All right, that's enough reading for me, she whispered, stuffing the book back into her bag. Later that night, Ren called for her. Despite her attempts to forget the book, it lingered in the back of her mind. When she arrived, she ended up collapsing in his bed after giving Ren a massage. For some reason, he was always full of knots, so she had to work hard to make sure to get rid of all of them. She had intended to test her mattress theory, since maybe it was actually the bed that was helping her rest properly, but sleep claimed her almost instantly before she could even focus on it. Her dreams that night were vivid, featuring scenes from the book she'd read earlier. The prince's words echoed in her mind, and she found herself once again in that imagined embrace. The twins. As Justine continued to watch over the velvet room, she sat silently, looking at the empty seats with a complicated expression. "Caroline, isn't it weird for the room to be so empty?" she asked, looking at the seat in which their master sat today. Caroline walked up to her, looking at the empty theatre and sighing. "It is. I am honestly starting to miss the trickster. At least when he is here, it's somewhat lively," Caroline muttered, looking at the wall of masks, in which Tartuffe's mask was glowing slightly. "Caroline, it's weird. I have the strangest feeling," Justine began, and without needing to finish her sentence, Caroline nodded. "I know, it feels like something is wrong, but I don't know what is." The two of them sighed slightly as they walked up to the wall full of masks. Looking at Ren's mask. "I swear, he better not be slacking," Caroline complained as she picked up the mask. "I also want to try doing fusions with him again. It would also be fun to go out again," Justine answered, understanding what her sister meant. The two of them sat in silence, letting time pass. In the velvet room, time was a strange thing. It was a place between mind and matter, dream and reality. However, they couldn't deny how weird it was for their master to have disappeared like he did. "Caroline, I have something in my mind. But I feel like I should not say it," Justine began, sitting on the stage. "It's about our master, he feels different," Caroline finished, the two of them exchanging a complicated look before sighing. "This is truly an unjust situation. We are both stuck here while our trickster gets to enjoy the outside world." The two of them sat quietly, with Justine raising her head and looking at Caroline. "Caroline, do you ever want to break our pact with the room?" Caroline hesitated, looking around to ensure no one was listening before nodding. I want to see the human world. They are fascinating, but our trickster needs us," Justine finished. The two of them sat in silence again, when Justine grunted in discomfort. "I don't know why, but it hurts to remember. I know our sisters left the room, but I can't remember much else." "Hey, Justine. What happened to Geneva? I remember we had another sister, but I don't remember anything about her." "I don't know. I remember she was always so warm," Justine said as she hugged her own body. "I hope that her fool is as nice as ours." "I hope so too," Caroline muttered, letting out another sigh. "Hey, Justine, this is truly an unfair game." "I know, but it is our duty," Justine answered, holding onto the small blue notebook Ren used to take notes. As they spoke, a small, ethereal butterfly passed through, landing on the door to the velvet room. Both of the twins looked at each other, hesitating before following the butterfly that seemed to be calling them. The very next moment, they saw Ren walk through the door, startling the butterfly and causing it to fly away. "Yo! Who in here wants to go to Destinyland? I got 3 tickets. I hear that there is supposed to be a special event today," Ren asked with a smile, holding a pair of WikiWows ears. "Sorry it took me a while to come by, but I was dealing with a stalker. Honestly, I am kinda curious to hear what you guys think about her." Caroline and Justine both smiled as they looked at each other, having a silent conversation with each other before nodding and running up to Ren. Chapter 109, The Phantom Diaries. Part 2. 2,950 words. The next chap will be a regular chapter. Noir, the detective. As Haru put the final touches on her rooftop garden, she turned to find Ren, his face smudged with dirt. A smile tugged at her lips as she watched him attempt to wipe it off, and she found his efforts adorable. She strongly suspected Ren was a phantom thief. The timing was too perfect. Sujimura had a change of heart just before the Phantom Thief's public announcement, and Ren was the only person aware of her predicament. Though it was a wild guess, her instincts told her she was right. She would keep his secret to her grave, knowing they were trying to help people. She was determined to support them in any way she could. If anything, she looked up to them. One of her dreams was to be a superhero and help people. Tastes a bit sour. Ren muttered, biting into a tomato they had grown together. It's not ripe yet, Haru giggled, her eyes twinkling as she handed him a smaller, ripe tomato. Here, try this one. Ren's eyes widened as he took a bite, a spark of an idea flickering across his face. What is it? Haru asked, intrigued by his sudden expression. It's nothing. You bought these seeds from the flower shop, right? He asked. Are you going to try to grow more? Haru's excitement bubbled over, as she rummaged through her bag and pulled out a few more seeds. Something like that. I have a different type of soil, so I'm curious how they'll grow in it. Ren replied, a bright smile spreading across his face. Really? Can I help? Haru's enthusiasm was palpable. Ren paused, considering, before shaking his head. Maybe next time. It's more of an experiment right now, so I'm not sure how it'll turn out. He noticed her downcast look and chuckled, ruffling her hair. Don't worry, I'm not abandoning our little garden. Haru's smile returned as she handed the seeds to Ren. I'll hold you to that, okay? To her, the rooftop garden felt like their own secret spot. A peaceful place in which she could talk about her day and unwind. Haru tiptoed down the grand staircase of the Okumura house, her footsteps barely making a sound on the polished wood. It was an old habit she had picked up from when she used to dance ballet, and she enjoyed moving about like a spy, a small game she played in her mind. It was late at night, so the house was quiet. All the lights were turned off as she wandered about, but she noticed the light to her father's office was still on, so she decided to head over there to check on him. She was trying to get closer to him now that she wasn't going to get married, and she was actually succeeding slightly. She had even had a chance to eat a few more meals with her father when he usually had been too busy to spend time with her. He was in a great mood, and with every day that passed, he continued to become happier and happier. Maybe I can even ask him if he wants to try out some of the vegetables we grew. Haru thought as she quietly approached the office. As she arrived, she saw the door was closed, but she could still hear her father talking through the phone. Yes, he will take care of it. Okumura muttered. No, there will be no evidence or loose ends. You can trust us. It doesn't matter how well guarded they are. We can get any job done for the right price. As she heard those words, Haru froze. Her heart pounded in her chest as she subconsciously drew closer, trying to listen to the rest of the conversation. Yes, that is something we can do. Are you aware of Sujimura? We took care of him. I promise you, the target you have in mind is not someone we can't handle. The job will be completed as long as the payment goes through. Haru's mind instantly began to rush. She knew that her ex-fiancé's dad had died from a mental shutdown. She hadn't thought much about it before, but after hearing her father, all the dots suddenly connected. She was so caught off guard that she accidentally made a noise. Suddenly, Okumura's gaze flicked towards the door. Haru's breath caught in her throat as she quickly ducked behind a nearby cabinet. She pressed herself against the cool wood, praying he hadn't seen her. After what felt like an eternity, she heard his footsteps, and the study door opened for a few moments before it clicked shut. Haru released the breath. She hadn't realized she was holding the moment she felt safe again. She needed to find out more, but confronting her father directly was out of the question. She was afraid of what she would hear if she did. Haru quietly moved to her room, her mind rushing as she finally closed the door behind her. She paced the floor, trying to piece together what she had overheard. She couldn't stand idly by if her father was involved in something so sinister. But what could she do? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Ren? She had a feeling that if anyone could make sense of it would be him. He was her only real friend, and so far, she had been able to talk to him about everything. She even thought him to be a phantom thief. But as she pulled out her phone, she hesitated. Dad. She muttered, unsure as to what to do. The collective unconscious. Hey. Give it back, or I will report you to the Phantom Thieves," a young boy shouted to another kid, who was running around, holding a toy in his hand. "Yeah, well, they can't get me 'cause I have all the powers," the other kid retorted, laughing as he continued to dart around. "I'm serious," the first boy insisted, his voice filled with determination, as he chased his friend through the busy street. The city buzzed with the hum of daily life, but beneath the surface, a new and strange group had captured the collective unconscious. The Phantom Thieves, a mysterious band of vigilantes, had quickly become a part of the public consciousness. Their exact methods were a mystery, but the results were undeniable. Hearts kept changing, confessions of crimes became regular, and more people began to believe in their power. Moving through the city, it was remarkable to see how quickly some people had embraced the thieves, while others remained skeptical. "I think I might send a calling card to my teacher. Maybe he will raise my grades if I tell him I will steal his heart, he." A teenage boy laughed, picking up a replica calling card from a stall. "Oh, that's smart. Maybe if I drop a request on their website, they can change his heart for real." "I bet that creep is hiding something," a girl giggled, playing along. She lifted a mask similar to the one in the Thieves' logo and placed it over her face. Snippets of conversation drifted through the air as people shared stories of change and redemption. "My boss confessed to stealing wages. The stalker finally turned himself into the police. My dad promised that he was going to stop drinking. The author finally published a new chapter. That lazy bum got distracted with his new story." As the sun beat down on him, the man couldn't help but sigh. He had been sent from Kyoto to investigate, but there was nothing to find. He had even checked with the local police departments, and they had nothing. He wandered into a ramen shop for lunch, his eyes scanning the packed tables. The place buzzed with energy, filled with the lively chatter of patrons. Among them, a young man with bleached blonde hair held onto a book, complaining loudly as he ate. He was surrounded by other young people, likely school-aged, engrossed in their school books. "I wonder if Akane will be fine in her exams," he mused, glancing at the menu and suppressing a sigh as he noticed the Phantom Thief special. Settling into a corner, he pulled out his laptop and began browsing through various articles and forums. The theories about the Phantom Thieves were endless. Some believed they used blackmail, but there was no evidence to support this. It felt like chasing ghosts. He couldn't help but wish for a stroke of luck, a chance encounter that would lead him to the truth. But that was probably impossible. "Man, how are you so bad at history? You ought to stop reading so much psychology and pick up a history book once in a while." The blonde-haired kid laughed, causing a black-haired young man to bury his face deeper into a textbook. "Makoto, save me. If you give me the answers, I promise I'll study next time." The dark-haired man joked, prompting a brown-haired girl to laugh as she took the book from him. "Oh, come on Ren, you haven't even read it. It's actually pretty interesting if you put your mind to it." Makoto answered, gently smacking Ren with the history book. Their lively conversation drew his attention. He pulled out his phone, attempting to text his daughter, but as he expected, there was no reply. As he sipped his ramen, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was on the brink of uncovering something significant, even if it still felt just out of reach. But in the end, he left the shop to go back on his mission, passing by a politician trying to campaign in the middle of the street. "Tokyo sure is lively," he mused as he saw a few of the people watching the politician shouting at him. Track Club. Ruji had been waiting until after they had dealt with Madarame, and now that they had stolen his treasure, he finally had the chance to go to the Kuriho Group track team and try out. He had considered not joining because they were somewhat suspicious, but after they met to discuss Naoto's offer, everyone encouraged him to go ahead and join. If he was being honest, he was slightly nervous. After his incident in Shujin, he felt a bit of discomfort in his stomach when he thought about joining, but thankfully, he wasn't alone. "Are you sure you want to join? How are you gonna have time to do anything? Y'all are effing busy already," Ruja said, turning to the people next to him. "Could be a fun activity. I probably won't be able to join the team since I am busy, but I don't mind coming to run with you whenever I get the chance." Shiho gave him a thumbs up as they stepped off from the train. I agree. I am also busy with all of my different responsibilities, but I wouldn't mind replacing some of our workouts with coming to the track to support you. Makoto added as she stepped off from the train. Finally, as Ren stepped off from the train, he simply gave Ruji a thumbs up. Are you sure you didn't want us here, because you are worried we will be faster than you? Ren taunted Ruji with a smile. Yeah, you effing wish. Ruji chuckled as he heard him. Together, they all walked, looking at the massive field. As they stepped out of the bus, he made his way onto a massive field, with a gigantic building not too far off in the distance. It was clear how rich the Kiriho group was from looking at the track field. They signed in through the front desk and then made their way to get ready for the tryout. They changed and put all of their stuff into a locker, before running into the field with a gigantic building next to it. A few athletes of all ages were warming up, stretching, and running laps. It was surprising just how organized everything was. As they moved through, a woman with darker skin and long black hair waved at them. She was wearing a simple gym uniform with the Kiriho Group logo. Judging by the watch and whistle hanging on her neck, she appeared to be the one in charge. Which one of you is Sakamoto? She asked with a smile as she saw the group approaching. Ruji raised his hand and gave a small bow to introduce himself. It's me, miss. Ruji began, acting more formal than usual because of how nervous he was. Nishiwaki. She answered, chuckling slightly. But feel free to just call me Yuko. I'm honestly used to it by this point since I am pretty close with most of the team. There's no need to be nervous. Even if you don't join this team, we manage other different track groups, so we can find one for you. Nodding, the group stood to the side. Let's make sure to start with a few warm-ups and stretches. I'll give you 10 minutes, and then I will let you know when we are ready to start. She said with a smile before moving and grabbing a small notebook. Noticing how nervous he was, Shiho gave him an encouraging pat on the back. Just imagine there is a Mara behind you. Then you'll be able to run like your life depends on it. She said, chuckling slightly as she saw Ruji roll his eyes. Yeah, good old Willie the Chariot. He answered, feeling some of his anxiety vanish away, as his mind wandered back to their time fighting in mementos. With his mind slightly more focused, he took a few deep breaths, hearing the gentle sounds of waves in his ears. He couldn't fully communicate with Kid, but he could at least tell that he was trying to support him in his own way. As he finished warming up, he saw Ren quietly move beside him. Hey, you are still grabbing onto your leg. Are you okay? Ren asked, and as if realizing it, Ruja looked back down. I guess I am. Honestly, it's effing weird. It doesn't hurt anymore, but it kinda does sometimes. He muttered, shaking his head. Don't worry about it. I am just a bit nervous, that's it. The two of them talked for a bit before Yuko's voice broke through. All right, everyone, let's gather up, she called out, her voice carrying across the field. Ruji jogged to the starting line, feeling a surge of adrenaline. All right, show me what you can do, she said, pointing to the starting line. Ruji nodded and took his position. The familiar tension of a race settled over him. The whistle felt like a thunderclap, as he felt his body explode off the line. His muscles remembering the usual rhythm and pace. Strangely, the sound of the storm continued to echo in his mind, becoming louder with every step. Charge, Kid. He wasn't sure why, but he felt as if he could push himself harder. And trusting his instinct, he began to sprint. As he dashed around the track, he could feel his heart thumping against his chest, a feeling he had missed for a long time. When he finally completed the lap, he slowed to a stop, breathing heavily, but with a wide smile on his face. Damn, Kid, you're fast. Yuko whistled as she wrote down his time, but noticing how tired he looked, she chuckled and threw him a towel. How come I haven't heard about you? I usually keep an eye on people who run track. I had an accident some time ago, so I wasn't able to join a team for some time. Ruji answered while grinning. But I am ready to work hard to make up for the break I had to take. Good. We have a lot of potential here, and I expect you to push your limits. As Ruju wiped the sweat from his face, he couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of purpose. As he glanced around, he saw the thieves cheering for him, while some of the other track members were looking at him with impressed faces and sending him some thumbs-ups. I usually am not supposed to say this, but you're on the team. You'll get a proper invitation in a few days through the mail. Yuko told him with a smile. Feel free to enjoy the track field with your friends while I finish sending all the paperwork. I'm glad I got asked to come and look over your tryout. _AN_. I usually like to give out fun details, so here is another one. I usually try to have Captain Kid refer to Ruji as Kid Captain. Since it's already almost 3K words long, I am gonna stop the diaries chap here, but look forward to the following entries. Mona's Day Out, the fan club, the desk behind, and many more. The next chap is a regular chap, but feel free to drop diary suggestions. It's usually a good chance to check out other characters' POVs. Chapter 110, The Counselor's Lesson. 2,775 words. With everything happening so quickly, Ren decided that he should probably visit Maruki. He wasn't sure what it was about him, but he felt comfortable in his office. Plus, it had been Maruki who had set him on the path he was on today. If anything, he was thankful to the doctor. As he made his way through the school, he was suddenly ambushed by a red-headed girl who he hadn't seen in some time. Boo! She jumped at him with a bright smile. Sorry for not answering your message, my phone keeps malfunctioning, and I also got swamped with gymnastics and school. I was wondering if you still had that offer to try cooking together. As Ren looked at her, he couldn't help but take a step back in surprise. His third eye skill had instinctively activated, and as he looked at Kasumi she looked even worse than before. The strange mask she wore before looked as if it had been in the middle of falling apart before forcefully being stitched together. Just looking at it made him uncomfortable. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to actually scare you. Kasumi instantly began to apologize, giving a few small bows just as Ren deactivated his third eye skill to be able to look at her. Ah no, sorry. I was just lost in thought. Ren answered her with a smile, stopping her from bowing again. Did something happen? Are you okay? He couldn't help but ask, still slightly unsettled. Kasumi tilted her head in confusion. Why do you ask? She began before her face turned into her signature bright smile. Ah, Ren, you're too nice. But it's just a small cut. My neighbor has a cat and he accidentally scratched me. She continued, raising her arm to show a small band-aid in it. No. I mean, it's been some time. So I was just wondering how you were doing. Last time we talked, things were a bit rough. Kasumi looked confused again, her mind struggling to understand, before she shook her head and suddenly remembered. She began, struggling to get the words out. Honestly, I've never felt better right now. I'm still having some issues, but I think I can work through them. She said, smiling brightly once again. At this point, it was clear that something was up with Kasumi, and though he had shrugged it off in the past due to the existence of palaces and the metaverse, it seemed to be getting worse. He had looked her up in the metanav, Kasumi Yoshizawa, but there hadn't been any results. And if he was being honest, he had too much in his mind to dive too deeply into it. He didn't understand the metaverse in its entirety, so it was possible there was something outside of palaces that existed, something that Kasumi was being influenced by. Giving her a friendly smile, he asked her. Do you want to eat lunch together? It's been some time, so it would be nice to catch up. Kasumi was about to agree, but she suddenly jumped in surprise. Sorry, I forgot I need to meet with Miss Kawakami. She was going to help me look over one of my assignments, and she is probably waiting for me right now. But I would love to hang out again. Are you going to the fireworks festival with your friends? If they don't mind me joining, I would love to join your group. She looked a little nervous as she asked, and since he knew the thieves would welcome her with open arms, he decided to agree. Yeah, feel free to come, we'll probably all go to LeBlanc afterward, so I can show you how I make my curry then. We can talk over the details after the exams finish. Giving out her signature bright smile, Kasumi quickly gave her goodbyes before running over to Kawakami's classroom. Placing his thoughts about her in the back of his mind, he continued to Maruki's office, where he saw another kid leaving just as he arrived. Ren recognized him as one of the guys from the volleyball team, Mashima, or was it Mushima? Either way, he quickly moved out, leaving Maruki to notice Ren and smile warmly. Ren? It's been a while. Do you want to talk? I have some freshly bought snacks. Or, well, should I say gifted? One of the people I counsel gave me a bunch of snacks as thanks yesterday. Maruki began chuckling slightly as he thought of a joke. Could it be that you are also here to gift me more snacks? I'll let you skip one class if you do. Shaking his head, Ren smiled as the two of them walked into his office. Sadly, I just ran out, ate them all up on the way here. Ren continued, playing along and causing Maruki to chuckle. Maruki moved to a coffee maker he had brought from his house, before quickly pouring one cup for himself and for Ren. It's strange for me to say it, but I am actually glad that you haven't felt the need to come visit me in some time. It means that you don't need my help. Maruki began, sitting down in his usual spot. However, do remember that I am here if you ever need to talk. There is no such thing as too brave or mature for mental health. Ren smiled as he heard Maruki's words. Honestly, I mainly came here because I wanted to catch up. It's been a while, and I remember you asking for my help with something. I tend to get pretty busy, so I end up overlooking things like that, sorry. Maruki shook his head with a smile. Are you sure you aren't here because you want another lesson about cognitive science? I honestly enjoy our talks about it. He joked again, trying to lighten the mood. Ah, you caught me. Ren laughed. Turning slightly more serious for a second, but still keeping that friendly and approachable smile, Maruki asked. Now, I know I like to joke around, but if there's anything you want to talk about, you can trust me. I know I have said it before, but I'll say it as many times as needed. Is there anything you feel like you have to get off your chest? Ren went silent for a few seconds, thinking about everything that had happened in the past few weeks, before shaking his head. Honestly, I just came here to hang out. A lot of stuff has happened, but I actually feel like I am in full control now. It's hard to explain, but it's almost like I got dumped with a bucket of ice-cold water, and suddenly I knew what to do. Maruki nodded, taking a sip of the coffee before answering. That's great, Ren. I honestly did notice you looked a little different when you walked in. It sounds strange, but it goes along with one of the things I have been researching. Almost as if the you inside your heart is finally aligned with the real you. If I am being honest, that is something I envy. It was surprising just how accurate that statement felt, but Ren couldn't help but joke as he heard him. Are you sure it's not the glasses? They got broken, so I have been just going around without them lately. Haven't really gotten the chance to go and buy new ones. Maruki gave him a warm smile as he heard him. Maybe you're right. I'm glad you don't feel the need to hide your face anymore. I'm assuming you were using them to look more approachable because of your record. Or maybe as a mask to protect yourself. Right? Maruki asked. Ren opened his eyes in surprise, unsure as to how to answer, which made Maruki shake his head. Don't worry about it, either way, I am glad to see you enjoying your time here. Any big news since we last talked? Maruki asked, grabbing some more sugar to put in his coffee. Ah, well. I guess you could say I entered a relationship. It's actually been pretty nice. Hearing him, Maruki couldn't help but chuckle. Just the one? He asked, trying to hide his smile before shaking his head and letting out a few awed coughs. Sorry, that was unprofessional of me. One of the people I counsel told me about it. But due to the client's confidentiality, I can't tell you who. If anything, I already said too much. Ren rubbed the back of his head, laughing along. Yeah, it's been a bit wild lately. The two of them continued to catch up, with Ren somehow finding himself lying down on the couch with a snack in his mouth. Even Maruki was sitting more relaxed, and as the conversation drifted from topic to topic, Maruki eventually let out a sign. "Ren, could you keep what I am about to say next a secret?" Maruki asked, and after Ren nodded, he sighed again. "There's someone I have been trying to help, but I am honestly not sure how else I can help them. I wish there was a way to fully understand someone. I am trying to use my research to help people, but I feel like I could do more, you know." "Like what?" Ren asked, sitting up to listen to him better. Maruki thought for a few moments before speaking up. "Well, you know why most famous poems and books are so popular. Because the author is able to describe their emotions and feelings in a very in-depth way. When you see a play like Romeo and Juliet, you can feel the pain and their emotions thanks to both the writing and the acting." Maruki began looking slightly lost before continuing. "But most people aren't like that. Emotions are a hard thing, especially when you are grieving or when you are in deep pain. It's hard to express what things like that are like or why you feel that way. Only someone with a lot of training or talent can open their hearts fully and understand themselves. It's our jobs as counselors to try to help and guide people into understanding their emotions, but that is limited by my own cognition." As Ren heard him, he couldn't help but nod subconsciously. "I get it," he muttered, causing Maruki to open his eyes slightly in surprise. "You do? I'm actually curious to hear your feedback since I have been working on this project by myself for a long time." Maruki asked, leaning in, too, with a curious expression. "Well, you know I have been looking into cognitive science and psychology too." Ren began. "It's a bit weird to use him, but for this example, let's use someone like Kamoshida. I think that if we were to look inside his heart, we would see that he looks at this school as if it were his castle, and he would see himself as the king. Or at least, that's what I think from the brief time I knew him." "Oh?" Maruki asked, reaching for a notepad to begin taking notes. "You could just call this speculation, but I believe the thing that drives every person is desires." Ren continued. "Yes, the desire to live, the desire to be loved, the desire for money, the desire to grow. I have actually researched that before. I'm honestly surprised you have gotten this deep into the research." Maruki added, adjusting his glasses slightly. Smiling, Ren asked, "Then what would happen if that desire got distorted? What if Kamoshida's wish to be respected for being an Olympic winner, and to educate the next generation of athletes took a wrong turn?" "That's fascinating," Maruki muttered. "So you're saying that the reason Kamoshida did the things he did was because his own cognition and perception of the world became corrupted?" "In theory. Once again, I'm just a student. You would probably know more about cognition than I do." Ren shrugged. Maruki chuckled as he heard him, placing down his notepad. "I guess that should be true, shouldn't it?" Maruki asked. "Do you think your theory would also apply to other cases? Like, say, someone was grieving or going through a loss. Would their desire also be distorted?" Ren nodded as he thought back to Futaba's case. "Well, your desire to be loved or have a family might get distorted. I'm sure some people would probably either get really depressed and their distortion might become I don't deserve to be loved, or they might blame themselves, thinking it's my fault they died." "I see," Maruki muttered with a newfound spark in his eyes. "This is actually connecting so many dots in the research I have been working on." Maruki moved to grab one of his notebooks from the office, reading some of the notes he had before turning to Ren. "It's amazing how complicated the heart is, Ren. I know there is no theoretical way to look into someone's mind, but imagine just how much you could help someone if you could look into their hearts and see the distortions that plagued a person directly." Maruki spoke with a smile. "It wouldn't matter if they can't put it into words. You would be able to help them and finally solve their heartache." Ren debated what he should answer, but since he could not find an answer that felt right, he simply kept quiet. He considered revealing the metaverse to him, but unlike with Yusuke, he hesitated. It was a strange feeling since he fully trusted Maruki, but that hesitation was enough to put him slightly on guard. "Ah, sorry, I seem to have gotten carried away," Maruki said, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly as he sat back down in the chair. I have to thank you, Ren. You have given me a lot to think about. I know this is all speculation, but if I am able to complete my research, I will be able to help a lot of people. Don't worry. If I find anything interesting, I'll make sure to let you know, too. I know you are also looking into researching cognitive science. Maruki added with his usual kind smile. Thanks, I appreciate that. Don't think I didn't notice you trying to sneak a counseling session when I just came here to hang out at the beginning. Ren joked, causing Maruki to laugh awkwardly. Was it that obvious? Maruki asked. Ren was ready to leave, but his mind then wandered to Kasumi. Hey, Maruki, I don't know how much you can tell me, but is Kasumi okay? Have you noticed anything different? Maruki looked slightly conflicted as he heard the question. I can't say anything due to client confidentially. I'm sorry, Ren. Maruki apologized, but Ren just shook his head. No, don't worry about it. I get it. Maruki smiled as he heard him, and after debating internally for a few moments, he spoke up. Look after her, would you? He began, stopping as he tried to come up with how to say what he wanted to without breaching her trust. She told me she has spoken to you before, so, remember that everyone is flawed. And that when you are with friends, it's okay to show those flaws. Tilda confidence tilde. Takuto Maruki, the counselor, rank 4. Tilde A-N tilde. Y'all, once again, sorry for the sudden inconsistency after saying I was gonna post every other day and focus on the story again. I've been working 12-hour days since we just got a gigantic job, and since I do construction, it's physically demanding and tiring. So, usually, I end up getting home tired AF. Don't even have the energy to go through the comments and properly like a reply like I used to, but I still try to read when I get the chance. Should be done with the project maybe in like 2 weeks, so I should be back to having more free time then. Still, I'll be working on this story on the side. The only reason I can do the Tensura story every other day is that I stockpiled a shit ton of chaps in preparation for the P at Trian. I'm straight up like 1.5 weeks ahead of P at Trian release RN. Anyways, hopefully, the chap didn't seem too much like exposition, but I noticed that in Maruki's Confidant, they talk about the metaverse and cognition a bunch, so I wanted to give it my own try. See y'all as soon as I can, and thanks for reading. Chapter 111, The Royal Trio. 4,377 words. After school, Ren contacted Naoto to try to set up a meeting, and he was told something that surprised him. You have exams coming up soon, don't you? Forget about setting up a meeting until after the exams. Miss Kiriho will get angry if she finds out you all failed your exams because of her. In fact, the fireworks festival is coming up soon. Naoto paused, her tone thoughtful. Let's organize the meeting for the 21st. It should give everyone enough time to finish all of their preparations. Ren was left slightly dumbfounded as he heard her. Isn't that, we are dealing with more important stuff, are we not? Naoto chuckled softly, her voice warm. I'm sure you'll understand once you meet Miss Kiriho. Good luck with your exams. After hanging up her phone, Naoto turned to look at Mitsuru, who was listening into the conversation with keen interest. He's not wrong, you know. Naoto asked with a slight smile, her eyes reflecting a mix of amusement and concern. Mitsuru smiled faintly, taking a delicate sip of her tea. Her gaze drifted to a picture she had taken with her group many years ago, a reminder of the battles they had fought and the bonds they had formed. They are just kids, Naoto. Just because we had to fight our battles when we were so young, it doesn't mean that they should, too. They deserve a semblance of normalcy, even amidst the chaos. Naoto shook her head gently, a thoughtful expression on her face as she grabbed her jacket and prepared to leave. You know, Mitsuru, I have a feeling that we won't be able to help too much directly. Call it a detective's intuition. We both have worked together long enough to know that things like this are always more complicated than they seem. Mitsuru's smile faded, replaced by a look of reflection. She let out a sigh, her thoughts drifting to the challenges ahead. Any news about Madarame? She asked, her tone shifting to one of concern. Naoto's expression grew serious. He's stopped going out. I can only assume that they completed their mission. We should be able to hear more about him soon. Do you want me to intervene? I can send some people his way. Mitsuru shook her head, her eyes thoughtful. No, let things play out. But I want you to look into him and see what you can find. We need to understand his connections and motivations. The more information we have, the better prepared we'll be. Naoto nodded, her expression resolute. Understood. I'll keep you updated on anything I find. And Mitsuru, take care of yourself. Mitsuru's smile returned, a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, Naoto. I'll do my best. And you take care as well. As Naoto left, Mitsuru stared at the picture once more before sighing. As Ren made his way home, he saw Akechi wandering through the bustling streets, engaging with a small group of enthusiastic fans. His charming smile was unwavering as he exchanged pleasantries and autographs. However, when he caught a glimpse of Ren approaching, he quickly apologized to his fans and made his way over. Some of the fans continued to murmur excitedly and snapped a few more pictures despite Akechi's polite requests to stop. Yet, his smile remained steadfast. Ren, it's been some time. I'm sorry for the pictures, but even when I ask them to stop, they are quite persistent. Akechi chuckled, a hint of amusement in his voice. Don't worry about it. I don't really mind them that much anymore. How's your detective work? I'm sure you've been quite busy. Ren replied, mirroring Akechi's smile. Oh, chasing ghosts. I am not making too much progress, but at least it's interesting to try to track down the trail. Akechi responded, his eyes twinkling with a mix of excitement and frustration. How about you? I'm sure you must be dealing with some interesting stuff. Nothing much, really. If anything, the only real issue right now is the exams. Ren answered. Akechi seemed slightly disappointed with the answer, a flicker of frustration crossing his face before he quickly masked it with his usual charming smile. I see. I actually happen to have some free time. Would you like to have a rematch? Before Ren could answer, he noticed a familiar flash of red. Kasumi, with her signature red ponytail, came running up to them, her face lighting up as she saw the two boys together. Ah, Ren. Akechi. It's nice to see both of you. I didn't know you knew each other, Kasumi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Akechi and Ren exchanged a glance with each other before Akechi answered. Ah, yes, Ren and I met a while ago. We have been playing games and challenging each other here and there in the past. Kasumi's smile brightened as she heard them. That's amazing. I've always thought you two would get along well. She said before turning to Ren. My dad works in the TV station, so I've actually gotten to meet Akechi a few times before. Then, as if realizing something, she stepped back. Oh, sorry, am I interrupting something? If you two were about to head to play another game, I didn't mean to intrude. Shaking his head, Ren chuckled. No, don't worry about it. In fact, could you join us for this game? It would change things up if we had someone else join the match. Ren suggested, smiling as he saw Akechi's slightly annoyed expression that quickly turned into his usual smile. Of course, Miss Yoshizawa. The more the merrier. Akechi added. Smiling brightly, Kasumi nodded with excitement. Ah, I would love that. Do you have a place in mind? What kind of game do you guys usually play? Akechi and Ren exchanged another glance, silently debating their next move. Seeing their hesitation, Kasumi quickly spoke up. How about we go to the batting cages? I've meant to go for some time, and wouldn't mind going with friends. There's one near Yonganjaya. Ah, that's just next to LeBlanc, isn't it? I've seen it a few times on my way over. Akechi mused, causing Kasumi's smile to brighten even more. Really? Maybe I'll finally get a chance to taste that scientifically made curry. Kasumi said, her enthusiasm bubbling over. As the three of them made their way down to the batting cages, Kasumi led the small talk, her voice animated and cheerful. Ren couldn't help but notice how her positivity seemed almost over the top, more so than usual. It felt as if her smile wouldn't drop no matter what. As they arrived at the batting cages, the atmosphere charged with a mix of anticipation and friendly rivalry. "All right, Akechi, how about you step up first? I want to see how the real Detective Prince performs in action," Ren suggested, his tone light yet challenging. Nodding, Akechi adjusted his gloves with a composed smile, entering the batting cage. Meanwhile, Kasumi took the opportunity to lean in close to Ren, her voice a hushed whisper. "Thanks for inviting me, Ren. I've been trying to hang out with more people lately, but it's a bit hard. I'm actually really looking forward to the fireworks festival. Maybe I'll also be able to befriend your friends. They seem like nice people." Ren smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry about it. I'm sure they'll get along great with you. I actually wanted to get the chance to ask you something. How's everything been going? You seem a bit different than before." Her smile faltered for the first time that day, a flicker of confusion and discomfort crossing her face. "I do?" she asked, her voice uncertain. She shook her head slightly, as if trying to dispel the feeling. "Ah, look, Akechi is ready," she exclaimed, quickly changing the topic. Ren turned his attention to Akechi, who was now positioned in the batting cage, his stance impeccable. The machine whirred to life, and the first pitch flew towards him. Akechi swung with precision, the bat connecting with a satisfying crack. Kasumi clapped enthusiastically, her earlier discomfort seemingly forgotten. "Wow, Akechi! That was amazing!" Kasumi cheered, her eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. As he looked at Kasumi's strange behavior, Ren felt slight discomfort as the scalpel suddenly stirred, as if asking Ren to use it again. That was enough to tell him that her issue was probably related to the metaverse, or could be solved with the metaverse. However, he pushed that to the back of his mind for now. He wanted to avoid using the scalpel as much as possible. Snapping him out of his thoughts was the next hit from Akechi. He seemed determined, his focus unwavering as he clenched the bat, not letting any emotion show on his face as he hit ball after ball. Each swing was calculated, almost mechanical in its precision. Kasumi watched in awe, clapping enthusiastically with each successful hit. After a few more flawless hits, Akechi stepped out of the cage, wiping some sweat from his forehead. "Wow, Akechi! You're really good at this," she exclaimed, her admiration genuine as she stood up. "All right, my turn. I can't hold back anymore." She snatched the bat from Akechi's hands and ran up to the cage. "All right, next up to the plate, Yoshiza Dash," as she introduced herself, the first ball flew past her. "Oh wait. That one doesn't count." Ren stood up as the next ball flew past her before she could react again. Moving closer to the cage, he called out to her. "Just take a deep breath. You've got this." Kasumi nodded, but there was a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself, but the next pitch still whizzed by her untouched. She hadn't even gotten the chance to react. Taking a deep breath, she prepared for the next one. But this time, she swung her bat before the ball even left the machine, letting the next ball pass by her as she steadied her stance. "Come on, Sumi, you got this." Kasumi subconsciously muttered to herself, tightening her hands around the bat. But once again, the ball flew past her. Akechi, leaning casually against the fence, watched with a polite smile, though a hint of boredom flickered in his eyes. "You can do it, Miss Yoshizawa. Just focus on the ball," he said, his tone encouraging but lacking genuine enthusiasm. One after another, Kasumi either swung too late or too early until the machine eventually stopped. She was smiling, but her eyes were filled with frustration. Her expression kept shifting between determination and disappointment, but in the end, she shook her head with what appeared to be a forced smile. "Ah, I guess it's not for me. Weird. I feel like I used to be pretty good at it," she said, her voice tinged with a mix of confusion and frustration. Even Akechi, who looked slightly bored, raised an eyebrow in interest. "Really? Perhaps it's just an off day, he remarked. Ren stepped closer, his expression softening with concern. Come on, let's try it one more time. Just relax and don't overthink it. You've got the skills. Trust yourself. Kasumi shook her head as she tried to pass the bat on to Ren, but he simply avoided her before moving to place some more money in the baseball machine. Seeing him, Kasumi couldn't help but smile, more naturally this time, before taking another deep breath and readying herself. The first ball flew past her, yet she didn't flinch, she only tightened her grip on the bat. The moment the next ball shot out, Kasumi swung with all her might, the bat connecting and sending the ball flying towards the net. Yes, I did it, she exclaimed, her earlier discomfort momentarily forgotten. After a few more failures, Kasumi's next swing connected, sending the ball soaring. Her smile widened, more natural and bright than ever. With each hit, her confidence grew, and she began to enjoy the game. Just as she was finishing her turn, a group of kids and parents wandered in, one of them wearing a birthday hat. Sorry, we came here for a birthday party. We only have an hour before our reservation at Big Bang Burger. So, would you please let us take over the batting cages for that time? We didn't book a reservation because they are usually free at this hour, one of the parents explained, looking apologetic as the kids began to run around excitedly. Kasumi, who was stepping out of the cage with a bright smile, nodded. Oh yeah, don't worry about it. We can swing by later. Happy birthday, she exclaimed. Yes, of course. Happy birthday to the little one, Akechi added with his usual charming smile. It's unfortunate that we were interrupted, but I guess that just opens up a new opportunity. Shall we head to LeBlanc? I believe a nice cup of coffee might be a good way to unwind. In just a few minutes, the trio reached the cafe. As they entered, Sojiro was busy behind the counter, but gave them a nod of recognition. Sojiro quickly pointed to a table and wrote down their orders. As Kasumi drank some of the tea, she let out a satisfied smile. There is something to this place. It's strangely relaxing. It must be nice living in here, she commented. It also has some nice decorations. I like the flowers, she added, looking slightly nostalgic as she spoke. Yeah, you can blame that on Ren. Sojiro chuckled as he brought over some plates. I swear, I leave him alone, and the next time I check on him, I see that he has an infestation of flowers in his room. The kid has no self-control. Thankfully, they bring the atmosphere to the cafe, otherwise, it would have been a shame to have to throw some away. Ren shook his head with a smile. I don't know what you are talking about. Kasumi seemed slightly surprised, picking up the flower in the middle of the table with a slightly complicated expression. You grew them? I didn't know you were into gardening. Akechi also glanced around the room and noticed the countless crimson flowers, chuckling to himself. I'm guessing you bought too many seeds of the same type. A little variety doesn't hurt. Ren shrugged, still smiling. Maybe I just like poppies. As they began to enjoy their food and drinks, Akechi spoke up again. Say, Miss Yoshizawa, do you want to play a little game? He asked, a smile appearing on his face. Sure, I'm always up for anything, Kasumi replied eagerly. I've been looking into the Phantom Thieves, and it would be helpful to hear some outsider opinions. What do you think of the Phantom Thieves, Miss Yoshizawa? The Phantom Thieves? Kasumi asked before smiling once again. I actually have two different answers. Placing her drink down, Kasumi raised her finger. If you had asked me before, I would have agreed with them to a certain extent. I looked into Kaneshiro after all the news popped up, and he was truly a disgusting man. I'm glad that he turned himself in. It's hard to generalize that part, but when it comes to bringing people who are really harming others to justice, I think it's for the best. Sort of. Akechi asked, tilting his head with curiosity. Well, here comes the second part. I think the Phantom Thieves are only going to hurt the world more the longer they are around. And today showed me exactly that. Kasumi added, raising a second finger. Hearing her, Ren raised an eyebrow, leaning in closer as he asked. How come? They are helping people, aren't they? Kasumi nodded her head. Sort of. After their website came up, I saw many people reacting differently. But I've seen the Phantom Thieves become both a weapon and a safety net. While going to my gymnastics class, I overheard a couple of kids who wanted to report their teacher just because they wanted better grades. Since I don't know how the thieves work, there's a chance they could target an innocent person just because of someone malicious. Hearing her, Ren sat back, thinking about her answer. Even though they could see through the hearts of people in the metaverse, it was true that they had already wasted time with a few false reports. A jealous boyfriend reporting another guy who had done nothing wrong, and so on. Plus, it would be dangerous if people just suddenly began to rely on the Phantom Thieves for every issue they had. Like before, there is a world in which neither of you supported me, and I just gave up trying to hit the ball. It was frustrating, but what if instead of trying again, I simply thought, well, the Phantom Thieves can change my heart, and then I'll be fixed. So, you wouldn't want the thieves to change your heart? Akechi asked. No, Kasumi answered, shaking her head. I am well aware of some of my issues, and just how easily I was discouraged. However, I still think people should work through their own issues, even if they need help from friends or counselors. Even now, I am still working through many things, and I still tend to get discouraged and anxious, but I want to be the one who makes the effort. I'm sure others would agree with me in the fact that it isn't right to force your salvation onto others. Ren's face became slightly complicated as he sat back. He had been ready to find her in the metaverse, or even check again, if she had a palace just moments ago. Akechi smiled as he heard her answer, and saw Ren's expression. That's a great answer, Miss Yoshizawa. In a sense, the Phantom Thieves are hindering the growth of people by forcing changes of hearts. Would you mind if I took some inspiration from it next time I had an interview? Akechi asked with his usual charming smile. Go right ahead, Akechi. But as I said, it's a two-sided thing. It depends on how severe the problem is and how many people are being affected. If the issue is on the level of Kaneshiro, I still think someone should do something. It's hard to generalize everything, you know. Akechi nodded as he heard the answer, turning to look at Ren, who was still lost in thought. What about you, Ren? What do you think of what Miss Yoshizawa said? Snapping out of his own thoughts, Ren nodded. She's not wrong. He continued, since the two of them were still looking at him. I can easily see how some people can try to abuse the power of the Phantom Thieves. I don't doubt that countless people have already tried. Oh, what about forcing changes of hearts on people who don't want them? Or allowing people to become over-reliant on them? Do you think the Phantom Thieves should stop doing their minor escapades and focus on bigger targets? Akechi asked, his smile seeming more genuine than ever. No. Ren answered, surprising both Kasumi and Akechi. The latter of which burst into a chuckle. Ren's main goal at the moment was to become stronger. Strong enough to stand up to Igor should the time come. The best way to focus on that goal was to target the strongest enemy at the moment, the people behind the mental shutdowns. To do so, they needed to gain influence over the collective unconscious. Fulfilling the metaverse requests would allow them to not only train, but also gain influence. The only reason Kasumi had made him get lost in thought was because she was his faith, his confidant. Kasumi looked at him with somewhat expectant eyes, so he gave her the answer the Phantom Thieves had found together when Shiho had brought up the question. The thief's collective answer, rather than his own. Like she said, it's a two-sided issue. Not everyone will need the Phantom Thieves. Some people could have a better future if they faced their issues head-on. But that would be putting aside the people who would have never faced their issues otherwise. People who would continue to hurt others. People trapped in abusive relationships, criminals blackmailing innocent people to work like slaves for their own profit, and doctors who hurt patients while trying to increase their reputation. I believe the thieves only go for those who are truly unredeemable. So even if countless people are trying to use the thieves to threaten people with minor issues, the thieves would probably ignore those requests. I don't think people should become reliant on the thieves. But that is something they, as individuals, are responsible for. Kasumi's mouth was left in pure surprise before she giggled slightly. Whoa, Ren, I never would have thought you would be such a massive Phantom Thief fan. Even though we don't really think the same, I can see your points. Indeed. To think you would be so set with your views of the thieves' justice. I must admit, I am a bit impressed myself. Akechi added with a smile, almost holding back some more laughter. I have to say, I didn't quite expect today to go this way, but I am glad you joined us for today's game, Miss Yoshizawa, even if it was interrupted by the birthday party. Smiling brightly, Kasumi nodded. No, thank you for inviting me. I had a lot of fun. If you wouldn't mind me joining, I would love to hang out with the two of you again in the future. During their discussion, enough time had passed for LeBlanc to close down, but Sojiro had simply let them keep eating while he headed out to spend some time with Futaba. Just as the trio was about to finish their meal, Akechi's phone began to ring, and his expression became apologetic. It seems duty calls. I will see you both later. Akechi smiled as he stood up and reached for his wallet. I am guessing Mr. Sakura meant for it to be on the house, but the meal was truly delicious. I haven't had one like it in a long time. It actually brought back some memories. He placed the money down before quickly leaving LeBlanc, leaving Kasumi and Ren alone in the cozy cafe. The two of them focused on their food, allowing the energy to die down a little. As Kasumi finished, she reached for the flower once again. Poppies, Kasumi muttered, turning to Ren. I didn't feel comfortable asking with Akechi and the other people around, but is there a reason you chose this flower? Ren noticed her nostalgic yet sad expression, which broke through the forced smile she had worn during the day. Activating his third eye, he looked at her again. Her disturbing patchwork mask was still present, but some of the threads forcing the mask in place let out a slight bluish flame. I saw them at a store in Shibuya, and I liked them. So I planted a few in my bedroom, and well, like Sojiro said, it got a bit out of hand. Why? Smelling the flower, Kasumi sighed. They brought back some memories. I recently lost someone very close to me, and their favorite color was red. She always made sure to wear at least one red thing. So, instead of the usual white lilies or chrysanthemums for her funeral, we went for a mixture of poppies and spider lilies. Both flowers that signify death. Kasumi smiled slightly as she thought back, her eyes looking slightly lost. It's actually a bit funny. Some people gave us strange looks because red usually means happiness, and it's weird to use that color in a funeral. But she would have liked them. Hearing her, Ren wasn't quite sure how to react, so he simply placed a hand on her shoulder to try to reassure her. Do you want some? I actually do have a lot. Sojiro wasn't kidding when he said I have no self-control. Ren joked, trying to help lighten the mood. Kasumi's smile became a bit more genuine as she looked at him. That would be nice. Thank you, Ren. It means a lot to me. Ren nodded, his hand still on her shoulder. He had read many of psychology books, and some of them had touched on death and grieving. But as embarrassing as he found it, he felt uncomfortable breaching the topic. So, after a moment of silence, he moved upstairs to pick up some of the best flowers he could find. He even grabbed some of the poppies he had picked from mementos since they looked more beautiful than the normal ones. After assembling a full bouquet, he walked downstairs to see Kasumi preparing to leave. Who smiled as she saw the bouquet. I didn't realize how late it was, so I will have to call my parents and head home. They are probably worrying a lot since I haven't called them, and I am late. As she grabbed the bouquet, she gave one last bright smile. Thank you. If I am being honest, I want to visit her to give her these flowers, but I am not ready yet. So when the time comes, would you help me get another bouquet? Confidence. Kasumi Yoshizawa. The Faith, rank 3 to 4. Goro Akechi, Justice, 4. AN. Usually, I try to avoid double rank-ups if possible. But it felt like this had to be a double rank-up. One for the Royal Trio discussion, and one for the Poppy discussion. Lots of hidden Easter eggs here, or well. 2 LOL. But hey, see if you can find M. Also, I am actually a bit behind on the calendar from where I would like to be. And since I have the following chaps planned, I can say that I will skip over a few weeks after chap 114 to get ahead in the calendar. Lastly, long-ass chapter. My usual chap length for this fic is 2.4k words, but this one is 4.3k. Chapter 112, The Exams. 3,525 words. The classroom was in absolute silence. Pencils scribbled on paper, as students continued to work silently. As all things do, exams had finally arrived, and they were now in the middle of exam after exam. As Ren sat down at his desk, he couldn't help but tap his pencil on the desk, letting his mind wander as he looked at the questions. No matter how good he might be at fighting shadows, that skill didn't quite translate to his greatest enemy. Explain the origin of Bowsy. History. If he was being honest with himself, he was just being stubborn. He could have memorized all of it, at least long enough to pass the exam before promptly forgetting it. A simple brute forcing of information, but his mind simply refused to learn it. He couldn't help but smile as he thought back to their study sessions. If it weren't for Makoto, they probably wouldn't have gotten any actual work done. Falling asleep or goofing around after just some time of sitting down to study. Lifting his arm, he saw a small bracelet, and had to hold back a laugh in the silent classroom. After one of their study sessions, they went to the arcade, and Makoto got it from a claw machine. Its main distinguishing feature was a small panda. All right. I did some research, and I have an idea. Wear this every time you study, and only when you're on the exam can you look at it and try to remember. It's from one of our psychology books. Makoto had told him with a confident smile. After that, every time they studied, he would subconsciously glance at the small bracelet with Makoto beside him, trying her best to help him. It was honestly fun to tease her from time to time while studying. Her serious expression would soften into a gentle smile, and he found himself looking forward to those moments more than he expected. Ah, what a mess. He muttered with a smile as he picked up the pencil and began to write the answer. As the exam ended and the bell rang, they all packed their things and prepared to head out of the school. Ren? I need a break. I want to go eat some snacks. Anne complained as she held her head, gently crashing onto Ren for support. I did better than before, thanks to Makoto, but after enough time, all the questions began to blur together. Chuckling gently, Ren gently caressed her hair before speaking in a joking tone. Explain the origin of Bowsy. Ren asked, using his best teacher voice. And looked slightly confused before bursting out laughing. Ah, I guess you had it rough, too. Don't worry, I'll treat you this time with all my actress money. And played along before suddenly jolting, as if she remembered something. That's right. I forgot to tell you, but the director and the other actresses complimented me for the acting. They told me that it was a bit rough at first, but once I got comfortable, I became good. So I have to thank you for our acting classes. They are finishing up working on some set right now, but the filming should start pretty soon. As the two of them walked out, they saw Ryuj ruffling his hair as he paced. Was it a snow crab? Or a king crab? He asked, running up to them. King crab. The two of them answered at the same time, causing Ryuj to let out an annoyed groan as he kicked the ground. For real. Dude, I actually had that test. I can't believe the effing crab question messed me up. Ryuj complained. Well, F it. I still did better than before. After a few more moments, Shiho arrived, looking just as tired as the rest. I think we need to stop taking naps after studying. After the second exam, I was ready to fall asleep. Honestly, if it wasn't for Ryuj, I probably wouldn't have made it. Shiho said, letting out a yawn. Huh, me? What did I do? You make weird faces when you're concentrating, so I would try to copy your face during the exams, and that kept me awake. Also, chewing on pencils isn't good for your teeth, Ryuj. Ryuj looked slightly embarrassed for a moment, but after letting out a few awkward coughs, he shrugged it off. The last one to join was Makoto, who looked exhausted. Sorry for the delay. I had some things to deal with regarding the student council. Some students were complaining and well, I probably shouldn't talk about it in the school. How did everyone's exams go? One by one, they all began to answer, with Ruja going on a small rant about crabs. But when it came to Ren's turn, he simply lifted up the bracelet. I survived. Makoto smiled warmly as she heard the answer before subconsciously fixing her hair slightly. All right, we better get going. The day after exams end, I usually have a big dinner with my sister, so I can only hang out for a bit. Shiho nodded in agreement. It's the same here. My parents want to have a small celebration at home, so I also can't eat either. I'd love to invite you guys to meet them, but they're inviting my grandparents, and they are a bit unique. Ah, that sucks. My mom planned a small celebration for getting into the Kiriho track team and making it through the exams. I was gonna ask you all if you wanted to come. She said the more, the merrier. Ruji added. I don't really have anything going on, my parents are still out, so I was just going to grab some snacks and have a movie night. So I am down to go. I haven't seen your mom since we were kids. Neither do I. I think Sojiro was willing to open the store for us, but I can call and tell him not to worry about it. We could talk on the way to the train and then split up. We are all gonna be meeting up for the firework festival, so we can fully catch up then. Ren suggested, earning a round of nods from the group. As they began to walk through the crowded cities full of students celebrating the end of their exams, Makoto let out a tired sigh. You wouldn't believe the amount of people complaining about Yoshizawa. They had to move up her exams a week from now because of a gymnastics event. I'm actually a bit worried since other students seem to have it out for her because she has a few extra benefits from being a gymnast. Makoto began, causing Ren to raise an eyebrow. Really? Shiho asked. I would have thought everyone would love her. I met her a few times while I was still on the volleyball team, and she was a nice girl. If anything, she was a bit too nice, but that's not a bad thing. Yeah, I have had to step in a few times to try to stop some rumors from spreading. Makoto added, letting out a tired sigh. Honestly, poor girl. She already has enough on her plate. On their way to the station, they saw a politician trying to campaign on the side, and though he continued to get heckled, he stood his ground and used his own words to fight back. That guy is still there. Ruja muttered before promptly ignoring him and continuing to walk. Sparing only a glance, the rest of the group made their way to the station, saying their last goodbyes before splitting up. Unlike the lively dinner happening over at the Sakamoto household, the Najima sisters were experiencing a far quieter evening. The clink of cutlery and the low-volume TV were the only sounds breaking the silence. Sae sat in silence, methodically cutting her food, her mind clearly elsewhere. Her usually sharp eyes were distant, clearly lost in her own thoughts, as she tried to find a good way to breach the somewhat awkward topic she had in mind without ruining her relationship with Makoto again. Makoto, noticing her sister's distracted state, attempted to start a conversation several times, but received only short responses in return. It felt as if the small progress they had made towards mending their relationship had all but collapsed in these few moments. After a few more moments of uneasy quiet, Sae finally spoke up, her voice breaking the silence with an awkward hesitance. Makoto. I noticed you changed your wardrobe. Could there be any reason for that? Makoto looked up, slightly taken aback by the question. That. Do you remember the doctor who helped me the day I passed out? I went over there to thank her, and we actually started to get along. One thing led to another, and I'm actually volunteering with her on some of her research. During one of our days off, we went shopping, and she suggested some clothes for me. I really like them. They fit me. Sae paused, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table as she processed this new information. Eventually, though, she let out a relieved sigh. I see. She muttered, her eyes briefly meeting Makoto's before looking away. How did your exams go? Makoto's face brightened at the change of topic. The tension in the room seemed to ease, as she felt a small window of connection opening up between them. They went well. I've been tutoring some of my friends, which helped me refresh a lot of the lessons in my head. I'm pretty sure I aced all of the exams. Her smile widened, and she added with more enthusiasm, you know how I've been into researching psychology lately. They actually have a few neat tricks to help remember stuff. It's both interesting, and it's giving me a head start for when I become a detective in the future. A faint smile appeared on Sae's face, as she saw her sister light up. Psychology. How long have you been studying it? Despite her reservations about Makoto's career choice, she couldn't hide her pride in her sister's dedication to learning. She had been so lost in her own job that she hadn't gotten the chance to connect with her for some time. It's been a few months now. Makoto's eyes sparkled with excitement as she delved into her new passion. I found this fascinating book on cognitive science, and it's been eye-opening. There are so many techniques to improve memory and understand human behavior. It's amazing how much it ties into detective work, too. Sae's smile turned warmer before becoming slightly awkward, yet after a few moments, she decided to just be straightforward and ask. I'm glad, though I am curious about something. By any chance, do you happen to be seeing anyone? Makoto looked slightly baffled by the question, her mind quickly picturing someone before she answered. No. Why do you ask? Sae chuckled, feeling some relief as she shook her head. It's nothing. She answered. Akechi had probably decided to tell her an outrageous story to try to get her to focus less on her work and spend a family night with Makoto. She would have to thank him when she saw him next time. She was far too busy with her new research into not only the Phantom Thieves, but also the SIU director. Yet, since she had taken the afternoon off, she would spend it fully with Makoto, putting the research in the back of her mind for the day. You know, Makoto. Do you remember the movie nights we used to have before Dad died? How about we have one again today? We haven't done anything special in some time. Makoto smiled as she heard the suggestion, instantly nodding as she stood up to get some things prepared. In the Okamura household, they were having a lavish dinner. The table was adorned with an array of gourmet dishes, each more exquisite than the last. Yet, as delicious as the food looked, Haru didn't have any appetite. She mindlessly pushed the food around on her plate, unable to look up from her food. I can only assume the exams didn't go great. Kunikazu, her father, asked while casually sipping some of his wine, his eyes not even bothering to meet hers. No. Haru muttered, unable to look at her father in the eyes. It had been a few days since she had overheard him on the phone, and she still wasn't sure what to do. She had tried to listen into her father's conversations a few more times, but he had been out of the house lately, leaving her alone with her troubling thoughts and the fragments of conversations replaying endlessly in her mind. Okamura sneered slightly as he heard her answer, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his face before vanishing. I told you that you shouldn't waste so much time with that garden of yours. We have plenty of fresh ingredients here. If you only spent all that time you wasted studying, you would be able to pass your exams without problems. Haru only felt more dejected as she heard him, her body subconsciously trying to become smaller, as she lowered her head more. I was just speaking with Mr. Owada about how good you were at school. What am I supposed to tell him if he asks? I'm sure his son aced his exams without problems. Okamura continued, his gaze fixed on Haru before sighing, the disappointment evident in his tone. From now on, focus on studying. I will send someone to look after your gardens to make sure they don't die. I will see the results of your exams and decide your punishment then. He told her, his tone final, before standing up from the table, having finished his food. I have work to do, so I won't be able to go to the fireworks festival with you. I actually need you to be somewhere else during the festival. I need you to represent Okamura Foods during the event. I will send you along with Takakura. Just be quiet and look pretty. He will take care of the rest. He looked at Haru, awaiting her response, but after not hearing anything, he simply left the room, eager to return to his work, leaving Haru alone in the dining room. After being left alone, Haru stood up and walked to her bedroom, her footsteps echoing in the empty hallways. She hadn't eaten a single bite of her food. Once inside her room, she locked the door behind her, letting out a long sigh as she leaned against the door. She moved to her closet and opened it, revealing a few bits of Phantom Thief merchandise hidden behind her clothes. Among the items, a simple mask caught her eye. She reached for it and placed it on her face before turning to face her mirror. She looked on in silence, the reflection staring back at her, a stark contrast to the poised and obedient daughter she was expected to be. The mask, though simple, symbolized a world where she could be free, where she could fight for what she believed in. Lost in her own thoughts, she whispered to herself, "I am so stupid. Dad, what am I supposed to do?" Gently taking off the mask, she moved to her bed and collapsed into it. Makoto slept soundly, cuddled up on the couch next to Sae. The gentle rise and fall of her breathing brought a rare sense of peace to the room. Sae couldn't help but chuckle softly as she noticed a small drool mark forming on Makoto's cheek. It was an almost nostalgic moment that reminded Sae of when Makoto was younger. Standing up, she quickly made herself a cup of tea. She was preparing herself to go to bed, yet as she went through her bag, she saw the CD she had been carrying around all this time. Sae muttered as she looked at the title Makoto had written at the top, Takuto Maruki's Lecture Number 002. Thinking for a few moments, she decided to watch one last thing before going to bed. With a quiet click, she inserted the CD into the player and sat back down next to Makoto. As the video began, Makoto shifted slightly, murmuring something unintelligible before settling back into her dreams. The screen flickered to life, revealing a brown-haired man who was awkwardly adjusting the microphone, a nervous chuckle escaping his lips. Finally, with a bright smile, he adjusted his glasses and began speaking. Hello. My name is Takuto Maruki, and I am about to give a lecture on cognitive science. I'd like to thank you all for coming today. Maruki's initial clumsiness was quickly overshadowed by his passion and engaging presence. He quickly began by outlining the basics of cognitive science, and as he did, Sae couldn't help but frown slightly. Cognitive science is about understanding how our thoughts and emotions shape our reality, Maruki explained, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. It's a fascinating blend of psychology and neuroscience, aiming to uncover the deeper workings of the human mind. Maruki's goal with his research was to help those with trauma heal and to assist individuals with psychological issues in fixing their cognition. Were it not for the recent emergence of the Phantom Thieves, Sae would have thought of him as a foolish optimist. But now. So, what if we were able to rewrite someone's cognition? Maruki proposed, his tone earnest. Imagine you went through a traumatic event, and your mind shuts down. No amount of therapy or counseling would be able to help you if you can't be reached. For someone to be helped, they need to want to be helped. But what if you could change their cognition of an event? Maruki continued, explaining and going as in-depth as he could. What about criminals? He continued, pacing slightly on the stage. Some of them are shaped by their trauma. What if they only commit crimes because of a tough childhood? If you could alter their cognition of their past, you might be able to alter their current behavior and perceptions. Sae couldn't help but listen in uncomfortable silence, silently taking in all the information before the lecture promptly ended. Looking at Makoto with a conflicted look, she couldn't help but rethink some of the wild thoughts she had dismissed before, but she couldn't accept it. After a few minutes of silence, Sae's expression became determined as she stood up and removed the CD from her TV. She wrapped a blanket around Makoto and gave her one last look before sighing. Takuto Maruki, she muttered. She now felt like she had the biggest piece of the puzzle, but that left her with a choice. If Maruki was indeed connected to the Phantom Thieves, then Makoto, by association, could also be involved. Incriminating him could potentially implicate her sister, which meant there was a chance her sister would also be sent to either juvenile detention center or to prison. She hesitated to confront Makoto directly since she didn't want to know the truth. That might alter her judgment and cause her to stumble and accidentally reveal something. Hiding away the CD in her bedroom, Sae's eyes became cold as she looked at her briefcase, opening it to take out her laptop. Shiryu Daiko. If she took him down, she might be able to usurp his position as the SIU director. However, the odds were that someone else would try to steal the credit for her work and get promoted instead. Something she had realized after starting her investigation on him. It had happened before. The game was rigged, a mess of ambition and betrayal. But SAE had come too far to back down now. She was determined to see this through. Slowly, the small cracks in her distortion began to heal, leaving SAE with a cold expression as she began her research. ~AN~. Yo, long time no see. Sorry about that. The next chap is the fireworks festival chap, and then the next investigation begins. My little Easter egg for this chap is. Do you remember when I told you that someone knew Ren was a PT a while back and asked you to guess who? Yeah, I was referring to Haru. Surprisingly, nobody guessed her, but I have been dropping very subtle hints ever since. I even make an offhanded joke about trying to save the world back in chapter 73. I was originally going to keep it hidden for longer, but Phantom Diaries go BRR, so I revealed it then. See YA next time, which hopefully isn't too far away. I kinda miss the daily uploads, but such is life. And just to keep you all filled with anticipation, the next chap is called The Fireworks, and the one after should be The Specialized Extracurricular Execution Squad. Chapter 113, The Fireworks. 2,598 words. You know, it's been some time, hasn't it? Ren asked, his gaze drifting to Sojiro, who was meticulously cleaning the cafe's counter. Sojiro, his brow furrowing slightly, glanced over at Ren, who was idly toying with a pair of chopsticks while waiting for Futaba. He was wearing a simple black yukata for the festival. What are you talking about? Sojiro replied, a hint of curiosity in his voice. He poured himself a cup of freshly brewed coffee and settled into the seat beside Ren. Spinning the chopsticks a few more times until he dropped them, Ren turned to look at Sojiro. Been a while since we last got to hang out. Ren answered. Who knows, if I go long enough without a lesson, I might become a troublemaker. Sojiro chuckled, shaking his head. Here's a lesson, take an umbrella with you. It's supposed to rain. You don't want to get a cold before your summer break. Sojiro answered. Any plans for the fireworks festival? Don't tell me the famous Casanova is gonna spend the festival alone. Ren joked, causing him to give him a wry smile as he sipped his coffee. You know. I think I will. If traffic weren't so bad, I would maybe go out for a bit, but I am too old to sit in that damn car all night. Sojiro joked back. The answer was simple, yet judging by the faint smile on Sojiro's face, he was more than happy to enjoy the quiet night. As weird as it feels to have an empty house, I am glad Futaba is finally coming out of her shell. Thanks for watching over her today. Sojiro thanked him as he removed his glasses and laid them on the table. There was a moment of comfortable silence before Ren turned and asked. What ended up happening with Futaba's uncle? They had changed his heart, but unlike what he had expected, he hadn't stopped by the store to try to apologize. Sojiro let out a tired sigh as he rubbed his eyes, as if trying to cure a headache. That? Sojiro muttered, thinking for a few moments before continuing. Is a mess. Sojiro tapped the desk a few times as he finished gathering his thoughts. He sent me a letter a few weeks back. He said all sorts of things in it. But honestly, it's probably just another scheme to get more money. I haven't heard from him since, but that's for the best. Sojiro continued, shaking his head a few more times to himself. Here's another lesson, kid. Some bonds, once broken, can never heal. Futaba's family has been trying to reach out to her and me recently, but she has refused to even read their letters. Sojiro muttered, being interrupted as Futaba burst in through the door wearing a frown and a yukata, with Mona next to her. Ren, tell Mona to stop annoying me. He's being mean. Futaba complained as she walked in. Mona only rolled his eyes as he found Ren's backpack and jumped in. She was going to bring that hideous mask, Mona said only to be interrupted by Futaba. He dropped my mask from my shelf and now it has a crack in it. I wasn't even going to use it for real. I was just joking. And even if I wasn't, it's going to be hella crowded over there. I need some personal space. Sojiro smiled as he saw Futaba scoop up Morgana from the backpack and hold him up to Ren, as if waiting for him to punish him. You know, maybe it's for the best. Sojiro commented as he stood up and patted Ren's back. There you go, that should last you a few more months. Chuckling to himself, he gently petted Mona before ruffling Futaba's hair and walking out. Remember the umbrellas, and don't forget to lock up before you leave. Those were the last words he said as he finally left the cafe, leaving a slightly confused Futaba. What was that about? She asked, finally letting go of Mona. Who knows? Ren answered with a slight chuckle, as he grabbed the umbrella and spun it a few times in his hand. We better head out, otherwise, we'll be the last ones there. Ren and Futaba arrived at the park, the night air buzzing with excitement as people gathered for the fireworks festival. The sky was already starting to darken, and lanterns cast a warm glow over the crowd. There they are. Anne called out, her face lighting up as she waved enthusiastically. She was wearing a vibrant yukata, her usual bubbly energy even more contagious tonight. Running through the crowd, she met up with Ren, crashing into a hug and enjoying it for a few moments before pulling back. Takemi had to call it off because someone was messing with fireworks and got hurt, so she had to make an emergency call. She said she would watch them from her clinic. And told him as they met up with the rest. Ryuji, who was sitting on the grass drinking a soda, smiled as he saw them. Took your time, didn't you? Ryuji joked as he waved. But damn, now I am gonna look bad being the only one in my regular clothes. Even Yusuke is wearing a yukata today, and all we are doing is sitting in a park. Yusuke had been tapping a small notebook with his pencil before being snapped out of it by Ryuji calling out his name. Ah, hello. I am glad to see that you are also partaking in the celebration. I was hoping to use the fireworks as inspiration, but it seems I am in a bit of a slump at the moment. Yusuke spoke, placing down the empty notebook. It didn't take long for Shiho, Makoto, and Kasumi to join, each wearing a simple yet elegant yukata. Hello. Thanks for having me. Kasumi greeted everyone with a bow, her smile bright and infectious, radiating warmth and excitement. Nah, don't worry about it. It's neat having another person join the group. Ryuji answered before a slight grin appeared on his face, only for Mona to pull his head out of Ren's bag and glare at him. Don't even think about it. Mona hissed at him. Ryuji's smile disappeared as he turned to Mona with a confused expression. Huh? What are you? Oh no, I wasn't gonna, Ryuji began, stumbling over his words only for Mona to interrupt him. You were going to ask her about the phantom thieves, weren't you? That's just going to make her suspicious. Mona explained, leaving Ryuji absolutely dumbfounded. How the F did he know what I was going to ask? Ryuji asked. Thief's intuition. Mona answered, causing everyone around to chuckle slightly. Kasumi looked at the group with confusion since she couldn't understand Morgana before smiling and laughing on her own. I'm guessing it's some sort of inside joke, right? She asked. Something like that. Makoto answered with a smile. Just ignore it. Kasumi nodded, her smile broadening as she began introducing herself to the rest of the group. The atmosphere was light and welcoming, and before long, she found herself scooping Morgana up into her arms, gently stroking his fur. Morgana, much to his own surprise, allowed it, leaning into her touch with a contented purr. As everyone settled down on the soft grass in the middle of the park, they soaked in the sights and sounds of the festival around them. The first firework shot into the sky, erupting in a cascade of colors that painted the night in vibrant hues. Whoa! They all muttered in unison, captivated by the display. Even though it happens every year, I can never get over it. Makoto mumbled softly as she turned to look at Ren. You know, it makes me wonder how it looks over there. Ren muttered. It's a happy day, isn't it? Do you think it would be brighter? Are the locals less aggressive? What does a day like this mean over there? What about Christmas? New Year's? Halloween? He couldn't help but wonder as he looked at the fireworks, his mind entirely focused on the possibilities even amongst the celebrations. He heard some soft chuckling as he turned to look at Makoto. You really ought to live in the moment for a bit, she advised, turning her head to look at the sky. But you are right, it's fascinating, isn't it? Soon, another firework exploded, followed by another and another, each more dazzling than the last. But as the colors blossomed in the sky, small droplets of rain began to fall, unnoticed at first but quickly becoming stronger. There it is, Ren muttered, spinning his umbrella open with a practiced flick of his wrist. As he looked around, he realized that only Kasumi and Makoto had brought umbrellas with them. Sighing quietly, he passed off his umbrella to Shiho. TSK, what would you do without me? Ren joked, with Shiho rolling her eyes as she raised it over herself and How about we don't find out? I like my umbrella holder. Shiho joked. Makoto swiftly moved to shield Futaba with her umbrella, her protective instincts kicking in as the rain began to fall more steadily. Kasumi, meanwhile, offered the free spot next to her to either Ren or Yusuke. I swear it said it wasn't supposed to rain today, Ryuji complained, his voice tinged with frustration as he performed a few quick stretches, hastily packing up the belongings he had brought. Looking up at the sky for a few seconds, he smiled before continuing. F it. Imma run to the 7-Eleven in Shibuya, Ryuji shouted, his voice filled with a sudden burst of energy. I'll race you all there. Betcha I can make it before the rain gets bad. And with that, he took off, sprinting with all the speed he could muster, his laughter echoing behind him. Yusuke scrambled to gather his drawing supplies, carefully protecting them from the rain before huddling next to Kasumi under her umbrella, leaving Ren standing to the side as the rain began to soak his clothes. Come on, you can squish between us. There's room. Anne offered, clearly worried for him. Ren moved closer before freezing, hearing a familiar melody in the air. The song was soft, comforting, warm yet cold. A song meant to comfort the soul, the song that was sung every time he awoke in the velvet room. It was as if the mysterious singer had finally stepped out into the real world, yet as he listened closer, he noticed that whoever sung it was different. The song carried within it a sadness he couldn't quite understand. Huh? Ren muttered, looking around the park in slight confusion. Countless people ran around the park, searching for a place to hide from the rain. Yet, as they moved, it was as if no one else could hear the song. Ren? Anne's voice cut through the haze, bringing him back to the present. She looked at him with a mix of concern and curiosity. Are you okay? Turning back to her, a soft smile appeared on his lips as he spoke. There's something I need to check. It has to do with the... Ren began, leaning in so that Kasumi wouldn't overhear them. The velvet room. Anne's eyes widened in understanding, a flash of worry crossing her features. Do you want us to come? She asked before he shook his head. No, all of you find a dry place. I'll be there in a second. Ren answered, giving the rest of the thieves a nod before looking at Kasumi and waving at her. Thanks for joining us, but I gotta run. I forgot something, and the rain just reminded me of it. Feel free to swing by LeBlanc. The coffee's great, and the curry is better. The thieves all gave concerned looks at Ren, but after exchanging glances with each other, they all played along. Even as the rain got stronger and stronger, he continued to follow the melody through the newly empty park. Even through the heavy sound of the rain, the song remained as clear as if it was next to him, and the next moment, he saw her. Walking through the rain at an unhurried pace and moving as if in a dance, he saw Elizabeth. The song appeared to be coming from her, even without her moving her mouth, yet, as her eyes snapped open to look at him, the music stopped. Ah, hello there, fool. Elizabeth greeted. I am afraid that the time for our lesson has not yet arrived. With a smile, she began to wander to the nearest bench, sitting down under the rain. Where did the song go? Ren asked as he sat beside her, causing her to chuckle. Ah, so that's how you found me. You can hear it, too. Elizabeth answered, a large smile appearing on her face. Though I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Ren raised an eyebrow. What is that supposed to mean? He asked, yet just as he had expected, he didn't get a clear answer. It means the song works. She answered, closing her eyes under the rain. They sat in silence for some time, the only sound between them being the rain's steady rhythm. He had countless questions, but seeing her so calm, he hesitated. After a few more moments, he finally spoke up again. Why are you here? Wouldn't it be better to find somewhere dry? Elizabeth opened her eyes, glancing at him with a soft smile. I enjoy the rain. And it is not as if the likes of us can get sick. You should enjoy it, too. It won't last long. Following her advice, he closed his eyes again, trying his best to relax before the familiar song began once again. Neither spoke up for a few minutes, and just like she had predicted, the rain began to calm down. Fool, no, Ren. Elizabeth corrected herself as she stood up. I am glad we crossed paths today. Believe it or not, you were of help to me. I will see you again once the time is right. She prepared to walk away before stopping in her tracks. Well, maybe I should give you something as thanks. She mused to herself as she turned around. Tell me, what arcana do I represent to you? Ren stared at her for a few moments, looking at the floating card above her before finally answering. The moon. The answer made her freeze for a moment before she burst into laughter. Ah, that's quite ironic, isn't it? She asked aloud, her laughter fading into a gentle smile that held a touch of amusement. Though maybe I shouldn't be surprised. She paced back and forth for a few seconds, lost in thought, before nodding to herself. I've been wandering around for some time, and while I was away, some things have changed. She began, lowering her voice as if whispering a secret. The young kid, Jose, you'd do well to get close to him. She smiled to herself, nodding her head before giving her final words. I will see you when the time is right, Ren. Turning around, she began to walk away, humming a song to herself. Ren sat on the wet bench momentarily, taking in the words before standing up and going to the thieves. Tilda Confidence Tilda. Sojiro Sakura, the Hierophant, rank 6. Elizabeth, the Moon, rank 2. Chapter 114, The Specialized Extracurricular Execution Squad, Part 1. 3,193 words. Stepping down from his room after cleaning up and getting ready, Ren took a seat at the coffee bar, the familiar aroma of freshly brewed coffee welcoming him. He let out a yawn, rubbing his eyes slightly to try to get rid of his drowsiness. Thankfully, Sojiro had already prepared a cup for him. So he was able to get his hands on the warm mug as his thoughts drifted to the previous night. After Elizabeth had left, Ren returned to the group. They had all been waiting for him at one of the closest stores with towels. Though Ruju was also wrapped in a few as he tried to dry off. Kasumi had looked at him, somewhat confused since he had stayed behind, but since no one else brought it up, she didn't ask. Originally, they had planned to go to a few different places to try to salvage the day. But with two of them drenched, it was enough for their plans to turn to the simple get home and dry off. A plan that had been probably for the best since Ren had almost instantly fallen asleep when he dried up. He had expected to be taken to the velvet room, with how quickly he had fallen asleep. But the next time he opened his eyes was daytime. Achoo! Ren sneezed suddenly, surprising even himself. Did you get rained on yesterday? Sojiro asked with a hint of concern, his brow furrowing slightly. I can't have you getting sick, kid. The school will probably throw a fuss if you start missing class. Before he could answer, Futaba, who had been sitting in one of the booths working on a laptop, chimed in without even looking up. Pretty much everyone else didn't bring an umbrella, so Ren passed his umbrella off to Shiho and Anne. She said before turning to Ren and giving him a thumbs up, as if she had just gotten him out of trouble. Sojiro paused for a moment after hearing Futaba, his frown softening into a smile as he nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. Can't really blame you much in that case then. He muttered, holding back a chuckle as he finished brewing himself a cup. Either way, I shouldn't really be able to get sick. Ren muttered under his breath, the words barely escaping before Sojiro delivered a light, yet firm, smack to the back of his head. The hell are you talking about, kid? Sojiro asked with a mix of concern and frustration. Don't start doing stupid stuff, because you think you're invincible. I used to think like that, and boy, let me tell you. You don't want to be pushing your luck. Ren chuckled, rubbing the back of his head as Sojiro sat next to him. However, he couldn't help but notice Futaba's chuckle in the background. Before he could speak up, he felt his phone buzzing. Gotta go. Ren announced after pulling out his phone and glancing at the screen. Without missing a beat, Mona, who had been lounging on the couch next to Futaba, sprang to his feet and jumped into Ren's bag just before he slung it over his shoulder. Though I'll keep the advice in mind for the future. Sojiro grunted in acknowledgement, but he still gave him an encouraging nod. Good luck with your internship, kid. As Ren headed for the door, Futaba also quickly stood up, downing the rest of her drink. Gotta go, too. She announced. I forgot I was going to help Takemi fix some of her computer issues. She was going to keep an eye on Ren through his phone, making sure everything went well, and standing ready to inform the thieves if they needed to do an emergency escape into the metaverse. Though Ren seemed to trust Naoto, she still wanted to take the extra precautions. As he stepped outside, he took in a deep breath of the cool morning air before making his way down the street. It wasn't long before he spotted a sleek, black car parked on the side of the road. Beside it was Naoto, her usual composed expression giving way to a slight nod as she saw him approach. Good morning, Amamiya. She greeted as she opened the door. Are you ready for today? Ready as I'll ever be. Ren answered, returning the nod before entering the surprisingly spacious car. Quickly being followed by Naoto. The moment the two of them were inside, the engine purred to life. Before beginning to drive through the busy streets of Tokyo, there was a small window separating the driver from them, which acted as a form of privacy so that they wouldn't hear anything that was being talked about. For a while, the only sound in the car was the hum of the engine and the muted rush of the city outside. Ren found himself gazing out the window, watching the familiar sights of Tokyo pass by in a blur. He was lost in thought, when Naoto's voice cut through the silence, her tone curious. If I may, why did you decide to name your team the Phantom Thieves? Ren was caught slightly off guard by the question, but he couldn't help but chuckle as he heard her. Well, it was a group effort, really. He began, his mind drifting back to those early days of forming the team. I originally wanted to call us the Persona Pals, but that was a bit on the nose. Don't you think? Ren joked with a slight grin, though there was a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he thought back to the early days of their metaverse explorations. Naoto's serious expression broke with a slight nostalgic smile of her own. Almost as if she had gone through a similar experience in the past. We had some slight variations, but Phantom Thieves just came naturally. It fits us. Ren added after shaking his head. Why did you ask? It's nothing, just a familiar name, is all. Naoto answered, her smile still on her face. Her eyes turning to look at the city once again. Ren couldn't help but notice the slight tapping of her finger on the car door. He had seen it countless times before, so he could recognize exactly what was going through her mind. She was holding back questions, waiting for the right moment to ask. Though he could only guess that she was waiting until they met up with the mysterious boss. After another short moment, Ren decided to break the silence by asking a question that had been in his mind for some time. So, Detective Prince. How does one go about getting that title? It depends from person to person. But it is mainly a publicity stunt. Naoto answered, causally dismissing her title. I got it mainly because I come from a line of detectives. So, since I was young, I have carried on their legacy. I caught the attention of a few news outlets, and after that, the title sprouted. Ren nodded, though that did make another question sprout in his head. What do you think of Akechi, then? He's one of my friends, and from what I saw on air, you two seemed to clash. Naoto's smile returned, this time with a surprising gentleness that Ren hadn't expected. She shook her head dismissively, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. That was all to get the attention of the Phantom Thieves. It was part of the game we were playing at the time, nothing more. If anything, I'm glad that the title lives on through someone else. She paused for a few moments, carefully considering her words. Akechi is a strange case. She continued. He appeared out of nowhere, solving cases that had stumped even the most seasoned detectives. It was almost as if he was too good to be true. But at the same time, we share a lot in common. Naoto's arms crossed over her chest, a smile still lingering on her face as she reflected on their interactions. He's talented, no doubt about it. But unlike me, he didn't have the legacy or the connections to back him up. He earned his title purely through his own skill and determination. In that sense, he's beaten me. There was no real bitterness in her voice, just the simple acknowledgement of Akechi's abilities. Either way, I've moved on to more important things. The titles and publicity are just distractions in the grand scheme of things. What matters more is the work we do and the lives we change. Until Akechi learns that lesson, he is in for a rough ride. For the rest of the ride, they continued talking about random yet small things. That was until they pulled up to a large building on the outskirts of Tokyo. It was close enough to the city to be able to reach it in a relatively short ride. It was a large building that went up 5 stories high, which while not crazy in terms of buildings found in Tokyo, for a building this far from the main city it stood out like a sore thumb. Just like the sports center the Kiriho Group owned, the building in front of them was extremely well built. Every single detail was in order, from both the outside and the inside. It was meticulously clean as they walked in. It was as if the building itself was a testament to the Kiriho Group's dedication to perfection. Ren even activated his third eye skill to try to notice if anything was off, but there wasn't much on the surface. Just a simple receptionist desk that guarded access to the rest of the building, blocked by a series of gates that required clearance to pass through. Though, he couldn't help but notice the cameras monitoring every single inch of the entrance. The receptionist, a woman with a warm and professional demeanor, greeted them with a smile as she unlocked the doors, clearly expecting their arrival. Interesting place. Ren said quietly, his eyes still taking in the details. Naoto, leading the way, chuckled slightly. You don't know the half of it. She answered, stepping into the elevator, which closed behind them, and began moving up without having to press any buttons. Almost as if someone was monitoring them. When they reached the top floor, Naoto led the way down a corridor that ended at a large, imposing office door. She knocked once, a firm yet polite gesture, before opening it and stepping inside. Ren followed, his gaze immediately drawn to the woman waiting for them. She had striking crimson hair that drew your attention, along with her extremely beautiful appearance. She wore a stunning black outfit tailored to perfection, with a white fur coat draped over her shoulders, exuding both power and sophistication. As Ren and Naoto entered, Mitsuru lowered a delicate teacup onto her desk, her sharp, discerning eyes instantly locking onto Ren. Other than her appearance, the one thing that caught his attention was the trace of warmth in her eyes. Ren Amamiya, the current leader of the Phantom Thieves. Naoto introduced, moving to the side and leaning against the wall to observe what would happen. The crimson-haired woman nodded before standing. She moved towards Ren with a commanding presence filled with countless years of experience. The only time Ren had felt a similar presence before was during his time with his old boss and mentor, before Igor had brought him to this world. There was an undeniable aura about her, a sense of danger. Even with her graceful movements, Ren couldn't help but feel on edge. I am Mitsuru Kiriho, owner of the Kiriho Group. She introduced herself, her voice soft yet powerful. However, as if noticing his tension, she let out a warm and gentle smile. The feeling of danger instantly vanishing. Yet, rather than relax him, this sudden shift put Ren even more on edge. The fact that Mitsuru could so effortlessly control the atmosphere around her, shifting from formidable to welcoming in an instant, spoke volumes about her capabilities. Judging by the Devil Arcana card floating above her head, Ren felt like he was in for a wild ride. If he was being honest with himself, he had really hoped the strange boss behind Naoto would represent the Bright Sun Arcana. Yet now that he was standing face to face with her, he would follow through with his decision. Letting out a slow breath, Ren relaxed his body before giving her a warm smile in return. "It's nice to finally meet you, Miss Kiriho. Take a seat," Mitsuru instructed, her tone leaving little room for argument, as she gracefully turned and made her way back to her seat behind the desk. "We have some matters to discuss before we can proceed." Ren exchanged a quick glance with Naoto, who remained by the wall, her expression unreadable but clearly attentive. With a nod, Ren followed Mitsuru onto the free seat. "Care for some tea?" Mitsuru offered, lifting her teapot and filling her own cup before retrieving another from a polished silver tray. "Yes, thank you," Ren answered, watching as she carefully poured the tea. Judging by how carefully she poured her tea, Ren could tell that she took great care in even the smallest of tasks. As Mitsuru handed him the teacup, Ren couldn't shake the strange feeling that washed over him. On the one hand, there was a genuine warmth in her gesture, as if she truly cared about making him feel welcome. But on the other, he couldn't tell if it was an act, a carefully constructed facade meant to disarm him. She was one of the hardest people to read he had ever encountered. Taking a sip of the tea, Ren was met with a delicate, refined flavor that matched the elegance of the room. He set the cup down, his attention fully on Mitsuru, as she began to speak. "Naoto has told me a good amount about you," Mitsuru began, her tone even and measured, "but I prefer to verify things for myself. I hope you won't mind if I ask you a few questions." "Of course," Ren answered. "Ask away." Mitsuru's eyes softened slightly as she offered him a warm, appreciative smile. It was a subtle shift, but one that made her seem all the more approachable. "Could you explain to me how you became the Phantom Thieves?" "One day, after school, I met with another student. Out of nowhere, we were suddenly transported to another world. The cognitive world," Ren began, being intentionally vague in trying to protect Shiho. "Somehow, we found ourselves inside a castle." Mitsuru listened intently, her expression unreadable, yet her silence spoke volumes. She didn't press for details about the other student, which confirmed to Ren that she likely already knew more than she was letting on. "A castle? Am I right to assume that this was the cognition of Suguru Kamoshida?" she asked, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Yes," Ren confirmed. "At the time, we were confused, but we were able to escape with our lives after awakening our personas." He saw no reason to hide the truth, especially since Naoto had already mentioned personas during her initial offer. Mitsuru nodded along, yet she didn't speak, her silence urging him to continue. "We felt like we needed to look into it," Ren continued. "So we recruited some more help before diving back into his palace." He quickly explained the concept of a palace, noting how it was a manifestation of someone's distorted desires. Inside, we were able to see how he tortured and took advantage of his students. As Ren spoke those words, Mitsuru's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing with a barely concealed fury. The aura in the room shifted, becoming heavier, more oppressive. "I read the records of what Kamoshida confessed," Mitsuru said, her voice low and controlled, though Ren could sense the simmering rage beneath the surface. The simple fact that a school would allow such a thing to happen under their watch is unforgivable. For a brief moment, the oppressive aura intensified, allowing Ren to finally recognize where it came from. This was the aura of a persona, one that was probably strong enough to force him to use the scalpel to survive. However, the simple fact he could feel her persona so clearly in the real world was alarming in itself. "Yes," Ren answered. "We couldn't let him continue hurting people, so we dived through his distortion until we eventually stole the very source of it, executing our first change of heart." Mitsuru fell silent, her gaze distant as she processed his words. After a moment, she nodded. "I see, so by diving into their cognition, you can steal their distortion. And once stolen, the subject finds remorse in their actions. Their distorted view of the world returns to that of a regular person, the guilt of their actions driving them to confess." Ren barely managed to contain his surprise as Mitsuru perfectly explained the process. Yet maybe it was to be expected with someone like Naoto under her wing. Suguru Kamoshida's mental shutdown did the phantom thieves cause it? Mitsuru asked, her eyes searching for any sign of deception. I won't hold it against you or your friends. Everything must have been so new to you that mistakes were bound to happen. She continued, her tone turning warmer, aching to understanding which bordered on pity. I myself had my fair share of mistakes in the past. No, we didn't cause the mental shutdown. Ren answered, still unsure as to what to make of her. She would turn from an oppressive figure to a nurturing one, both pressuring him to be honest while also coercing him with her kindness. They both felt genuine, yet at the same time, neither did. If he hadn't been paying such close attention to her actions, they might have even slipped by unnoticed. That's good, Mitsuru answered. But I am sure there must be a reason why you are so confident. Do you know who is behind Kamoshida's mental shutdown? After Kamoshida had a mental shutdown, we went into the metaverse, the collective unconscious. In there, we saw Kobayashi, and after interrogating him, he revealed that he sent a person known as the Black Mask to get rid of Kamoshida before he could speak out. Mitsuru took a moment to process the information before a soft smile appeared. Good, she said, standing up and giving Naoto a nod. I have confirmed what I needed to. Follow me, I have something to show you. ~an~. Hopefully, you enjoyed the chap. Thanks for being patient even with the slow updates. I still hope to be able to post this more regularly, but it's hard. I'ma start the next chap iron. I was originally gonna make this a massive chap, but since I didn't want to leave everyone waiting I decided to post part 1 cause we were already at 3K words. As always, feedback and comments are always appreciated. https://discord.gg/WTGN9J3YGK. Chapter 115, The Specialized Extracurricular Execution Squad, Part 2. 4,338 words. They all stepped into the elevator, its doors gliding shut with a soft click. The descent began immediately after Mitsuru gave a nod to the camera. Ren glanced at the glowing numbers above the door, noticing they passed the first floor without stopping, continuing their journey far below ground. A few moments passed, and just as he began to wonder how deep this facility went, the elevator finally slowed, coming to a halt. The doors slid open, revealing a long, sterile hallway, its end marked by a heavily reinforced door guarded by a pair of stoic guards. Welcome, Mitsuru said as she stepped out. To the Specialized Extracurricular Execution Squad, or SEES for short. Ren followed close behind, watching as the guards straightened and gave Mitsuru a respectful nod before stepping aside. It's a legacy name, really, but it stuck around, Naoto added, falling in step next to Ren with a faint smile. Something felt off, which caused Ren to activate his third eye ability instinctively, through which he could see several cleverly concealed cameras along the walls and ceiling, quietly watching their every move. The doors ahead opened on their own as the group approached, which closed behind them after they passed by. They went through a few more doors like it before finally entering into a sprawling, bustling room. Scientists, some in lab coats and others in tactical gear, hurried between stations. Screens displayed complex data, and the air hummed with the soft sounds of ventilation. What is this place? Ren asked, hiding the slight tension he felt as Morgana shifted uneasily in his bag. Mitsuru's heels clicked against the polished floor as she led the way, the researchers moving out of their way as they ventured deeper. As Naoto may have explained, we've been combating shadows for a long time. This facility is dedicated to their research and containment. We established it here after noticing a sharp rise in shadow activity around 2 years ago. Ren absorbed her words, but an unsettling feeling remained. The deeper they ventured into the facility, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Passing door after door, each one sealed and secured, he couldn't shake the gnawing sensation of something lurking behind them, something dangerous, something familiar. Morgana's quiet squirming only reinforced the feeling. What's inside there? Ren stopped suddenly, his gaze fixed on a door with the number 115 on it. Mitsuru paused, glancing back over her shoulder. Shadows, she answered bluntly. Whenever a shadow manages to slip into our world, we either retrieve or eliminate it. Lately, though, they've stopped emerging, which is both a relief and a cause for concern. Shadows can escape? Ren asked with genuine surprise. How come no one else knows about them? Even if it had been for a few moments, I'm sure it would have become huge news. Shadows can't be perceived by regular people in the real world, not in the way we see them in the cognitive world. Or, well, at least not normally. However, they can still influence the people and objects around them. Naoto explained, getting a nod from Mitsuru in agreement. We've developed ways to detect and track them, so they rarely go unchecked for long. Still, their presence here is not without risks. Mitsuru finished, picking up where Naoto had left off. The group continued walking, finally reaching a large door. This way, Mitsuru announced. They stepped into a vast, empty room that resembled a gymnasium. The floor was spotless, with wide open space stretching before them. Yet, Ren's third eye caught the subtle signs of hidden cameras in every corner, their lenses glinting faintly, and the barely discernible outlines of figures watching from behind one-way mirrors. We brought you here because your method of entering the collective unconscious is unconventional compared to ours, Mitsuru said, her voice taking on a more serious tone. We must proceed with caution. The last thing we need is an incident. Her expression tightened momentarily, as if recalling something unpleasant. She took a breath and looked Ren in the eyes. Now, if you would, please show us how you access it. Ren's eyes narrowed slightly as she heard her, giving the room around them one final look before nodding. He was too deep to retreat now, however, there was a slight issue with their location. Well, to enter the regular collective unconscious, location matters quite a bit. Otherwise, entering it gets a bit rough. Ren explained, thinking back to his first time entering Mementos. He had practically been flung to the entrance, and then down the stairs of the train station. It should still be possible. Ren continued. But when we exit, we won't be here. We would exit at Memento's entrance, near the train station. Mitsuru's brow furrowed ever so slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her usually composed face. Still, she accepted the explanation without much hesitation. I see, she said, a sigh escaping her lips. It seems I should have asked more about the process before bringing us here. Her gaze then shifted toward Naoto, who appeared to be lost in thought. How were you able to enter the collective unconscious before? When you were near Madarame's shack. That time, you were able to exit at the same place you entered. Naoto asked with some skepticism. That was a different case. Ren explained. We weren't entering Mementos, the collective unconscious itself. Instead, we were accessing Madarame's palace, his personal distortion. The entrance was tied directly to his shack. Naoto nodded at the explanation, glancing at Mitsuru before giving a subtle nod of approval at the answer. There was a moment of silence, as the two of them thought about their options before Mitsuru spoke up. Even if the journey is rough, we should be able to manage. Can you take us there regardless? Mitsuru asked, her voice filled with determination. With a faint sigh, Ren reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. As expected, it had no signal underground, which meant that Futaba had probably lost her supervision over him. Though Ruji and Makoto should still be in Mementos waiting for them in case anything happens to him or Mona. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking out the command word. Mementos. Beginning navigation. Error. The process cannot be completed. Unauthorized users in the area. What? Ren blurted out with genuine confusion. The only time the metanav had failed before was when the distortion was too far away. But Mementos should be everywhere, or at least everywhere there were people. Unauthorized users? Ren asked out loud, glancing at Naoto and Mitsuru. Thinking back, the metanav had also never refused access to anyone else. Ruji had managed to be dragged in by force back into the school because he had been too close. When he brought Makoto and Takemi, the metanav had simply brought them in. The main difference he could think of was that Mitsuru, and almost certainly, Naoto both had personas. Mementos. Ren spoke out again, trying for a second time, but in the end, he received the same answer as before. Error. The process cannot be completed. Unauthorized users in the area. Well. Ren muttered, looking up at Mitsuru and Naoto. It doesn't work. An app? Mitsuru asked, her eyes narrowing as she asked the question. For a moment, Ren felt a wave of pressure. The same intimidating presence she had when they first met appeared in full force. Yes, Ren replied, meeting her gaze without flinching. Hesitation would only fuel her suspicion. It's how we've been entering and exiting the metaverse this entire time. Mitsuru's eyes remained locked on him, but before she could respond, Naoto intervened. Ren. Naoto's expression shifted, her brows furrowing slightly. This app, how did you get it? It was when I first entered Tokyo. It appeared on my phone out of nowhere. I didn't know what it did, but on my first day at school, it activated on its own. All it needs is a name, a location, and a distortion. As he spoke, Naoto and Mitsuru exchanged a brief glance, a silent conversation passing between them. Concern etched across their faces, though neither said a word at first. It was clear that Ren's explanation had stirred something in them, a deeper unease. I see. Naoto finally spoke, her voice calm but cautious. Could I take a look at your phone? Ren hesitated for a moment, then handed it over. His phone still displayed the MetaNav interface. Naoto took it in her hands, examining it closely. But as soon as her fingers touched the screen, the MetaNav app vanished, the icon disappearing without a trace. As I thought. Naoto sighed, her shoulders relaxing slightly as she passed the phone back to Ren. Don't worry. There's nothing you can do. Ren stared at his phone, processing what had just happened. The MetaNav, gone. He didn't need to say anything to connect the dots. The answer that came to mind was Igor. Igor didn't want them to access the metaverse, not here, not with Mitsuru and her team. Maybe it would ruin their entertainment for him. That was Ren's first thought. Mitsuru was strong, undeniably so. And with her influence, her reach, who knew what kind of forces she could mobilize? If she wanted, she could command a legion, sending out operatives to dismantle palaces, or even Mementos itself. The thought of an army of phantom thieves under her direction was both captivating and unsettling. As intriguing as that scenario was, it left a sour taste in Ren's mouth. The phantom thieves weren't just a team of operatives. They were his friends, his confidants. The reason they worked was because they all trusted each other. But another possibility crept into his mind. Maybe the issue wasn't external. Maybe the MetaNav's rejection had something to do with him. Deep down, did he want Mitsuru and Naoto in the metaverse? Was the app responding to his hesitation? If it hadn't been for Shiho, An, Ruji, Makoto, Tai, Futaba, and Yusuka, would he have even accepted Mitsuru's offer? In another timeline, a world where it was just him and Mona, Ren might have just chosen to vanish into the metaverse, becoming a ghost in the real world. Hell, he might have even been more careful and never been caught in the first place. A bigger group had its benefits, but it also made you easier to spot. But in the end, it was all speculation. No amount of wondering could change what had just happened. And in the end, he just had to be thankful he still had control on his side. He could leverage the protection of the Kuriho group without handing over the loaded gun that was the MetaNav. Ren snapped out of his thoughts, realizing that Mitsuru was speaking again, her voice calmer now. Well, it seems there's no need for us to linger here any longer. She muttered, shaking her head slightly. There was a resigned frustration in her tone, but she quickly hid it as she turned around and opened the door. Leaving the room, Ren followed with Naoto by his side into the cold halls of the research facility. There are some final things we must ask you so that we can make plans for the future. But you should be able to leave soon. Mitsuru spoke as she led the way back. The walk was quiet, almost eerily so. The only sounds were the soft footsteps echoing off the cold, sterile walls. Yet, as they approached the containment area for shadows, the stillness was broken by a faint thumping. The sound reverberated through the ground and walls. It was subtle, but Ren couldn't help but feel a slight discomfort as he heard it. It was almost as if something or someone was slamming repeatedly onto the walls, trying to break out. Mitsuru stopped abruptly, her brow furrowing as she registered the noise. Her sharp gaze darted toward a group of researchers rushing past, their faces tense with focus. One of them caught her eye and gave a quick, reassuring nod. Mitsuru responded with a nod of her own, though her expression remained skeptical. Without a word, she resumed walking, her heels clicking against the polished floor. After a few moments, they entered a room dominated by a large table in the center, its polished surface reflecting the overhead lights. It resembled an ordinary meeting room, yet the metallic cases stacked neatly in the corner gave the space a more tactical feel. Ren's eyes flicked to the cases, but he chose not to comment, taking a seat as the others did the same. Mitsuru sat across from him, her hands resting lightly on the table, as she fixed him with a steady gaze. I stopped you earlier, but now I'd like you to continue your story. The last thing you mentioned was a black mask. Ren closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath to collect his thoughts. When he opened them again, there was a faint smile on his lips. A smile he had put on to appear more genuine. You know, when we first started the Phantom Thieves, we didn't have a clear goal, Ren began. We just wanted to help people like us, who were being taken advantage of. That's what led us to Kaneshiro. He was exploiting students, pushing them into rough situations. As he spoke, he furrowed his brow and clenched his fist slightly, intentionally drawing every bit of anger he could muster. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it was fate. But after learning about the Black Mask from Kobayakawa, we started piecing things together. We found more information about them inside Kaneshiro's palace, just enough to create a trail. Which led you to Madarame? Naoto asked, her voice cutting in softly, though her focus remained on Ren. Yes, he was providing financial assistance to the ones behind the Black Mask. Ren answered with a nod. Our next target is the CEO of Big Bang Burger Kunikazu Okumura. The information we have on him is a bit spotty, but by going through his palace, we will be able to learn more about him, and in turn, the Black Mask. I see. Mitsuru muttered, her fingers tapping lightly on the table in a steady rhythm, as she processed the information. She fell silent, her eyes distant for a moment as her mind raced through the information. But that's not all, Ren continued, leaning forward slightly. We've confirmed one member of the group behind the Black Mask. Shiryu Daiko, the current SIU director. The SIU director. Mitsuru muttered, her lips pressed into a thin line, and a slight frown appeared on her face. She went quiet once again for what felt like an eternity, her finger tapping on the table as her expression changed from anger, concern, sadness, and finally, determination. Ren Amamiya. She began, still searching for her words before finally letting out a sigh, her expression turning into one of pity. The Phantom Thieves, it's a heavy burden, isn't it? You've done an impressive job so far, acting independently. I can't deny that. But is this truly what you wish to do? Naoto let out a quiet sigh, her head bowing slightly as she listened to Mitsuru's words. This conspiracy goes far deeper than school principals or even criminals. Whoever is behind the Black Mask has ties to one of the largest CEOs in Japan, and now we know they've reached the SIU director as well. There's no telling how many politicians and officers are under their control. So I'm giving you a choice. Mitsuru continued, her gaze never leaving Ren's. Her voice grew softer, more serious, as if the next words carried a heavy weight. You don't have to carry this burden on your own. You and your friends, you can go back to your normal lives. Leave this to the Kiriho group. We have the resources and the connections. We'll make sure nothing happens to you or your friends. All you have to do is ask. She fell silent, her words hanging in the air, almost like an offering. Mitsuru. Naoto muttered, her expression conflicted. It was clear she had more to say, but in the end, she simply sighed, her gaze dropping to the floor as she fell into silence. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy for a few moments until Ren finally let out a genuine smile. No, he said, his voice calm but resolute. We are the Phantom Thieves. We are going to finish what we started. We haven't come this far just to stop now. Mitsuru's gaze softened, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. She let out a quiet chuckle, the tension in the room easing as she absorbed his resolve. I see. If that's how it is, then we will offer you our support, Mitsuru said, standing up and walking to the side of the room. She retrieved one of the metal cases, bringing it to the table before sliding it toward Ren. Curious, Ren opened the case to reveal a small, sleek pistol, its surface engraved with the emblem of SEES. Though just by looking at it he could tell that it was no ordinary gun. This is an evoker. Mitsuru explained. While you may not need it to summon your personas, it can assist you in moments of dire need. This version is designed to temporarily enhance the strength of your persona. Be warned, though, it can be quite exhausting. Unfortunately, with our current lack of access to the collective unconscious, I can't offer a full demonstration, but I recommend experimenting with it. Ren picked up the evoker, feeling its weight in his hand. A strange connection pulsed through him the moment he touched it. This? Theurgy. Tartuffe's voice echoed in his mind, his persona momentarily roused before falling dormant again. Ren's eyes widened at the mention. The last time he had accessed Theurgy, it had allowed him to overcome Kaneshiro's robot, albeit through the use of a scalpel. If this evoker could tap into that same power, it could become another ace up his sleeve, another hidden card to play. Between this and the star, they might be able to escape or win almost any situation they found themselves in. Though he had yet to see Okumura's palace, he had a feeling it would be worse than Madarame's. How does it work? Ren asked, running his fingers over the engraving, still processing the potential of the weapon. You aim it at your head, and then fire. Mitsuru's response was immediate and matter-of-fact. Though for the enhancement to work, there are certain emotional requirements. Fear, anger, or any emotion will work, it just has to be intense. Ren's expression shifted to one of instant disbelief, his brow furrowing. We can't do that. He interrupted firmly. In the metaverse, things that look like guns shoot real bullets. Even airsoft guns are lethal to shadows. I don't know how this works, but in the metaverse, this would almost certainly fire for real. Mitsuru and Naoto exchanged a glance, surprise flashing in their eyes. That does complicate things, Mitsuru admitted, her voice thoughtful. However, evokers are built differently. They are made from a rare and valuable material that originates from the collective unconscious. There is a good chance that they might behave differently. Especially because of how they were built. However, you should be careful when using it. Ren remained unconvinced, frowning for a few moments as he considered the risk. After a moment, he nodded, slipping the small pistol back into the case. I'll experiment with it. Ren said cautiously. But we might need to modify the design, depending on how it functions in the metaverse. The last thing he needed was for one of his friends to accidentally take their own life. It might work by simply shooting the mask, but in the end, they would have to experiment more with it. Either way. Thank you. Ren said, looking back at Mitsuru. I appreciate your help. Mitsuru smiled faintly at his words, offering a simple nod in response. Don't worry about it, Amamiya. We are here to support you, nothing more. She tapped her finger thoughtfully against the table, her eyes momentarily drifting as she considered her next words. For now, we won't interfere with any of your Phantom Thief activities. Just keep us informed. Regular updates are all we'll need. Ren's eyes narrowed at her comment, trying to find any traps. But after a moment, he nodded. Thank you. I was worried there might be restrictions. Ren admitted. I know we are young, but we are not reckless. We'll be cautious. His words were meant to reassure her, but there was also a subtle plea for her to trust in their capability, to reinforce her decision to let them act independently. Mitsuru's gaze softened, and she nodded again. There's much we still need to learn about this new collective unconscious, but we've kept you long enough today. We can arrange another meeting later to dive deeper into it. With that, she turned to the other metal cases stacked nearby. These contain evokers for every member of the Phantom Thieves. We'll deliver them personally. Make sure to warn your team about the risks involved. And next time, I'd like to meet them face to face, assuming everyone is comfortable with that. They are welcome here. Ren nodded, watching as she pressed a discreet button on the side of the room. Almost instantly, an assistant appeared, standing by to escort him out. Naoto and I have some additional matters to discuss, Mitsuru said as she rose from her seat, extending her hand toward him. But it was a pleasure meeting you, Ren Amamiya. Ren took her hand in a firm handshake, offering her a smile. It was an honor, Mitsuru Kuriho. I look forward to working with the Kuriho group. After exchanging a brief farewell with Naoto, Ren followed the assistant out of the room. Feeling slightly relieved about how smoothly things had gone. You're too kind, Mitsuru. Naoto muttered with a slight smile, shaking her head. We would have been in a difficult spot if he had taken the offer to return to a normal life. Mitsuru returned the smile, though there was a trace of melancholy in her eyes. She exhaled softly, her gaze momentarily distant. I had a feeling he wouldn't accept, she admitted. But I still had to offer. Naoto sighed, her eyes drifting toward a small monitor that showed Ren's figure leaving the building. Are you sure about not stepping in? The Phantom Thieves are clever, no doubt, but they don't have the full picture. Mitsuru's expression grew more serious, the weight of her responsibilities settling over her. Whatever God is behind this mess clearly doesn't want us involved. The small access we once had to the collective unconscious is gone. Every attempt we've made to reopen an entrance has failed. We are blind now, Naoto. Her exhaustion was evident as she spoke, the burden of their situation showing on her face now that she was alone with Naoto. The Phantom Thieves might be our only link to the cognitive world. I'm wary of pushing too hard and risking them being locked out as well. That would be a disaster. Naoto nodded slowly, her brow furrowing in thought. And you're worried Amamiya might already be locked out because of us, aren't you? If that's the case, things would get complicated. Mitsuru sighed again, leaning back slightly in her chair. Exactly. If he's locked out, we are back to square one. Hopefully, he will be able to access the app again once he is alone. Letting him go wasn't an easy decision, but it's the only option right now. We can't afford to make any reckless moves. The only way to fight and grow stronger is in there. Mitsuru continued, her voice tinged with frustration. Out here, the strain on our bodies is too much, and real progress is painfully slow. As long as they keep us informed, we can guide them in the right direction. Quietly. Naoto's eyes flicked to Mitsuru, a question hanging on the edge of her lips. You don't think we should tell him about what's likely behind the app? Mitsuru hesitated, her gaze hardening as she considered the possibility. I want to, she admitted. But, no. We shouldn't. Not yet. Naoto gave a quiet nod, looking at the monitors before speaking up. Should I call the others back, then? She asked, her tone more businesslike. No, not yet. Mitsuru answered with a shake of her head. Everyone's occupied with their own missions, and pulling them back now will only cause more problems. We need to be patient. Let them finish what they are working on, and we'll adapt from there. Naoto stepped toward the door, her hand hovering over the handle. She paused, turning back to Mitsuru. I'll start looking into this antisocial force and the Black Mask. Is there anything else you need from me? Mitsuru's expression softened slightly, but her tone remained resolute. I want you to keep an eye on Amamiya when you can. Work with him, if possible. You might be able to teach him a thing or two, and any insight or guidance we provide him now will only serve us in the long run. Naoto nodded in understanding and reached for the door, her fingers brushing against the cool metal before Mitsuru's voice stopped her once more. And Naoto. Mitsuru's eyes locked onto Naoto's with a sense of urgency. Be careful. We need to gather information discreetly. If we draw too much attention, this whole situation could explode in our faces. Even Okumura alone would be a nightmare to manage if things go wrong. I will be Naoto reassured her, offering a brief nod before stepping out and closing the door behind her. Confidence. Mitsuru Kiriho. The Devil, Rank 1. Chapter 116, The New Path. 3023 words. Entering Mementos, the phantom thieves were greeted by countless flowers covering the floor. It was a familiar sight, yet now, more than ever, it appeared as if the blossoms had experienced a sudden burst of expansion. The blossoms of all colors stretched beyond the floor, crawling up the walls and even clinging to the ceiling, creating an almost surreal, overgrown garden. Even the trains and railroad tracks were starting to become overgrown with the flowers. It's kinda pretty. Anne remarked, her voice soft with wonder as her gaze swept across the scene. Never thought I'd say that about this place. It wasn't like this the last time we were here. Makoto, less enchanted and more suspicious, narrowed her eyes as she looked around. The way they are spreading, it feels unnatural. Do you think this could harm the collective unconscious somehow? This doesn't feel like part of Memento's ecosystem. Ruja scratched the back of his head, glancing around before shrugging. Well, that one weird kid was planting them, right? He's from here, ain't he? If it was bad news, he'd know. Ren inhaled deeply, the fragrance oddly refreshing, almost calming, despite their tense surroundings. Strangely enough, it reminded him of his room. His hand instinctively rested on the pistol Mitsuru had given him, felling the weight in his hand. Skull's right. Ren spoke at last, his voice measured. Jose's tied to this place. If these flowers were dangerous, he would have stopped by now. He took a few steps forward, eyes fixed on the nearest wall. Moment of truth, he muttered, pulling out the gun and raising it toward the flowers clinging to the wall. He squeezed the trigger. Click. Nothing happened. Lowering the gun with a curious expression, Ren couldn't help but glance at it again. So, I guess she wasn't lying. He muttered. Not quite like the other guns. It looks real enough, but there's gotta be more to it than we're seeing. Morgana murmured, examining the pistol. Here. Let me look into it. I might be able to find out more about it. Futaba mentioned as she jumped onto her persona, Necronomicon. Going silent for a few moments, Futaba continued to hum to herself until she eventually spoke out. This is weird, it's like the gun is made of the same stuff as shadows, but not exactly. It's hard to explain, but it's definitely unique. I'll need more time to analyze it properly. We can look into it later, maybe with Queen and Raven's help when we investigate the flowers. That would probably be for the best. We only have so much time we can spend in Mementos today. Takemi agreed. Ren flexed his fingers around the pistol, looking at the group to get their attention. Well, there's one more test we can try now. He said calmly. He shifted his persona to Arahabaki to repel any potential bullets that might fire at him. The others exchanged uneasy glances, sensing the shift in Ren's demeanor. He raised the pistol again, this time placing the barrel under his chin. Joker, wait, and started, concern clear in her voice, but Ren smiled softly, offering a reassuring look. Here goes nothing. He whispered, trying to ease the tension. No. Tartuffe's calm voice echoed in his mind with a sigh. The moment he pressed the trigger, it hit him. Death. A familiar feeling. The sensation of his life slipping away. An overwhelming sense of loss. It wasn't fear, but a suffocating numbness that washed over him, stealing his breath. His vision blurred, vertigo pulling at him. For a split second, he was certain his heart had stopped. But the gun didn't fire. His hand trembled, unable to pull the trigger fully. Ren staggered back, his grip tight on the pistol as he tried to regain his composure. His breathing came in shallow bursts, the lingering sensation of near death still clinging to him. Are you okay? Shiho's voice cut through the fog of his mind. She placed a hand gently on his shoulder, her expression filled with concern as she studied his pale face. Yeah. Ren muttered, his voice uncertain. It's just strange. He stared down at the gun, frustration and confusion twisting in his gut. He raised it again, but the same paralyzing sensation gripped him. His stomach lurched, and he almost doubled over. It feels like I'm about to die every time I try. It's like I don't know. Closing his eyes, he tried to reach out to Tartuffe, but he didn't get any answer, only simple silence. Makoto stepped forward, looking him in the eyes to see if he was actually okay, and then after a moment, she spoke up. Maybe we should engage in battle and trigger those more extreme emotions. That might be enough to activate the gun. At least that's what the instructions said. She suggested. But, ain't it supposed to let you summon your persona too? We can do that with the masks, but it'd be cool to have an alternative. Plus we could use it in the real world with this, can't we? Ruja grumbled, shifting uncomfortably. He glanced at the gun in his own hands, then sighed. F it, let me try it. Without hesitation, Ruja brought the gun to the side of his head, closing his eyes and clenching his teeth. Bang! The instant the gun fired, Captain Kidd appeared behind Ruja, the air around them crackling with static as they felt their hair stand up. But in the blink of an eye, Kidd vanished. Ruja staggered to the side, his face pale, and then he doubled over, vomiting onto the floor. Geez, that thing feels rough. Ruja muttered, wiping his lips as he slowly stood upright. And tiring. Makoto let out a stressed sigh, shaking her head as she looked at him. Skull, don't just do rash stuff like that without warning. Joker can reflect the damage if it had actually shot out, you can't, remember. Her voice held an edge of frustration as she lectured him, before muttering under her breath. But at least now we know it works. Like I said, we need strong emotions. So, what do we say about venturing deeper into mementos? Getting a nod from the group, Mona jumped into the air before transforming into his cat bus form. All right, then, all aboard. Mona said, revving his engine slightly. Driving through mementos, the group twisted and turned, Mona and Futaba expertly navigating the winding paths, as they crashed through shadows that dared to block their way. With each level they descended, the air grew thicker, more oppressive. The further they went, the more unfamiliar the surroundings became, though the one thing that stayed constant was the countless flowers along their way. Just as they were about to dive deeper still, Futaba's voice suddenly pierced through the silence. Wait! She shouted. The Mona bus came to a screeching halt, throwing the group against the seats in front of them with a collective groan, with the exception of Makoto, who was driving and wearing a seatbelt. There is another path, Futaba announced, sounding somewhat surprised. It looks different than before. The signal is faint, but I'm sure there's something nearby. Should we check it out? The thieves exchanged glances with each other before they finally nodded and turned the monobus around to follow the new path. Eventually, they came upon a massive wall of thorns intertwined with small, glowing flowers that covered the area around it. Yet between the thorns, there was a faint, almost unnoticeable gap from which Ren could see what appeared to be a continuation of the railroad tracks. Yes. This is definitely new. I've never detected anything like this before. Futaba's voice held a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty. I can't seem to find a way through, though. It's similar to the barriers we've seen that stop us from going deeper into mementos unless we have more recognition from the world. Should I try to burn it? Anne asked, her mask vanishing as Carmen appeared behind her with fire in her hands. Maybe. Ren replied, stepping forward and extending his hand toward the thorns. As soon as his fingers brushed against one of the vines, the entire wall began to tremble. The thorns slowly retracted, the vines twisting and writhing among themselves before, at last, they parted, revealing a path ahead. This is, Futaba muttered, going silent for a moment before continuing. There are strong shadows in there, but none of them are moving. This floor is different. What do you think, Joker? Makoto asked, her gaze fixed on the now open path. The corridor beyond was overflowing with even more flowers than the entrance. It looks like Jose's been here. Ren looked inside and saw what could only be described as a garden. The roots of countless flowers had overtaken the walls, their vines snaking through every crack and crevice. Poppies, lilies, marigolds, lavenders, daturas, chrysanthemums. Ren muttered, looking at all of the different flowers covering the room. Flowers he only recognized thanks to his time with Haru. Jose has been busy. Could this be like his house? Ryuji asked, glancing around in awe. I mean, he's got to sleep somewhere, right? He might not have to, he isn't human. Shiho whispered. This is magnificent. Yusuke's voice was soft, reverent even. I wish I had brought my painting supplies. Alas, I shall have to commit this scene to memory, forever etched into my soul. Ren hesitated before stepping into the garden, but as soon as he crossed the threshold, a wave of dizziness hit him. His body grew weak, his legs threatening to give way beneath him. A nauseating fog clouded his mind, and for a moment, he thought he might collapse. Then, as quickly as it came, the sensation passed. The flowers at his feet began to wither and die, and Tartuffe's shadow stretched out beneath him, creating a safe path where the flowers could no longer touch him. Be careful. Ren warned, his voice low and cautious. This place isn't safe. He took another step forward, moving carefully along the path of withered flowers that Tartuffe had created. Unlike before, the oppressive feeling didn't return. He glanced back at the others, his expression serious. Follow the path I'm making. Don't touch the flowers. Not yet. We need more stars. Tartuffe's voice echoed in Ren's mind, a rare tremble of fear seeping through. Stars? What is this place? Ren asked, expecting the usual silence from his persona. But this time, Tartuffe answered. Home. Tartuffe answered before going silent once again. Ah, guys. Cersei doesn't like this place. Shiho said, her voice filled with unease. Zoro says this place is dangerous, like a minefield, Morgana added, his tone laced with discomfort, as his tail flicked nervously. Gomen calls this place a boiling pot. Yusuke frowned, trying to make sense of his persona's cryptic message. The group froze, exchanging worried glances. Despite their personas using different metaphors, the message was clear. This place was far from safe. Did Jose really pass through here? Anne asked, her voice tinged with doubt as she frowned at the overgrown path ahead. The thieves stared at the path, its beauty deceptive. The vibrant flowers felt like a trap, as if one misstep would mean being lost forever in this haunting garden. Guys. I don't know if I should tell you this, but there's a door nearby. However, it's past a group of shadows. None of them are moving, though. Should we turn back or keep going? The thieves all exchanged glances with each other, and Ren looked at the path of withered flowers that Tartuffe had made for him. Home. Ren muttered to himself, a conflicted expression crossing his face. After a long pause, he sighed. We should turn back. He wasn't willing to risk their lives just out of his simple curiosity. But noticing his expression, Shiho spoke up. I don't mind continuing. The withered path seems safe. She said, her voice quiet but resolute. Dude, if you want to go. Ryuji chimed in, sticking his foot out of the path for a second before quickly yanking it back with a groan, nearly stumbling from the sudden wave of nausea. I'll just, be careful. No. Makoto interjected, her expression troubled. It's not safe, at least not for all of us. The path is too narrow if we need to escape quickly, but... She hesitated, her internal conflict clear before letting out a sigh. Your persona opened the path, didn't it? Ren nodded slowly, his gaze still fixed on the withered flowers. In that case, you should be fine to continue. I can tell you really want to. Makoto said cautiously. You can always make another path beneath you. But only if you go with Mona. He can jump on your shoulders if things get bad, and you both can run out. But you have to promise to stay safe. At the first sign of danger, you turn back. Queen? Anne asked, her voice filled with concern. Are you sure you should be telling him that? No. I'm not. Makoto replied, exhaling heavily. Oracle, you said the door was close, right? Yes, only a few minutes away, but the shadows are still there, in the way. What do you think, Joker? Mona asked, with his tail swaying slightly in anticipation. Letting out a sigh, Ren looked at the path ahead before clenching his fists. It was calling for him. He could feel it. Whatever was ahead wanted him there, or was it the other way around? Did he want whatever was in there? I will only take a quick look, Ren muttered, his voice resigned. I'm sorry. In the end, his curiosity had won. He wasn't ready to turn away just yet. Though he promised to stay cautious, the need to see what lay ahead had taken hold of him, pulling him forward. Makoto let out a complicated expression, her lips pressed into a thin line, as she exchanged glances with the rest of the thieves. Despite their obvious concern, they nodded in agreement. Be safe, okay? Shiho asked, her voice soft with worry. She lingered for a moment, only stepping back into mementos after Ren gave her a reassuring nod. Guess it's just you and me, Mona said, carefully stepping forward beside Ren. Just don't count on me turning into a bus here. It's way too cramped. Ren gave a small smile in response before turning his attention back to the path ahead, the withered flowers crunching underfoot as he led the way. It didn't take long before they stumbled upon their first shadow. Its form was massive, a hulking figure sprawled on the ground, yet completely unmoving. Oracle, are the shadows alive? Ren asked, his gaze sweeping across another two shadows in the distance, also lying motionless, as though they were dead. They should be. Why? Futaba's voice came through with confusion. Well, they aren't moving for one, Mona whispered, eyes narrowed in suspicion as he observed the motionless shadows. Maybe they are under the effects of the flowers. Futaba theorized, causing Ren to nod thoughtfully. They must be, we'll pass by them, Ren decided, signaling Mona to follow as he moved forward, keeping his footsteps light. They carefully passed by at least 1 or 2 dozen shadows, all in a similar dormant state, before arriving at a massive navy blue door. Unlike the rest of the path, there were no flowers surrounding it. The door stood on a simple stone platform, separating it from the floral floor. The surface of the door was etched with strange symbols, carvings of eyes near the bottom, and hands stretching downward from the top. In the center, a flickering engraving of fire dominated the door, glowing with an eerie blue light that sent a chill down their spines. What is this? Morgana muttered, his voice laced with unease as he stepped onto the stone platform, curiosity driving him closer to the door. He reached out, his paw brushing against the engravings, but as soon as he touched them, the entire floor began to tremble. The door creaked, slowly swinging open. A wave of suffocating oppression rushed through them, the weight of it nearly bringing Ren and Mona to their knees. It was a sensation they hadn't felt since descending to interrogate Kobayakawa, an overwhelming feeling that they were not strong enough to continue. Joker. I don't think we should go further. Mona said, his voice trembling slightly, the fur along his back bristling as he took a few steps away from the door. Ren, however, was fixated. Looking through the door, he saw the floor beyond it was covered in a thin layer of water, reflecting his face back at him as he gazed downward. Without a word, he reached into his tools pouch and pulled out a small rock, something he usually kept in case he needed to distract shadows. He tossed it into the water, and it bounced a few times before stopping still above the water. The surface rippled thanks to the rock, yet he could now see that it wasn't deep at all. But what truly caught Ren's attention wasn't the floor. It was the ceiling. He looked up, and to his surprise, the water wasn't just below them. It was above them as well, rippling and reflecting as if he had tossed the rock up there, too. Let's get out of here, we are too weak to continue. Ren muttered with slight disappointment. Tilda. Missed me. Sorry for taking a while. But I am planning on writing another 2 chaps after this soon. Been busy with my Tensura story and life. But I made the resolution of not writing for Tensura until I write 3 total chaps. Also, a new hidden path in Mementos. Wonder what it's all about. Guess you'll have to wait. As I usually like to say. It's a surprise tool that will help us later. But hey, I am more than happy to hear your theories. Chapter 117, The Chest. 3,375 words. Yo, real quick, for those familiar with Cersei's appearance. Scrap that image out of your head. I spent a few hours reworking it and making her look more Greek, and have references to Helios and Pes, an ocean nymph, cause that's her parents. Image. Ren and Morgana retraced their steps, carefully following the path of dead flowers Tartuffe had made for them. Yet as they progressed, the flowers behind them slowly began to heal, their vibrant petals and stems covering the ground once more. By the time they reached the others, the floor was again overrun with flowers, as if their passage had never happened. Just as they stepped out, mementos trembled slightly, the vines behind them twisting and closing, sealing the path shut once more. What? Futaba's voice came through, surprised and confused. It's gone? Ren turned back, his gaze settling on the wall of vines now blocking the path. He moved closer, trying to peek through, but there was nothing. No signs of the path of flowers he had been able to see before. And just when I thought we understood this place. Makoto sighed, stepping next to Ren. She peered through the vines, her brow furrowed. What did you find? Did you reach the door? Ren nodded, catching them up quickly on the strange door, and the reflection of water he had seen before they turned back. Yet, despite everything, they were left with more questions than answers. The whole place was a reflection. Anne asked, scratching her head, her face thoughtful. And how did the door look again? Shiho tilted her head, watching Anne as she drifted deeper into thought. Do you recognize it? She asked curiously. No. It sounds familiar, but I might just be overthinking it. Anne replied with a sigh, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. A brief silence settled over the group before Yusuke finally spoke. Should we turn back then? I'm not quite sure what the usual procedure is for situations like this. All eyes turned to Ren for guidance, but before he could answer, the familiar honking of a car interrupted them. The bright headlights of Jose's car pierced the dim surroundings as it approached, drifting slightly as it slid to a halt beside them. Jose jumped out, running straight to the wall of thorns. He placed a hand on it, letting out a frustrated sigh before turning to the group with an awkward smile. Hey! He greeted them, rubbing the back of his neck. Did someone go in? He asked, chuckling nervously. I did, Ren answered honestly, stepping closer. Well, I guess it's too late now. Jose muttered, giving the wall an annoyed kick. At least you made it out okay. Ren knelt down to meet Jose's eye level, offering a friendly smile. Do you know what that place was? Jose hesitated, glancing around awkwardly before finally sighing. I'm really not supposed to say. And knelt next to Ren, ruffling Jose's hair with a bright smile. Come on, Jose. We're friends, aren't we? She teased, giving Ren a playful side eye and a wink. Jose blinked, his conflicted expression wavering before he sighed again. I guess since we're friends, it's okay. I think that's my home, he answered uncertainly. Home? Ren repeated, narrowing his eyes. Well, it's hard to explain. It's just a feeling. Jose said, scratching his head. But it's closed off now, so I'll have to wait until it opens again to check it out. He shrugged, seeming both curious and frustrated at the same time. Taking another glance at the thorns, Jose reached in and carefully plucked a small flower from the vines. He smiled, quickly turning the flower into juice. At least there's this, he said, lifting the glass to his lips. But as soon as he took a sip, he coughed and spat it out in disgust. Ooh? Jose sputtered, wiping his mouth as he stared at the glass in disbelief. Why does it taste like that? Looking at the glass curiously, Ren asked. Hey. I've seen you do that with flowers before. Do you think I could try it out too? I'm kind of curious what they taste like. Jose shook his head quickly, offering an apologetic smile. Sorry, but I think it would hurt you if you drank it at least as you are now. I see, that's fine then. Ren replied, shrugging lightly. Jose, still grimacing from the taste, put a lid on the glass and tossed it into one of the bags in his car. Hopping back into the driver's seat, he gave a quick wave. Well, I'd like to catch up, but I'm going to see if I can chase it down. Before anyone could ask more questions, Jose's car sped off, the walls of mementos parting to let him through before closing up behind him again. Watching the car disappear, Ren turned to and with a playful grin. We are friends, aren't we? He asked, mimicking Anne's friendly tone from earlier. I'm a bad influence, aren't I? Anne giggled, shaking her head as she heard him. I don't know what you're talking about. She replied with a smirk, her laughter lightening the mood as they all prepared to move forward. Well, what's the plan now? Ruji asked. Are we still trying out these things? We know they work. Joker pulled out his own evoker, studying it for a moment before letting out a sigh and nodding. As weird as this was, it's still early. Mona, Oracle, and I will be heading into Okumura's palace soon for our first look. So, I think we should keep training and experimenting with the evokers. What do you all think? We could spend another couple of hours down here, and then return to the surface. The thieves exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, and with the decision made, they piled back into the monobus. As they descended deeper into the depths of mementos, the atmosphere grew heavier, more oppressive. They passed by one of the large doors that had previously blocked their path, but as they did, Joker noticed Fox and Raven looking uncomfortable, sweat beading on their brows as the pressure of the place weighed down on them. Queen, slow down, Ren requested, and she gently brought the monobus to a stop. I think we should part ways here. Do not worry for me. I can still continue. Yusuke insisted, though his clenched teeth and heavy breathing betrayed his discomfort. No, this place won't do for both of you, Ren said firmly. We've been doing this longer, so we're used to it. You're both strong, but your bodies aren't acclimated yet. You need time to adjust to the pressure. Joker's right. Takemi said with a sigh. It's better not to push ourselves too much. Or else we'll just be a burden. Joker, do you want me to watch over them? Makoto asked. Yes. You, Fox, Oracle, and Raven can train in an area that's more suitable. The rest of us will continue deeper. Mona can lead the way for us if we get too far for Oracle. Here, take the wishing star. You should be able to use it if something goes wrong. Ren told her, and she accepted it with a nod. Won't you need it more than us? You are going deeper. We still don't know how to use the evokers properly. Makoto asked with some concern. No, we have Mona to run away with. Ren answered with a reassuring smile. And the scalpel. He thought, but he didn't say those words out loud. As much as he was hesitant to use it if it came to their lives, he wouldn't hesitate. And that should give them an opening to escape. There are a few mementos targets around here. I could guide them to fight those if you want. Futaba suggested, and earning a nod from the group, they stepped out. Well, at least we can be productive. Takemi chuckled, looking up at the camouflaged spaceship before asking. Is there any chance you could fit a few more people in there? Or are we walking? Sorry, that'd be kinda cramped. Futaba answered awkwardly, causing Takemi to chuckle once again. I was just messing with you. Then, as she turned to Makoto, she added. Lead the way. As they drove down further into mementos, Ren took the wheel while the group rotated in and out of fights with shadows. Occasionally, simply crashing into the enemies with the monobus was enough to make them explode, scattering money and materials as they vanished. Yo, you know what I just realized? Ruja said, breaking the silence. It's been a while, but we're back to just the OG thieves. Usually, we end up splitting up. Must be a lucky day. Don't jinx us. And immediately shouted from the front, shooting him a glare. It's too late now. Come on, you can't actually believe in that stuff, Ruja complained, though he paused to think. Well, actually, could jinxes be real down here? Oh, wait. Treasure. Morgana's eyes gleamed as he suddenly picked up a scent. I can smell it. Take a right. Following Morgana's directions, Ren steered the monobus toward a massive room. Inside, they found a large chest waiting for them. Opening it revealed an intriguing array of items. A crimson whip, a necklace with a green gem, a small inky black feather, and a blue potion. This one is different from the last time. Ren muttered, examining the materials in the chest. I wonder what they do. Man, if only Oracle were here. I bet she could analyze them. Ruja said, picking up the blue potion and handing it to Shiho. But this stuff's gotta be good, right? We are pretty deep in mementos for it to be junk. And grabbed the crimson whip, while Morgana snatched up the green necklace with a gleam in his eyes. Ren took the feather, but as he studied it, he couldn't discern much from it. With a shrug, he tucked it into his pouch. Jumping back into the monobus, they continued driving down to the next floor. Strangely, this level was completely devoid of shadows. Even the oppressive atmosphere they had grown accustomed to was absent, leaving the space feeling oddly calm. After a few minutes of navigating the labyrinth, Anne spoke up. Hey, Joker. The director wanted to meet you. Do you want to come with me to the set sometime? They are still setting things up, but we should start filming soon. It'd be cool to have you there. Even though I'm just a side character, I'm getting along with the crew pretty well. The two main actresses are actually a lot like me, so we get along great. Anne said, her excitement clear. Yeah, just let me know the day, and I'll make time for it. Ren answered. Ooh, what else are you guys doing this weekend? Ruji asked, perking up. I've got practice Saturday afternoon, but I'm free on Sunday. Oh, I can't do Sunday, Shiho chimed in. I'm helping out at the temple. I promised I'd go, and well, I kinda owe it to the place. The temple? Ruji asked, curious. Didn't think you were the type to hang out there. Well, it's complicated. Shiho replied with a small smile. But I like spending time there. Is it the same one you took me to that one time? It was nice. And added, smiling at the memory. Want me to help? I don't got much else going on. Ruji asked before the monobus shook as Mona perked up again. Another chest. Man, this really is our lucky day. He said, excitement filling his voice as Ren steered the monobus toward another large room, with a chest waiting in the center. As they entered the room, Morgana shifted back to his normal form, bounding over to the chest with excitement. Oh, there's something good inside. I can feel it. Morgana exclaimed, sniffing the air as his tail twitched with anticipation. Wait. Ren's voice cut through, causing Morgana to freeze just as he reached for the chest. There's something wrong about this floor. All the shadows were, but before he could finish, the chest lid exploded open, and a massive shadow lunged out, attempting to grab Morgana. Reacting quickly, Ren pulled out his gun, firing a shot directly at the shadow's mask. The impact made it reel back just enough for Morgana to leap out of range and create some distance. With its ambush foiled, the shadow let out a piercing shriek, the oppressive atmosphere returning in full force as mementos trembled beneath them. Shit! A trap! Ruja shouted, immediately going on guard. He glanced back at the entrance they had come through, eyes widening as countless shadows burst from the floor. But how? Mimics. Ren muttered in frustration. Whoever came up with those ought to get attacked by one. I knew something was off with this empty floor. We can't get out through there. The shadows are blocking the way. Morgana shouted, looking back at the exit, now swarming with enemies. Ren glanced at the massive shadow in front of them, then at the shadows closing in behind. With a curse under his breath, he formulated a plan. King Frost. Ren called, summoning the towering persona behind him. The massive snowman in a king's outfit appeared with a gleeful shout. He who? King Frost exclaimed, slamming his scepter into the ground. A thin layer of ice rapidly spread across the floor, extending through the entrance and into the corridor, where the shadows were surging from. With a wave of his hand, King Frost sent a massive wall of ice crashing down, partially blocking the path, and leaving only a small gap for one or two shadows to slip through at a time. Ren's idea was to limit how many enemies they had to face at once. Fully blocking the path would lead to the shadows smashing through the ice quickly, but leaving an opening would ease the pressure, allowing them to deal with a few at a time. In addition, the frozen floor would slow them down enough to give them some room to think. As Morgana darted back to safety, the chest exploded fully, revealing a colossal shadow, Ganesha, standing on two legs and wielding an enormous sword. With swift, powerful movements, Ganesha swung the blade, slicing through the air and forcing the entire team to dodge out of the way. "Carmen!" and shouted, summoning her persona. A blazing wave of fire crashed into Ganesha, making the massive shadow howl in pain. But instead of retreating, Ganesha leaped forward, sword raised, charging straight toward Anne. "Watch out!" Ruja shouted, summoning Captain Kidd. His persona charged forward, lightning crackling through the air, as he crashed into Ganesha, in an attempt to intercept the attack. But the giant continued, seemingly unfazed, barreling straight toward and with terrifying speed. Time seemed to slow for a moment as Ganesha's sword loomed over Anne, ready to strike. "He who!" King Frost shouted, waving his scepter. The ground beneath the charging Ganesha froze instantly, and with a flick of his hand, King Frost built a slick ramp of ice. Ganesha, unable to keep his balance, slipped and crashed to the side, giving Anne just enough time to retreat with the opportunity Ren had created for her. "Everyone, focus!" Ren called out, snapping the team's attention back into place. "We've done this before. Don't let being caught off guard make us panic. Skull, Siren, guard the door. Any shadows that break through, you take care of them. Mona, Panther, let's work together and take down this shadow, then we'll handle the ones at the entrance." The thieves froze for a brief moment, absorbing Ren's commands, before nodding with determination and taking their positions. Just as Skull and Siren reached the entrance, two shadows burst through, their forms solidifying into a pair of crimson-armored angels, powers. Back with the main fight, Ren refocused on Ganesha. The massive elephant-like shadow stood, roaring in fury, as it brandished its sword once more. The ice from King Frost had only slowed it temporarily, and now it was angrier than ever. "Rangda!" Ren shouted, summoning the crimson-skinned woman with wild, flowing hair and long, blade-like nails. She floated for a moment before snapping to attention, launching herself toward Ganesha with a wicked grin. Weaving through the air, Rangda met Ganesha's sword head-on. As the blade touched her skin, Ganesha let out a deafening howl. The attack was reflected back at him. A massive slash appeared across his stomach, and Rangda seized the opportunity, relentlessly slashing him over and over. Even if the shadow could resist, their goal was clear: overwhelm it. "Take this, Zoro!" Morgana shouted, summoning his masked swordsman. Zoro slashed his sword through the air, sending a barrage of wind blades toward Ganesha. But as the wind touched Ganesha's skin, it was absorbed, healing the countless gashes Rangda had inflicted. Crack! Just as Ren was about to command Rangda again, a loud cracking noise stole his attention. He glanced over toward where Shiho and Ruju were fighting. At the same moment, Ganesha roared, and Ren, along with Morgana and Anne, felt a sudden sluggishness take over them. Ganesha, now seemingly invigorated, sidestepped Rangda and charged at Anne once again. This time, however, Anne was ready. "Carmen!" she called out, summoning her persona. A towering wall of fire rose before her, and as Ganesha charged forward, she leaped to the side. The massive shadow barreled through the fire, its skin getting burnt, as it charged through the wall, and then crashed into one of the walls with a thunderous impact. Crack! The cracking sound echoed again, louder this time, and Ren's eyes widened as he realized the wall he had built was about to collapse, letting in all of the shadows from the outside. Ganesha, too, seemed to notice, and its focus shifted. Without hesitation, the hulking figure turned and began charging toward Shiho and Ruju. "Siren, Skull, retreat! Get as far away from that wall as you can!" Ren shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Shiho had confused the two Crimson Angels, causing them to attack each other, and giving Ruju a chance to shoot them down with his shotgun, only for Kid to charge at them to deal more damage. Yet, hearing Ren's warning, both Ruju and Shiho dodged out of the way just in time, as Ganesha's enormous form smashed into the frozen wall King Frost had erected. The ice shattered into countless pieces, sending shards flying across the room and slicing the elephant-like shadow, yet it just seemed to invigorate it even more. The barrier was gone, and Ganesha roared in triumph, the path now clear for the approaching shadows. Damn it! Of course, this shadow is smart, Ren muttered, frustration boiling inside him as he instinctively reached for the wishing star, only to remember he had given it to Makoto. His hand then moved toward the evoker strapped at his side. Pulling it out, Ren raised the gun to his head, taking a deep breath as he saw the shadows flooding in. But no matter how much he wanted to fire it, something in him refused. He couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger. His hand trembled, the weight of the evoker growing unbearable. It was as if death itself was wrapping around him, suffocating his every thought. His body recoiled from the sensation, filling him with a nauseating dread. And with that dread came anger at himself for hesitating, for freezing in the moment they needed him most. In the back of his mind, he could almost hear Tartuffe sigh in disappointment. Joker! Morgana's voice cut through the haze. In a blur of movement, Morgana leapt onto Ren, pushing him out of the way just as a blade of light slashed through the space where Ren had been standing. The impact sent a jolt through him, snapping him back to the present, the sound of battle all around them. Cliffhanger. Don't you worry. I am posting the next chap in the next few hours. Chapter 118, The Awakening. 2,504 words. Shiho. Even as the wall collapsed around her, Shiho remained calm. She had spent countless hours meditating in the temple, learning to take a deep breath and clear her mind. And with Ren still here, she knew they would find a way out. She trusted him with her life. Cersei. Shiho called out as though calling upon an old and trusted friend. In an instant, her persona appeared beside her, long blue hair flowing elegantly despite the chaos around them. With a swift motion, Cersei snapped her fingers, summoning a potion into her hand before flinging its contents toward the oncoming shadows. Yet, only two froze in confusion while the others continued their charge, unfazed. Shiho retreated, creating distance as Cersei began weaving her hands through the air, using the skill brain jack. A soft pink mist appeared, swirling among the hordes of shadows, though the sheer number of enemies made it difficult to affect them all. Slowly but surely, some succumbed to the mist, their minds clouded as they began to fight each other, but many still pressed forward. Joker. Morgana's voice rang out, snapping Shiho's attention to the side. She saw Ren standing frozen, the evoker pressed against his head, moments before Morgana shoved him out of harm's way. Cersei's voice, smooth and teasing, spoke from beside her. Ah, it seems your lover wrestles with the concept of death. Perhaps 'tis because he now has something precious to lose. Her tone was playful, yet deep down, Shiho knew that Cersei was simply trying to give her advice, as the countless shadows continued to swarm. I recall a time when he would throw his own safety aside and let himself be harmed, all to topple the king. I asked him to stay safe. Shiho thought with a twinge of frustration, her connection with Cersei deepening in her moment of doubt. Cersei chuckled, her laughter rich and melodic. And so he has, but still, he places the above his own safety, does he not? Her words were edged with amusement as Shiho glanced at Ren, noticing the blue scalpel manifesting in his hand. Ren? Don't! Shiho shouted, her concentration breaking as fear surged through her, forcing Ruja to jump in and defend her from a nearby attack. Wouldst thou save thy beloved from the flames? Cersei whispered, her voice low and enticing as she moved behind Shiho, her breath like a wisp of ancient magic. Then prove to me thou art willing to burn as well. Shiho's racing thoughts stilled. Cersei's words, soft yet commanding, brought a moment of clarity. Without hesitation, Shiho reached for the evoker, her hand trembling slightly as she raised it to her head. Fear not. Cersei said, her playful tone softening into something more tender, more caring, as Shiho's fingers tightened around the evoker. Think of the past. As Shiho pressed the evoker to the side of her head, she felt it, the same sensation Ren had struggled with. Death. Cold and inevitable. It was the same feeling she had known all too well before meeting Ren, a feeling that clung to her like a shadow. She felt as if she was standing on the edge of the roof, her feet barely clinging to the ledge. "This is the price we pay for love," Cersei whispered, her voice a gentle echo in Shiho's mind as the sounds of battle dulled. The nausea hit her like a wave, her senses overwhelmed by memories of the past, the endless cycle of fear and pain. Her ears were ringing, and just as she felt the fear crawling up to her, Cersei spoke. "It's him or thee," Cersei murmured softly, her words cutting through Shiho's despair. And with those words, her hesitation vanished. It was as if she had stepped off the ledge. The drop, the fall, it wasn't death. It was something else entirely. "Theurgy," Shiho whispered. With that drop, Shiho pulled the trigger. In the next moment, she felt it, a warmth, deep and consuming, unlike anything she had ever experienced before. It wasn't the oppressive heat of fire, but rather a gentle, all-encompassing embrace. "I am thou, and thou art I," Cersei's voice echoed, but this time, it came from Shiho's own mouth. "Let us become as one." Shiho opened her eyes, and with that simple act, a massive gust of wind erupted from her, swirling across the battlefield. Her phantom thief attire caught aflame with an azure fire, burning away to reveal the regal blue dress of Cersei, adorned with golden ornaments that shimmered across her body. With that transformation, she felt it. The power flowed through her body. "Eclipse Dominion," Shiho whispered. The words rolled off her tongue with ease, and in an instant, a dark, purplish fog descended over the battlefield, thick and suffocating. As the shadows breathed in the mist, their movements stopped. Each one stood still, the tension in the air thick as the unnatural silence took over. Then, with a single, graceful snap of her fingers, Shiho commanded them. The shadows turned on one another, their frenzy igniting as they began to fight amongst themselves, completely disregarding Ren and the others. Shiho turned to Ren, her eyes softening. "Ren," she began, her voice gentle, but before she could say more, her vision blurred. The world around her spiraled into darkness, and her strength faded. The last thing she felt was the cold embrace of the floor as she collapsed, her consciousness slipping away. "Ren." He stood still, looking as all the shadows tore each other into shreds. All hell broke loose amongst them, and they seemed to be completely ignoring the thieves. Yet Ren could only focus on Shiho as she fell down, her outfit burning once again, as it returned to her phantom thief outfit. Lowering the scalpel in his hand, Ren frowned, feeling the anger of having hesitated and failed them coursing through him. "Tartuffe," he whispered with absolute anger. In response, the shadow beneath him expanded, growing darker, more menacing. From within the depths of that shadow, a formless being began to emerge. As it took shape, Tartuffe transformed, first into a crimson horse, signaling the start of Red Rider's form, but the transformation didn't stop there. Red Rider's grim reaper-like cloak bubbled and shifted, morphing into the radiant form of Parvati. The pink flower she held in her hand blooming into a wide, flowing crimson cape, that of Matador. In this chimeric state, Tartuffe rode onto the battlefield, towering over the frenzy of shadows locked in their battle. 3 voices, distinct yet unified, spoke from its mouth as Tartuffe's form solidified. "Mapsi," Matador whispered. "Mapsio," the cold voice of Red Rider spoke. "Mapsiodine," Parvati's beautiful voice boomed. The moment the final words of Tartuffe's spell were uttered, countless waves of psychic energy materialized above the battlefield. The orbs of psychic force converged, forming a single, massive orb of pure power. Without hesitation, the orb descended, crashing into the midst of the shadows. As the psychic energy hit, the shadows howled in agony, clutching at their heads. The combination of the psychic attack and Cersei's brainwashing was overwhelming, causing them immense pain that quickly disintegrated their forms into nothing but dust. The battlefield, once filled with chaos and violence, was now eerily empty. But as the attack ended, Ren felt the drain on his energy hit him like a wave. He dropped to one knee, breathing heavily, as Tartuffe's chimeric form dissolved, collapsing into the shadows before retreating back into him. A brief silence followed as the phantom thieves took in the now empty field, their expressions a mix of relief and surprise. And immediately ran to Shiho, summoning Carmen to heal her, while Morgana rushed to Ren's side, his eyes wide with astonishment. What was that? Did you see Siren? Morgana asked, his voice filled with awe. Yes. Ren replied, glancing down at the evoker he had dropped on the ground and picking it up, as he forced himself to his feet to run toward Shiho. She isn't hurt. And reassured them, holding Shiho gently in her arms. She's just exhausted. I can't imagine how much energy that took from her. Dude, that was amazing. Ruja finally shouted, knowing that they were all safe. Like, are you for real? Can I do that, too? Ruji asked as he pulled the evoker and looked at it. But after a moment, his expression faltered. He coughed awkwardly before tucking the evoker away again. Ah yeah, I can't. He muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Kid just told me I lost my chance the moment the battle finished, and to be quiet, cause Siren's sleeping. Sorry. Ren approached quietly, his frustration barely masked as he knelt beside them. With gentle care, he lifted Shiho from Ren's arms, holding her close. Let's go. Ren said softly, gently picking up Shiho. Shiho. Opening her eyes, Shiho found herself in a familiar setting, Takemi's clinic. The sterile scent, the muted light, and the quiet hum of medical equipment all came into focus, as a wave of pain surged through her head. A massive headache threatened to overwhelm her, but just as it reached its peak, she heard a voice that calmed the storm. There thou art. Cersei's voice, soft and melodic, echoed in her mind. As Shiho blinked, she was startled to see Cersei, no longer just a presence in her thoughts, but lounging casually in one of the clinic's chairs. The ethereal figure of her persona now sat within the physical world, her long blue hair flowing gracefully around her. Shiho opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, Cersei lifted a slender finger to her lips. Shush, or else thou wouldst wake him. Cersei whispered, a gentle smile playing on her lips as she giggled slightly. Shiho glanced down and felt the weight on her legs. It was Ren, fast asleep. His brow furrowed in concern even as he rested. The sight of him sleeping there, so close, stirred something warm in her heart. Cersei stood up from the chair, her steps light and graceful as she wandered around the clinic, her eyes filled with curiosity. So this is thy world. She mused softly, her smile deepening as she took in the air, almost as if savoring the experience. A fleeting visit, I suspect, for I shall not remain here long. Shiho's heart tightened at her words, sensing both happiness and sorrow in Cersei's voice. What do you mean? Shiho asked, her voice quiet, but filled with concern. Cersei turned to her, her expression tender and serene. It is time, dear one. She said softly. My role hath come to its end. I have guided thee as far as I may. There was a bittersweet smile on her face, one of contentment, but also a touch of sadness. Shiho's chest tightened further, a sense of loss washing over her. But you've been with me through so much. Are you really leaving? She struggled to keep her voice steady. Cersei nodded, though her smile remained as warm as ever. Yes, dear one. Thou hast grown so much since we first met. Stronger, braver, more certain of thyself. My purpose was to guide thee to this point, but now, thou art ready to walk forward without me. Shiho bit her lip, her emotions swirling. I don't know if I'm ready. She admitted, her voice barely a whisper. I still feel like I need you. Cersei stepped closer, kneeling beside Shiho's bedside. Thou art stronger than thou believeth. She said softly, placing a comforting hand on Shiho's. I have been a guide, but thy strength has always been thine own. The love thou holdeth for him, she glanced meaningfully at Ren. And the resolve in thy heart, it will carry thee further than I ever could. Shiho felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes, but she nodded, knowing that Cersei was right. Yet the idea of saying goodbye felt like a heavy weight in her chest. What did Ren call it? Shiho muttered with a faint smile, her hand reaching to gently caress his hair. The tower. Aye, thy tower has been completely rebuilt. Cersei answered with a knowing smile. Though the bricks, it seems, have all been touched by him. I do wonder how that shall shape thy future. Will I ever see you again? Shiho asked, her voice fragile. Cersei's smile grew, a touch of mischief in her eyes. Who can say? Perhaps, when the wind blows and the moonlight shines, thou mayst feel my presence. I am a part of thee, after all. Our bond will not fade so easily. Shiho swallowed hard, feeling both sorrow and gratitude flood her heart. Thank you, for everything, she said softly. Cersei's expression softened further, and she leaned in to kiss Shiho's forehead, a gesture filled with both affection and farewell. Farewell, dear Shiho, she whispered. I shall always be with thee, even if unseen. With that, Cersei rose to her full height, giving Shiho one final, radiant smile before turning her attention to Ren. Thou hast truly influenced our path, little shadow, she said, her tone filled with fond amusement. I shall see thee at a later time. Hopefully, thou hast woken up by then. Then, without another word, Cersei began to dissolve into silver lights, filling the room with an ethereal glow. The room quickly dimmed back to normal, yet as Shiho closed her eyes, she could feel and see the new presence in her heart. The shimmering lights gathered once more inside of her, this time reforming into a tall, pale woman. She wore an elegant Greek dress, adorned with gold and silver ornaments, and her eyes were pure white, glowing softly like small moons in the darkness. A faint, luminous moon shone on her forehead, completing the transformation. I am thou, and thou art I. I am Selene. Thy tower hath reached the moon, she declared, her voice calm and serene, like the light of the moon itself. The air felt different now, a sense of quiet strength emanating from the figure before Shiho. As she spoke, Shiho felt another wave of exhaustion hit her. And her eyes began to close once again. Tilda Confidence Tilda. Shiho Suzue, the tower, rank 10 max. Tilda A-N Tilda. Now, you might be thinking. Selene. Ain't that a moon arcana? I mean, she is literally the goddess of the moon. And to that, I say. Lemme cook. LOL. Nah, but for real, I do have a reason as to why. I gave a couple of hints this chap, and maybe a bit much, but hey. It be like that. I try to be sneaky as I lay the groundwork for the stuff that's coming, but I gotta leave breadcrumbs for in case anyone rereads the story after it is done so they can be like, so that's what he was talking about. Also, comments and feedback is always appreciated. CYA. Chapter 119, The Cat's Out of the Bag. 3,342 words. Ren. Hearing the soft piano notes echoing in the air, Ren instantly recognized where he was. He struggled to open his eyes for a few moments, and then, as if a weight had been lifted off from him, his eyes fluttered open. Ah, trickster. It's been too long, Igor said with a chuckle, his deep, resonant voice filling the room. His massive grin was spread wide with some amusement. Returning the smile, Ren ran one of his hands through his hair, fixing it slightly as he stretched. I agree. I gotta say, I was starting to miss you, old man, Ren said with a chuckle, to which Igor began to chuckle along with him. I am thou, and thou art I, trickster. Your theatrics are as amusing as ever, but there is no need for pretense here. Then, with a snap of his fingers, Caroline and Justine stepped out. Since our last meeting, much has transpired, has it not? Something along those lines, Ren admitted, looking at Igor's bloodshot eyes. Any chance you could give me some answers? It's starting to get a bit confusing, Ren asked, his tone becoming more serious. I have nothing but answers, trickster. You simply haven't asked the right questions. But before we proceed, Igor answered before reaching up his hand and gently grasping onto the thread of fate connecting both of them. Allow me to mend what has frayed. Then, with a simple twist of his hand, the tangled thread loosened. Then, for the first time in his life, Ren saw the floating card above one of his confidants turn. The reversed fool became upright once again, fixing their strained bond with just a simple motion. Good? Igor murmured, his unnervingly bloodshot eyes locking with Ren's. Never forget, trickster, your bonds are your true strength. Cherish them, for they are the foundation of your power. It is only by achieving the world that you can show your true potential as a fool. Ren nodded, taking in the words and thinking back to Elizabeth's own warning. Then just as he opened his mouth to ask about the new path in Mementos, or even the Kiriho group, Igor spoke up. Our time is limited, trickster, Igor interjected, his grin sharpening. It always has been. Forces beyond this room conspire to keep us apart, to blind you, to strip you of my guidance. Yet, such are the rules of this game. At his gesture, Caroline and Justine approached, presenting a small, ornate blue book adorned with intricate golden accents. Their expressions looked somewhat tense as they passed on the book, yet they gave Ren a reassuring smile as they did. Through your bonds, you have forged an unyielding strength, Igor continued. You have rebuilt what was thought to be lost, mended the tower, and allowed it to ascend to its true heights. This is the power of connection, the strength of the heart. I am thou, thou art I. Caroline added softly, glancing at Justine for her to continue. Thou hast turned a vow into a blood oath. Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Justine finished, and as she did, a bright crimson card appeared in front of Ren, and as it did, the book in his hands opened. The crimson card descended slowly, gently embedding itself into an empty slot in the book. Ren's eyes traced the vibrant image it displayed, the unmistakable tower, now upright and imposing. He didn't need to be told its significance, he felt it resonate in his very soul. You have a long journey ahead of you, trickster, Igor said, his grin widening, the gleam in his eyes sharper than ever. 21 arcana await you, yet as the end draws nearer, there is one you have yet to find, your son. Ren's brow furrowed slightly at the cryptic remark, but before he could speak, Igor continued, his voice laced with an eerie amusement. Truly, a wonderful play you are putting on, trickster. Yet, as all performances do, ours too must eventually come to its conclusion. Before you depart, I will leave you with one final message. The velvet room darkened as heavy velvet curtains began to close in around them. The soft piano that had lingered in the background faded, leaving only Igor's voice to fill the void. If you ignore my warnings and continue down this path, you will bring harm to those closest to you. Igor announced, his grin unchanging, yet his words carrying a palpable weight. There is but one future where all of you thrive, and as the end of our game approaches, the choices you make will hold unalterable consequences. Opening his eyes, he found himself back inside the clinic, resting awkwardly next to a hospital bed. Did you rest well? Shiho asked as he groggily rubbed his eyes. My sleep paralysis demon showed up again, but he was nice this time. Even gave me a gift. Ren joked, causing Shiho to let out a giggle. How about you? How's everything after using the Theurgy? Any weird feelings? Shiho shook her head as she heard the question, thinking for a few moments before speaking. I think it just takes a lot out of you. At least I wasn't fully prepared for feeling so tired, which is probably why I passed out. But after waking up, I felt fine, it was just a bit of a headache. I could have left the clinic to go back home yesterday night, but I just wanted to stay here. I would have felt bad if you woke up and I wasn't here. I'm supposed to be the one that was worried. Ren answered with a smile. You could have just woken me up. Yeah, but you look so cute when you sleep. It would have been a crime to wake you up. Shiho joked as she stood up from the bed. Well, I would have loved to stay here and talk some more. There's actually something new that happened with my persona, but my parents are freaking out. I had to ask Tai to tell them not to come, so it wouldn't turn into a whole scene over here. So I should probably leave it for later when we can meet up with everyone. Something new? Ren asked with some curiosity. Well, it's hard to explain, but Cersei evolved. She spoke to me last night, and then, after saying her goodbyes, she turned to Celine. I don't fully understand it, but my persona is Celine now. Hearing her, Ren's eyes widened in surprise. Her. That was all Ren managed to say. He wasn't quite sure as to the explanation, yet as he activated his third eye skill to look at Shiho, he could see golden and crimson thread binding them together. Unlike the faint threads he had with other confidants, this one was bright and looked sturdy. Even the card above her head, signifying her arcana, appeared brighter than ever. All right, I have to head out, Shiho said, snapping him out of his thoughts. But I'll try to send you a message about when we can regroup. But judging by how long it has been, Madarame is bound to reveal his change of heart soon. So we would be meeting anyway for that. Giving him a quick kiss, Shiho gave her final goodbye before stepping out just as she got a phone call. Yeah, I'm heading there. Doc just wanted to check a few more things. Shiho answered as she stepped out. Being left by himself, Ren shook off the last of his tiredness before stepping out to try to talk to Takemi. Yet, he could overhear her speaking to a patient, so after leaving a small note as thanks, he left the clinic. Checking his phone for messages, he saw one that stood out. Akechi, I am bored. Are you? Ren, hi bored, I'm Ren. Akechi. Ren, get it. Akechi, yes. Ren, all right, I get it. You have a bad sense of humor. Where do you want to meet up? Akechi, there is a little hole-in-the-wall sort of place in Kichijoji that I enjoy. It has nice food and drinks. Ren, you got it. I'll be there soon. The soft hum of the jazz club enveloped them as Ren followed Akechi inside, the warm ambience of the room contrasting with the crisp air outside. The faint clink of glasses and subdued conversations added to the intimate charm of the place. Akechi glanced back at Ren, a smile on his face. Ah, there you are. Akechi said smoothly. Come in. I've saved us a seat. Ren followed him to a private corner booth, tucked away from the main floor. The space was cozy, the dim light casting soft shadows across their faces. Akechi greeted a few of the servers with polite waves as they walked past, his demeanor friendly but reserved. Come here often? Ren asked casually, his eyes scanning the room before settling on Akechi. As often as I can. Akechi replied, sitting down and gesturing for Ren to do the same. This is one of the few places where I can truly relax. It's almost like a second home to me. He chuckled lightly, the sound more genuine than Ren had anticipated. Come to think of it, you're the first person I've ever invited here. Ren raised an eyebrow, his lips curving into a small smile as he took his seat. I'm honored. The club was quiet, with only a handful of patrons scattered throughout. Ren guessed the relative emptiness was due to the early hour, most of its regulars likely still tied up with work or other obligations. So, Ren began, leaning back slightly. Is there a game this time? Akechi shook his head, glancing to the side as a well-dressed woman stepped onto the stage to begin singing. No, not today. I simply wanted to come here. Though? He paused, a playful glint in his eye. If you're feeling competitive, we could stop by Penguin Sniper afterward. Tempting, but I think I'm fine with just hanging out for now. Ren answered with a smile as he glanced down at the menu. You know, it's funny, I've known you for a while now, but other than our talks about justice, I don't think I've ever gotten to know the real Goro Akechi. Akechi tilted his head, his smile tinged with curiosity. The real Goro Akechi. My, that's quite the request. But, perhaps you're right. He answered calmly. Fine, I'll indulge you. Though I suspect you'll find me far less interesting than you imagine. The waiter arrived, and Goro ordered his usual drink without hesitation. Ren, lacking a preference and intrigued by Goro's choice, nodded and ordered the same. There's not much to say about me. I don't do much besides work, eat, and sleep. It's a fairly monotonous life, if I'm being honest. His tone was nonchalant, but a faint bitterness underpinned his words. Though, I don't mind it. It's the path I chose for myself, after all. Ren studied Goro's seemingly earnest expression, his own face neutral, but his thoughts swirling. Every time they had met in the past, it had been their own game of cat and mouse. But it seemed as if Goro had dropped the act, at least for now. Unless this was part of his trap. In his eyes, Goro's actions were all calculated and deliberate. But now, it felt like a trap, but at the same time, it felt as if Akechi himself just wanted to hang out with him, just like he would with someone like Ruju. I'm sure being a detective must bring some interesting cases, no? Ren asked, causing Goro to chuckle and shake his head. I thought we weren't going to talk about justice. His smile faltered slightly, and he continued in a quieter tone. No, it's all a farce. Being a detective is mostly paperwork. Sure, I've solved a few cases here and there, but they don't let someone my age handle anything significant. I'm just a pretty face for the cameras, a symbol for the public to latch onto. As he spoke, an edge crept into his voice, and his expression darkened. Ren watched as the calm facade cracked, revealing a glimpse of the frustration bubbling beneath. To be honest, the only way for me to bring justice is to grit my teeth and latch onto any case I can. I want to see past the cases I have and look at the best way I can bring justice through them. The one I have been assigned to now is the Phantom Thieves. They have me chasing ghosts. But, well, you already know what I think of them. Ren raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by Akechi's sincerity. He'd expected deflection, perhaps another thinly veiled jab at the Phantom Thieves, but this felt genuine. Akechi, sensing Ren's surprise, broke into a quiet laugh. What? He asked, a playful grin curling on his lips. Didn't expect the truth. Neither did I, honestly. Color me surprised. Their drinks arrived, interrupting the moment as the waiter set the glasses on the table with practiced ease before slipping away silently. Akechi took a small sip of his drink, the tension easing from his expression as he leaned back into his seat. Well, since I've bared my soul, he said, his tone lighter but his gaze sharp, I think it's your turn. I've been curious myself, what's the real Ren like? Ren hesitated for a fraction of a second, masking the pause with a slow sip of his drink. Akechi's question hung in the air, both innocent and probing. There was no denying the subtle undercurrent of their conversation, the unspoken knowledge they both shared yet refused to openly acknowledge. Still, Ren met Akechi's gaze with a small, enigmatic smile of his own. Are you much of a reader? Ren asked, deciding to play into Akechi's game. Akechi blinked, surprised by the question, but quickly recovering. Some would say that. He replied smoothly. Have you ever read Tartuffe? Akechi's eyes widened slightly, as he heard him before a soft smile appeared on his face. Tartuffe, eh? Akechi muttered. You see yourself as a hypocrite. Apparently. Ren answered with a chuckle. Though the imposter bit suits me better. At that, Akechi went silent, his gaze narrowing as he mulled over Ren's words. The faint smile on his face began to grow, and Ren could see the gears turning in his mind. Then, abruptly, Akechi laughed, a sharp, genuine burst of laughter that cut through the quiet hum of the jazz club. The sound was so unexpected, so unrestrained, that it drew the attention of a few other patrons. Even the singer on stage faltered mid-song, her eyes darting toward their corner before hastily recovering. I didn't think it was that funny. Ren mused as he raised an eyebrow, his amusement barely concealed. Akechi waved a hand dismissively, struggling to stifle his laughter as he leaned forward slightly. Oh, Ren, he said, his tone both amused and admiring. I knew it. I knew there was something about you. To be honest, I had the strangest dream last night. It left me, uncertain, conflicted. That's why I called you here. Ren's gaze remained steady, though his curiosity was evident. And what conclusion did you reach? He asked, his voice calm, but laced with subtle provocation. Akechi's eyes gleamed with something sharp, almost manic, as his smile widened. We are one and the same, he said, almost in a whisper. Ren leaned back slightly, his smile turning playful. Are we? He asked, the teasing tone daring Akechi to elaborate. Yes, Akechi said firmly. But you already knew that, didn't you? Ren said nothing, letting the silence linger, as he watched Akechi carefully. There was a momentary hesitation in Akechi's demeanor, a flicker of vulnerability that quickly gave way to resolve. You asked about the real me, didn't you? Let me give you a better answer. I am Robin Hood, Akechi said, at last, the name escaping his lips like a confession, his tone a mix of pride and bitterness. Well, there it was. The cat was out of the bag. They both had revealed they knew. Or, well, at least they had revealed that they knew that they knew. The cat and mouse game was over. Their unspoken rule had been broken. The Phantom Thieves. Goro began, his eyes narrowing slightly. Are they responsible for the mental shutdowns? I've been investigating them for as long as they've existed, but it doesn't add up. They don't strike me as the type. I would like to hear your unbiased opinion. The question caught Ren off guard, though he didn't let it show. Akechi's piercing gaze didn't falter, as if daring him to lie. Ren glanced around the room, ensuring the distant patrons weren't paying attention, before meeting Akechi's intense stare once more. Was the game actually over? No. Ren answered without hesitation. They don't strike me as the type either. Maybe they are a bit of a red herring. Good. Akechi said, letting out a sigh of relief as he relaxed in his chair. If I am being honest, the reason I am so against the Phantom Thieves and their justice, it's because of my mother. So hearing you say that is a relief. Your mother? Ren asked. The only mention of her that he could remember was when Akechi talked about his eye color. And back then, he had said he had been proud of his eyes. Did something happen to her? She died. Akechi answered, the smile fading slightly. The reason I became a detective, it was to bring the ones who hurt her to justice. And I believe that those behind the mental shutdowns are related to her death. And what will you do when you find them? Ren asked, noticing Akechi's smile become more genuine as he heard the question. Justice. He said simply, the word laced with venom. Real justice. Not the kind they glorify on TV. I thought you hated that type of justice. Ren asked with a slight smile. The justice of the Phantom Thieves. Akechi chuckled softly, leaning forward, his elbows resting on the table. I did say, didn't I? We are both imposters and hypocrites. His voice carried a strange mix of amusement and self-awareness. Then, his smile faded as he stood up. But, I've said too much. After smoothing out his jacket, he took some cash out of his wallet, placed it on the table, and gave Ren one final look with a smile. It's about time I go back to work. Otherwise, SAE is going to start calling me, and I know better than to have an angry Najima on my case. I look forward to our next meeting, Ren. Perhaps there is a future where we can work together. Who knows? With that, he turned around and walked away, leaving Ren to sit alone in the dimly lit jazz club. As he took another sip of his drink and sat back, Ren couldn't help but smile. Robin Hood, eh? He muttered. Akechi felt nothing but genuine during their entire conversation. But when he looked into Akechi's eyes, he could tell that there was something else hidden beneath the surface. Anger? No, that wasn't quite right. If anything, he looked like he was having a blast. He had practically admitted he had access to the metaverse, but he hadn't said it outright, which meant he wanted to keep it hidden. So what was his goal? Justice. A future where they can work together. In what way? To get revenge for his mother. Finishing his drink, Ren stood up and began to walk outside, only to find out it was raining. I really need to start carrying an umbrella with me. Confidence. Goro Akechi, The Justice, Rank 5. https://discord.gg/WTGN9J3YGK. Chapter 120, The Empress's Dilemma. 3,507 words. Wandering through the rainy streets, Ren enjoyed the time he had to simply think. He had a feeling that once Okumura was taken down, the real war with the antisocial force would begin. So far, they had been aiming at their lower-level moneymakers, but now they would be going for the one who commanded the Black Mask himself. They would have the Kiriho group to back them up, but deep down, he couldn't help but wonder if this was their point of no return. Who would come after Okumura? Shiryu Daiko, the SIU director. Would they reach the one pulling the strings through him? Looking down at the shadow under his feet, he could feel his connection to Tartuffe silently watching him. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Ren asked, not really expecting an answer. But one came nonetheless. "Ah, my noble understudy, fret not. The curtain yet rises, and thou dost tread thy path with a grace that beguiles fate itself. Fear not the shadows, for they merely serve to make thy light more splendid. You speak weird sometimes. But I get it." Ren joked, chuckling as he walked through the rain until he arrived at the train station. He drew a few eyes in his direction from the wet clothes, but most simply ignored him after sending a nasty look in his direction for dripping on the floor. He had most of the day free, and he wanted to do a few final preparations for the palace to come. Yet, if he was being honest, he also just wanted to buy some more flowers. He had run out of seeds, and though he had enough flowers for a lifetime, he simply liked growing them. There was something calming about sleeping in a room that smelled like flowers. In general, he just enjoyed looking at them. Moving through the underground mall after buying an umbrella, he arrived at Rafflesia. To his surprise, he saw a familiar face buying flowers. "Haru!" Ren called out. She jumped slightly at the sound of her name, spinning around to face him. Her expression softened when she saw him, though her eyes darted nervously before settling on his. "Ah, Ren," she said, her voice quiet, almost hesitant. "Are you here to buy more flowers?" Ren narrowed his eyes slightly, noting her tired expression and the way her fingers fidgeted restlessly. There was something off about her demeanor, something strained. "Yes," he said slowly. "Are you okay?" Haru stilled at the question, her hands dropping to her sides. For a moment, her carefully polite mask faltered, and she sighed softly. I am. She hesitated, looking down at the floor. "Well, I got bad grades. I couldn't focus during exams, so I've been busy studying." Ren studied her carefully as she raised her eyes to meet his, only to let out another sigh. "No," she admitted, her voice barely audible. "I'm not. Would you want a distraction?" Ren asked after a few moments. Haru blinked in surprise, her eyes meeting his. There was a pause before she returned his smile, small but sincere. "I would." Turning back to the florist, Haru offered an apologetic smile. "Could you hold these for me? I'll be back soon." After a nod from the shopkeeper, she followed Ren out into the mall. "Where are we going?" Haru asked curiously. Ren shrugged lightly, his steps unhurried. "I don't know. I just felt like wandering. You'd be surprised how nice a simple walk can be for clearing your thoughts. But if you prefer something more structured," he added with a smile, "I wouldn't mind heading to LeBlanc and making us some tea. I still have some of the blends you gave me, the ones for clearing the mind." "A walk?" Haru repeated, her tone thoughtful before her lips curved into a gentle smile. "I would like that." To her surprise, Ren didn't speak much during their walk. Instead, he simply guided them through the streets, his attention focused forward. The sound of their footsteps mingled with the distant hum of the city, filling the quiet space between them. Haru opened her mouth to speak several times, but each time, she hesitated, letting the silence linger. It took a while, but eventually, she allowed herself to relax, the tension in her shoulders easing as she grew accustomed to the quiet. Ren, for his part, kept a discreet eye on her, his steady presence a silent reassurance. He watched as her gaze wandered, taking in the countless signs and vibrant displays of the city. For a brief moment, he saw her eyes light up with wonder, lost in the moment. "Ren." Haru finally broke the silence, her voice hesitant. "I wanted to get your opinion on something." "What is it?" Ren asked, his tone light and encouraging. "If it's about how many seeds to plant, I'll have to go with all of them." Haru chuckled softly, the memory of the photo he'd shown her of his room, overflowing with pots and flowers, flashing in her mind. Her laughter faded as her gaze shifted upward, catching sight of a massive advertisement for Big Bang Burger. "What would you do?" Haru began carefully, her voice almost a whisper. "If someone you knew, someone close to you, was doing something terrible, something that hurt others, what would you do? Would you try to stop them? You aren't sure they are doing it, but you are pretty sure." Ren followed her gaze to the brightly lit sign. His expression softened, and he took a moment before responding. It would depend. Ren answered softly. I've done some bad things myself. And I've seen others do wrong. As much as I'd like to say I'd always do the right thing. He paused, letting out a quiet breath. That would be a lie. Haru's eyes widened slightly at his candid answer. She turned to face him, studying his expression. He remained focused on the same advertisement she'd been staring at moments ago, his profile calm but pensive. Then, as if sensing her gaze, he looked at her directly, offering a smile tinged with bitterness. It's hard. He said softly. It is. Haru admitted, a faint sense of disappointment creeping into her voice.